Konoha, From Aburame to God. Chapter 1 Original GO. Konoha. In a remote corner of the forest, there is a tribe of insect masters living here. They are the Aburame clan. This place is within the boundary of Konoha, and safety is guaranteed. Although it is in a remote forest and not as prosperous as the center of the village, it is perfect for the Aburame clan. In the clan land of the Aburame clan, a child sits under the shade of a tree, thinking about life. His name is Aburame Zi. His parents died in a mission. He is an orphan and is raised by the Aburame clan. A unique ceremony of the Aburame clan will be held tomorrow. He will sign a contract with the parasitic bugs, feed the bugs with his own chakra, let the bugs parasitize his body, and drive the bugs to fight. Currently thinking about what to do after getting the parasitic bugs tomorrow, the development limit of an ordinary Aburame clan member is too obvious. Even the outstanding Aburame Shino in the original work did not reach the level of Kage in the end. In the early stage, the Aburame clan had an advantage because they could drive the parasitic bugs to fight the enemy, and the enemy was weak and did not have many offensive ninjutsu. But in the later stage, facing various ninjutsu, the performance of the bugs was not satisfactory, and the bugs became the rope that restricted the Aburame clan. After all, the strength of the Aburame clan is linked to the bugs, and all the secret techniques rely on the bugs to launch, and the bugs have limits. The bugs cannot break through the limit of life, and have become the natural barrier that prevents the Aburame clan from breaking through the level of Kage. It's difficult, but there are shortcuts to grow quickly. Aburame Shii is a time traveler. He was designing a game with his brothers. In order to have fun playing it in the future, he secretly added a cheat code, the original GO. The ability of the original GO is to assimilate and be assimilated, which is a very powerful ability. He was originally going to kill everyone in the game beta, but he found that his brothers also designed cheat codes. Each one was more perverted than the other. A battle of gods started, which made his blood pressure rise. He was so excited that he traveled to the Naruto Aburame clan on the spot. Aburame Shii was a little panicked at first. After all, the world of Naruto is very dangerous. If you are not careful, you will lose your life. You should know that in the Naruto world, people who become genin at the age of 7 or 8 will start killing people. There are many people who go to the battlefield at the age of 11 or 12. Kakashi, Uchiha Itachi, and Uchiha Shisui were already powerful ninjas who killed countless enemies at the age of 12. Especially now that the Third Ninja World War is approaching, if he remembers correctly, the Third Ninja World War was triggered by the disappearance of the Kazekage in the 47th year of Konoha. The thought of going to the battlefield in a few years is really a bit overwhelming. But fortunately, the original GO followed him to the Naruto world. Now it lives in his soul and presents a light spot. This is actually not the original GO's body. In the setting of Aburame Shii, the original GO is the essence of heaven and earth, and has no entity. The light spot is just the external projection of the original GO. Now Aburame Shii and the original GO are one. Or the original GO is Aburame Shii, and Aburame Shii is the original GO. Unfortunately, Aburame Shii cannot use the part that has become the original GO, because he cannot adapt to the original GO or the essence of heaven and earth for a while, and his consciousness is like a small horse pulling a big cart, and he can't pull it at all. Otherwise, it will directly shock the ninja world with a little plug-in. Now Aburame Shii does not have enough power to support the growth of the original GO, but he can borrow the power of the original GO through the connection in the dark. In order to survive the upcoming Third Ninja World War, Aburame Shii must find a way to enhance his strength. Aburame Shii recalled the plot of Naruto, and the Aburame clan performed very well. There are parasitic bugs, nano-level poisonous bugs, phosphorus bugs, forbidden techniques, pot poison techniques, etc. These are the ninjutsu of the Aburame clan. The quality of the ninjas of the Aburame clan is also very high, but there are not many of them, and the appearance rate is not high. Aburame calculated that the fastest way to increase his strength is the nano-level poisonous bug phosphorus bug, in addition to the parasitic bug. Phosphorus bug is a nano-level poisonous bug. Once it touches a person's skin, it will run into the person's body and then eat the person's cells bit by bit. If the phosphorus bug can be raised, then Aburame will be a huge threat to enemies below the level of Cage, and he will have the power to protect himself in the Third Ninja World War. Aburame believes that the original Gu will assimilate the phosphorus bug, which can be said to have greatly improved his strength. The most important thing is that Aburame can get rid of some of the restrictions of the phosphorus bugs. Phosphorus bugs cannot coexist with other bugs, because phosphorus bugs are very aggressive and difficult to control. They will attack other bugs when they encounter them. The host of phosphorus bugs cannot control phosphorus bugs as finely as controlling parasitic bugs. So even if the members of the Aburame clan successfully host phosphorus bugs will kill the bugs in their bodies and they cannot coexist. But Aburame does not have to worry. Do you understand the value of the War of the Gods? Even in the War of the Gods, he is a top-notch warrior. As long as the phosphorus bugs enter his body, they will have no choice but to obey. The original Gu cannot be used now, and it cannot assimilate powerful life forms, but the original Gu can still directly assimilate the phosphorus bugs that enter Aburame body. A single bug is not a strong one. When the time comes, Aburame can control the phosphorus bug 100%, and he can let the phosphorus bug live on the parasite bug. This way, the phosphorus bug has fewer restrictions, and Aburame's attack methods are more flexible, which is equivalent to giving the parasite bug an instant death buff. It's scary to think that a member of the Aburame tribe can control the instant death bug. In a battle of equal strength, you can avoid the powerful secret techniques of the Aburame tribe, but you can't be unscathed. That would be too much of an underestimation of the Aburame tribe. Facing the overwhelming swarm of bugs, it is difficult for the enemies of the Aburame tribe to dodge all of them. Under normal circumstances, even if there are 1 or 2 fish that slip through the net, it's no big deal. Because 1 or 2 bugs can't cause much damage, and it's difficult to even interfere with the enemy. But the parasite bug plus the phosphorus bug is different. That will give birth to a terrible combination. The parasite bug is flexible and mobile, and the phosphorus bug is dangerous and must kill. The tolerance rate of his enemies will be greatly reduced, and with the lack of intelligence, if they think it is an ordinary bug, they dare to resist it. Then he will know what cruelty is. Unage thinks this is a good combination, but it is a bit troublesome to raise phosphorus bad bugs. Phosphorus bad bugs are forbidden bugs of the UNA tribe, and you can't raise them just because you want to. Only the most outstanding insect control users of the UNA tribe have the opportunity to raise phosphorus bad bugs. You must perform well in tomorrow's ceremony, so that you can have the opportunity to raise phosphorus bad bugs. Unage thought silently, he must strive for it anyway. If he succeeds, the benefits will be too high. This is not only the improvement of Unage's strength, but also the tilt of UNA tribe's resources. A new possibility, or a possibility with a bright future, the UNA tribe must try it anyway. Even if the cultivation of new bugs fails, you can still get a tribe member who combines parasitic bad bugs with phosphorus bad bugs. Tipping resources to cultivate is not a loss. The plan in Unage's mind is becoming clearer and clearer. The first step is to show potential in tomorrow's ceremony and get the resources of the tribe. Chapter 2: The Ceremony of the Aburame Clan. The Aburame clan is a tribe that controls insects. They live in a remote place and have many secrets unknown to the outside world. The outside world has limited knowledge about this tribe, and even for Konoha, the Aburame clan is very mysterious. In the tribe of the Aburame clan, an important ceremony is being held. That is, the children of the Aburame clan sign a contract with the insects. Remember, the parasitic insects will enter your body next. You have to feed them with chakra. Don't panic, don't be afraid, they will be your most important partners in the future. A man with a hedgehog head, sunglasses, and a round container behind him said seriously. He is Highway Aburame, the next chief recognized by the Aburame clan. The 5 children of the Aburame clan nodded silently, without saying a word, and didn't look scared at all. The corner of the mouth of the Aburame's highway twitched. He said it seriously, but seeing the reaction of the tribesmen, he seemed a little dumb. He was really not obedient at all. Okay, you can go in. The medicinal food in the wooden barrel can help you sign a contract with the parasites. The 5 children of the Aburame tribe entered the wooden barrel one by one. Get ready. The ceremony is about to begin. Aburame's highway said solemnly. At the same time, Aburame's highway released the newly hatched parasites that had not been fed. The parasites had just hatched and were in urgent need of food. When they sensed the medicinal food in the wooden barrel, they split into 5 groups and rushed towards the children of the Aburame tribe. Aburame's highway stared at all this seriously, preventing accidents and saving the children in case of failure. The parasites entered the wooden barrel and began to eat the medicinal food, because the irritability of the newly hatched and in urgent need of food was relieved a lot. Right now, while the parasites are calming down, use chakra to attract the parasites into your bodies. As soon as Aburame's highway finished speaking, the children of the Aburame clan used chakra to attract the parasites. The parasites had just eaten the medicinal food, replenished some of their energy, and their aggressiveness decreased a lot. They sensed the higher level food, chakra, and went to pursue it and entered the bodies of the children of the Aburame clan. Aburame's highway knew that the next moment was the most dangerous time. If the children of the Aburame clan wanted to sign a contract with the parasites, there would definitely be a fight. It is not easy to sign a contract with the parasites and feed them with chakra instead of letting the parasites devour chakra wantonly. After all, it is instinctive for the parasites to devour chakra. They don't care whether you let them devour or not, they will fight and grab. This involves a question of dominance. Under the gaze of Aburame's highway, the children of the Aburame clan trembled slightly and showed a painful look. This is using the body as a battlefield to fight against the parasites. The parasites that enter the body at the beginning are not gentle, which requires the Aburame tribe to use their bodies to adapt, to run in, to make the parasites succumb and then sign a contract. The damage caused is also very serious, making the bodies of the Aburame children tremble and their faces pale with pain. Wait. Aburame's highway found that Aburame did not show any pain or tremble. Instead, he pushed his sunglasses calmly and let the parasites enter his body without any reaction. The parasites there was no wave at all. You have successfully signed a contract with the parasitic bug. Aburame's highway said a little uncertainly. You should know that in such a short time, he successfully signed a contract with the parasitic bug, which shows that Aburame and the parasitic bug are very compatible. This proves that Aburame has great potential. The higher the compatibility with the parasitic bug, the faster the Aburame clan's secret technique will be, the less consumption, and the greater the power. After all, the Aburame clan's secret technique is essentially using bugs. The higher the compatibility with the bugs, the more advantages there are in driving the bugs. Aburame stretched out his right hand, and a group of parasitic bugs appeared on his right hand. Good, very good, you are the one with the best quality among this group of clan members. Aburame's highway was very satisfied. The Aburame clan was going to produce a genius. But thinking of the root in the darkness of Konoha, his face looked a little bad. Although each of the Aburame clan members is not weak, the size of the Aburame clan is there. The tribe members are strong and few in number, so they are easy to control. So they have been coveted by a certain Shimura Danzo who does not want to reveal his name, and they have been fleecing them. The fleeced ones are not ordinary ones, but the geniuses and elites of the Aburame clan. Many children with potential have been fleeced by Shimura Danzo. For example, Aburame Ryoma, a genius of the Aburame clan, was originally a good child. But he has changed since he joined the route. Now he only recognizes Shimura Danzo, and even the Hokage is not recognized. Aburame Shiwei thought silently. Every time he saw Aburame Ryoma next to Shimura Danzo, he dared to be wary of the Hokage. Aburame Shiwei was extremely headache. You, a member of the Aburame clan, are so fierce, and I, the next head of the Aburame clan, can't bear it. Therefore, once a member of the clan is taken away, brainwashing is inevitable, and then they will do it for Danzo-sama on the left and the will of the root on the right. Zi, come out first. I will teach you some precautions after the ceremony is over. Although he was very happy to have a genius, the next chief of the Aburame clan, he did not forget his duties. Hiway Aburame carefully looked after the other children, so that he could save them when the contract failed and they were attacked. Half an hour later, the children of the Aburame clan began to suppress the parasites. Soon, the second child who successfully signed the contract appeared, followed by the third, fourth, and fifth. Hiway Aburame was very happy that all 5 children signed the contract successfully, which diluted the haze of Shimura Danzo. Hiway Aburame gathered the children together. In the next 3 days, you have to use chakra to feed the parasites, deepen the bond with the parasites, and let your body and the parasites run in. In 3 days, someone will teach you the secrets of the Aburame clan. You can go back now. Hiway Aburame paused. Zi Aburame, stay for a while. The 4 children of the Aburame clan left, and only Zi Aburame stayed. When Aburame Zi heard this, he knew that he had succeeded. His potential attracted Aburame's Hiway. This was to give him special treatment. After all, geniuses would generally be trained by the clan. It was worth his effort and his talent. This ceremony was so outstanding that Aburame Zi could perform well, all thanks to the original goo. The parasitic worms were assimilated by the original goo the moment they entered Aburame Zi's body. This was why the parasitic worms were so docile in Aburame Zi's hands. After being assimilated by the original goo, Aburame Zi had 100% control over the parasitic worms. Chapter 3 Phosphorus Worms. Zi, I was surprised at your compatibility with the parasitic worms. You were able to sign a contract with the parasitic worms and drive them to obey orders after the ceremony. Aburame's Hiway sighed deeply and took out a scroll from her waist. Your speed of adapting to bugs is a special case in the history of the Aburame clan. The secret techniques of our Aburame clan are essentially using bugs. They don't have enough control over bugs. It's hard to adapt to parasitic bugs in their bodies, let alone let the bugs leave their bodies and obey orders. Therefore, they need a 3-day adaptation period, but you don't need it. Aburame Zi took the scroll, opened it, and found that it was the basic secret technique of the Aburame clan. If you don't understand anything during these 3 days, you can ask me. After 3 days, someone will train all the clan members who participated in this ceremony. The benefits of genius are revealed, and they can get extra resources for training. Ordinary Aburame clan members can't accept the personal training of Aburame's Hiway. Aburame's Hiway is a contemporary of Minato Namikaze. Although he has not reached the peak now, he is also a guy who should not be underestimated. Now he is an elite jonin, with rich experience and comprehensive abilities, and almost no shortcomings. More importantly, the secret techniques used by Aburame's Hiway and Aburame Zi are of the same lineage, and they can pass on more experience and feelings. It was a great opportunity for Yum's Hiway to teach Santian Yum's secret technique. Master's Hiway, I want to cultivate Uncle's Hiway's purple bug. Yum Zi decisively put forward his request. No, that kind of bug is too dangerous. You have such a high degree of compatibility with parasitic bugs, so you should work hard to develop parasitic bugs. Shihei's kind of bugs are very risky and may not be suitable for you. Yum's Hiway shook her head and refused decisively. Although phosphorus bugs are very strong, they are not as comprehensive as parasitic bugs. In the early stage, they are much stronger than parasitic bugs, but in the later stage, facing many means of senior ninjas, phosphorus bugs are not necessarily more convenient than parasitic bugs. The foundation of the Yum clan is parasitic bugs. Parasitic bugs can attack, defend, detect, disguise, and heal. They are all-round strong. Big bugs. And parasites can also adapt to evolution, and there are many directions for development, with great potential. Although phosphorus bugs are powerful, they are too limited. Only close contact can exert the power of phosphorus bugs, and long-range attack means are scarce. It has an advantage over physical ninjas. After all, the attack method of physical ninjas is close combat. Facing other ninjas, it is not as devastating as imagined. And when phosphorus bugs cover the whole body, the body will turn purple, which is too obvious. When you meet experienced ninjas, you will not be given a chance to get close. Your whole body has turned purple, and there is a problem at a glance. There will be no direct contact without testing intelligence. Direct long-range attack, not letting you get close, can beat you out of temper. Therefore, parasites are the first choice for the Aburame tribe. Although phosphorus bugs are strong, they have many restrictions and are only suitable for specific occasions. And it is also very dangerous to raise them, and there is a risk of backlash. There are not many members of the Aburame clan. If they covet the power of the phosphorus bugs and let the clan members raise them on a large scale, the consequences will be terrible. If they are not careful, they will be attacked by the phosphorus bugs, and a large number of clan members will die, and the whole clan will be in danger. What's the use of raising phosphorus bugs successfully at that time? It can't support the Aburame clan at all. Putting the cart before the horse. One person who uses phosphorus bugs in peacetime is enough, even if there are no Aburame clan members who can use phosphorus bugs. The Aburame clan is supported by parasitic bugs, and phosphorus bugs are just icing on the cake, showing the foundation of the Aburame clan. It shows to the outside world that our Aburame clan is not a small clan with nothing, but also has a rich historical foundation. Don't underestimate me, bastard. I'm talking about you, Shimura Danzo. Master's Highway, I can feel the connection between me and Uncle's high haze bugs. They are like my lover. Even if you don't agree, we will be together in the end. Aburame Ziyi said affectionately, feeling a little embarrassed, but there was no way. The phosphorus bug was a very dangerous bug of the Aburame clan, and generally the clan members would not be allowed to touch it. If it hadn't been a little extreme, I'm afraid there would have been no chance to touch it before the outbreak of the Ninja World War. Aburame's highway was a little hesitant. It was normal for the Aburame clan to have a special sense of bugs. This feeling can roughly judge the results of using bugs, and it is generally not wrong. But he still persuaded her with a serious look on his face. The fostering of phosphorus bugs is very dangerous. If it fails, you may die. If it succeeds, it will also kill other bugs in your body, which is not worth the loss. Master's Highway, I still want to try it. I was attracted to it at the first sight. It is so beautiful and perfect. Aburame Ziyi firmly said the love words he learned from the internet in his previous life, and his voice revealed a deep desire. He was thinking that with the original goo, he could assimilate the phosphorus bugs just like he assimilated the parasitic bugs. Aburame Shiwei gave up when he saw that he couldn't persuade Aburame Shii, and it was not a bad thing to have one more clan member who used the phosphorus bugs now. He had performed many missions with Namikaze Minato, and could clearly feel that there were some bad signs in the ninja world now. As the next clan leader of the Aburame clan, he had to shoulder the responsibility. If Aburame Shii succeeded in raising the phosphorus bugs, at least the deterrence of the Aburame clan could be improved. I'll prepare the ceremony for the phosphorus bugs, you wait here. Aburame Shiwei couldn't change Aburame Shii's will, and was afraid that Aburame Shii would raise them secretly. It would be better to use a formal and comprehensive ceremony at the beginning, which would be safe and guaranteed, and if it failed, it would dispel Aburame Shii's idea. If it failed, it would also let Aburame Shii take the path of parasitic bugs, although it would consume some time. With the potential shown by Aburame, there would be no problem in becoming a senior ninja. Success is also a good thing. At least, with more and more frictions on the border, the power of the Aburame tribe can be strengthened in a short time. Thank you, Lord's Highway. Aburame said gratefully. Aburame's Highway looked at Aburame deeply and left the ceremony site to find Aburame's Highway. The ceremony of the phosphorus bad insects needed the assistance of Aburame's Highway. Aburame's Highway could help Aburame survive when the phosphorus bad insects ceremony went wrong. Every tribe member is precious to the Aburame tribe. After Aburame's Highway left, Aburame waited silently, and the dark sunglasses could not cover the light in his eyes. Although Aburame is now undergoing the transformation of the parasite, he is in surprisingly good spirits. Aburame pushed his sunglasses and slowly exhaled. Everything happened according to Aburame's plan. He was valued by Aburame's Highway and got the opportunity to raise phosphorus bad insects. The next step is to witness the miracle. Chapter 4: Successful Assimilation of Phosphorus Bugs. Konoha, the clan land of the Aburame clan. Aburame waited silently in the clan land. For Aburame, the next ceremony is related to the beginning of the overall plan. If it succeeds, it will be a good start, and it can snowball and develop rapidly, and becoming a Jonin will be a smooth road. Before the Fourth Shinobi World War, when the combat power had not yet soared, the Jonin was still very valuable, and was the pillar of a village and a high-level combat power. The candidates for Hokage are all voted by the Jonin, which shows that the Jonin is already one of the rulers of the village. It will not be because certain things disappear quietly, and at most they will be squeezed out, then transferred to the border, and left to their fate. This is a different kind of doctor who cannot be punished. If it fails, Aburame believes that she can succeed, but it will be very embarrassing in the early stage. Many plans need to be rethought. Soon, Aburame came back, and beside him was Aburame. The parents of Aburame and Aburame are old acquaintances. After all, the Aburame clan is so big, and they are all related to each other to some extent. It's not too late to give up now. Once the phosphorus bug ritual starts, it won't be able to stop. If it fails, the consequences will be serious. Aburame said seriously. He doesn't really want Aburame to accept the ritual of the phosphorus bad worm. Although you are happy to succeed, you will also lose a lot. You will not be able to go to ninja school, and you will not be able to play freely with your friends. You must always keep your distance. Loneliness are unbearable. When I first saw the phosphorus, I was deeply attracted to it, as if it was the only one in my life, and I was willing to spend my whole life raising it. Aburame was no longer disgusted when he said earthy love words. Compared with love words like strength, they were nothing. He could say even more disgusting things. Let's start. I will pay attention. If it fails, I will terminate the ceremony. Aburame slightly nodded, signaling that it was time to start. Aburame took off her gloves, and the purple color quickly spread to the entire palm of her hand, making her look a bit eerie. Be careful, these phosphorus worms have just split. I have not fed them and they are not under my control. Then he tapped Aburame's arm with a purple finger. A wisp of purple spread quickly where Aburame was hit, and then stopped. Aburame used the primitive goo when the phosphorus bug touched him. Even if his current chakra was insufficient, the primitive goo was enough to assimilate the phosphorus bug. When the purple color spread, Aburame's highway planned to terminate the ceremony. When the purple spread stopped, Aburame's highway breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed to be a success. The difficulty in raising phosphorus worms is that the time is too short. It usually takes half an hour for the tribesmen to raise phosphorus worms. Not to mention the shorter and more aggressive phosphorus bugs. I'm afraid it's backfired before I get used to it. The purple color on Aburame Ze's arm shrank and disappeared, and the phosphorus bug was taken into Aburame Ze's body. After a while, Aburame Ze nodded. Lord's Highway, Uncle's High, I have succeeded. Aburame Ze looked calm on the surface, but she was still a little excited in her heart. With the phosphorus and parasites, he has the confidence to plan something. The phosphorus bug is very powerful, but it is also very dangerous. If you are not careful, it will cause harm to the people around you. I originally planned to let you go to the ninja school, but now it seems that you will be trained within the clan. Aburame Shimai put away the kunao. He originally planned to let Shijiro gather the uncontrolled phosphorus bugs together if he failed, and then cut off the part covered with purple. But, I still have bad bugs. Aburame Ze raised his hands. I saw a group of parasites gathering above my left hand, and my right hand turned purple. How is this possible? Aburame Shijiro said in shock. As the host of the phosphorus bug, Aburame Shijiro clearly knows how aggressive this bug is. Aburame Ze is lucky to be able to adapt to the phosphorus worms, let alone let the phosphorus worms and parasitic worms coexist. I'm afraid that the phosphorus worms will kill the weak parasites in Aburame Ze's body in just a moment. Aburame's Highway was also surprised and said to Zhihei seriously, Zhihei, use phosphorus worms to contact Ze's parasitic worms. Aburame Shijiro also reacted, and then touched the parasitic bug above Aburame Shiitoshi's left hand. Aburame Ze silently took a step back to prevent the bugs from falling on her hands. After all, safety comes first. I saw that the parasitic insects touched by Aburame Shijiro fell to the ground one after another and turned purple. It's not Ze's problem with bad bugs, but Ze's own ability. Aburame's Highway made a judgment. Ze, to what extent can you control the phosphated bugs? Aburame Ze put her hands together and cosplayed as if she was shouting whatever she wanted. The parasite flew onto Aburame Ze's hand, and the purple color quickly covered the entire body of the parasite. Watching the purple parasitic insects gather into a spherical shape on Aburame Shii's clasped hands. Aburame Shiwei and Aburame Shihei were shocked and speechless. One is the next clan leader, and the other is the host of the phosphorus. They both have a deep understanding of the phosphorus and the phosphorus, so they have a clear understanding of what the combination of the phosphorus and the phosphorus means. It represents a qualitative improvement in the destructive power of parasites. Faced with overwhelming parasites, who can guarantee that they will not be attacked? Once it is touched, it will be attacked by the phosphorus bugs. You must know that in the original plot, Obito was attacked by the phosphorus bugs, so he could only abandon the white Zetsu arm. If it weren't for the chakra shortage of Aburame Shiitsu, I'm afraid Aburame Shiitsu would have directly possessed the combat power of a special jounin. Ze, your control over bugs is unheard of. Aburame's Highway didn't know what to say for a moment. If you can control the phosphorus worms from attacking parasites, you can control the phosphorus worms from attacking other organisms, even if they come into contact with them. This proves Aburame Ze's ability to control the phosphorus worm. The Aburame clan's control over the phosphorus worms is not as high as that of the parasitic worms. Apart from its host, phosphorus does not distinguish between friend and foe. Let's test the power. Aburame Shiwei released a swarm of parasites, which flew towards Aburame Shii. The purple parasites in Aburame Shii's hand also flew towards Aburame Shiwei's swarm. The next moment, the two swarms collided. Aburame Shiwei's parasites were dyed purple when they were touched, and they fell to the ground motionless. The overwhelming battle ended, and Aburame Shii's purple parasites won an absolute victory. This result was expected by Aburame Shiwei. Looking at Shii's performance, this is the best result. Aburame Shiwei paused. Tomorrow, Shihei and I will personally guide you in training and ninjutsu. Take a rest today. Aburame Shihei nodded and acquiesced. Aburame Shii's potential won further investment from the Aburame clan. Chapter 5 Planning for the Future. Aburame Shiai returned to his residence, a slightly old but well-maintained house. This is what Aburame Shiai's parents left him, and there is a large sum of money for him, enough to support him to become a ninja. The Aburame clan takes good care of their own clan members. The clan members are more or less related by blood, and the relationship between each other is very close. After all, the secret techniques used by the Aburame clan are the same, and they are taught uniformly by the clan. There are no major disputes, and the centripetal force within the clan is very strong. Aburame Shiai's parents died in the war, but he was not treated unfairly. He had no worries about food and drink when he was a child, and the clan members also took good care of him. The first step was completed very well, and he became the key training target of the clan. Next, his strength will improve quickly. Aburame Shiai lay on his bed and grinned. He didn't expect it to be so smooth. Now Aburame Shiai has obtained the parasitic bug and the phosphorus bug, and has been valued by the clan. It can be said to be a very good start. Next, he can quickly improve his strength and plan some things. Chakra is a big problem. Aburame Shiai doesn't have much chakra, after all, he is still very young now. The combination of parasitic bugs and phosphorus bugs is a shortcut to becoming a jonin. Now my chakra limits me. The chakra limit prevents Shiki from using bugs on a large scale and for a long time, which is a great limitation on combat power. The Aburame clan is not famous for its chakra, and it is not comparable to the Senju clan and the Uzumaki clan. No hurry, there is still time. Shiki stared at the ceiling silently and thought that a few years would be enough for his strength to soar. I still have to go to the ninja school, which is the orthodoxy of the Konoha high-level system. The ninja school founded by the second generation was carried forward during the reign of the third generation Hokage. This has to admire the political wisdom of the second generation Hokage. The second generation Hokage created many institutions and stabilized the hearts of the people of Konoha through the distribution of benefits. Although the ninja school is inconspicuous among many institutions created by the second generation, it definitely plays a significant role. The ninja school recruits students from the ninja clan and civilians, which can be said to give talented civilians an opportunity. On the one hand, it can attract civilians and give them room to rise and become the power of the Hokage, on the other hand, it can limit the ninja clans and prevent them from becoming too large. Only students who graduated from the ninja school can take on important responsibilities. This is almost an unspoken rule now. Each clan has some hidden power. They have not attended ninja school. The Konoha high-level officials recognize their identities, but will not give them important positions. They have not formed a master-disciple relationship with the team leader, nor have they formed a bond with their teammates. They are not in line with the will of fire at all, and their status is very embarrassing. It forces each ninja clan to send geniuses to ninja school, hoping that they can take important positions in the future. It also forces each clan to move closer to the Hokage faction and send talents to the Hokage. In this way, the main power of each clan in the future will be clearly displayed in the eyes of the Konoha high-level officials. Let the Konoha high-level officials have a clear assessment of the strength of each ninja clan and decide whether to suppress or attract each clan. Of course, the Uchiha clan is an exception. No matter whether the Uchiha clan is strong or weak, the Konoha high-level officials will suppress them. After all, they are born evil Uchiha clan. This is the will of Mr. Tobirama. Aburame Shiai turned over. After all, he looked a little dull after staring at the ceiling with sunglasses for a long time. In fact, there are still many opportunities suitable for me in the Naruto world. The spiritualization technique, Hashirama cells, same Hada among the 7 ninja swords, the splitting technique of the second Tsuchikage, the star of the Star Ninja Village, the horn of the 8 tails, the impure world reincarnation, and the pure land of the 6 paths sage. These are the opportunities selected by Aburame Shiai that he may touch. To be honest, he is very greedy for each of these opportunities and can't wait to get them now. You have to improve your strength. Aburame Shiai sighed. If you want these opportunities, you have to deal with the high-level officials of Konoha. If you are not strong enough, you may not get anything under the righteousness of the will of fire, and waste your energy in vain. Believe me, Mitamonen and Udaten Koharu can do such a thing. You need to be a jonin to exchange benefits. It is too difficult to make merit in exchange for the right to use the Konoha sealing book, and you may only be able to learn one technique. When he thought of this, Aburame Shii had to think of Orochimaru and Shimura Danzo, which is a shortcut to quickly learn the sealing book. But Orochimaru and Shimura Danzo are not easy to deal with. If you don't have real skills, you can't do it. If it has no strength and no use value, it will probably be eaten to the point where no bones are left. Oh, life is not easy. Aburame Zi sighed again. However, it is not without opportunities. There is no way to improve the strength in a short time, but the utilization value can still be improved. Aburame Zi had a good habit in her previous life, which was to make good use of existing resources. Otherwise, the original goo would not have been developed to help Goldfinger. Now that the phosphorus bad bug has been assimilated by the primitive goo, I have 100% control over it. It would be a bit of a waste if it is only used to attack the enemy. 100% control means that Aburame Zi can choose according to his own will whether the phosphate bug is dangerous or safe to others. Although the combination of parasitic bugs and phosphorus bugs shocked Aburame Shiwei and Aburame Shihei, Aburame Zi felt that it was not enough. The most striking feature of the phosphorus is the nanoscale bug. There is no need to only think about attack. You can use phosphorus to do other things, such as treatment. Nanoscale bugs still have great potential in treatment. Another example, human experimentation. I believe nano-level assistants are still very attractive to Orochimaru and Shimura Danzo. Aburame Zi is not afraid that Orochimaru will have evil intentions towards him. After all, he has no bloodline limit, no Uchiha or Senju bloodline, he is just an ordinary Aburame clansman. Even if he's a little special, it's not worth Orochimaru's focus on him. Moreover, his body is already a nest of parasitic bugs and phosphorus bugs, and does not meet the requirements for Orochimaru's reincarnation. Part of Orochimaru's strength lies in human body modification. He has an embarrassing problem if he wants to be reincarnated. Orochimaru, Zi-kun, I want your body. Body, I'm sorry, Orochimaru-sama, I'm already in the shape of a bad insect. All security is still there. Of course Shimura Danzo also has to give it a try. Shimura Danzo still has a lot of resources. It would also be nice to become his disciple rather than his tool. After all, becoming a disciple of Shimura Danzo is equivalent to becoming a member of the high-ranking Hokage lineage. There is also a powerful force to rely on. After thinking for a while, Aburame Zi closed her eyes. These are still a bit far away for him, so he should rest well now and work hard to accept the training of Aburame's highway tomorrow. Chapter 6 Training. The next day, the Aburame clan training ground. I will teach you today. In the morning, you will learn the secret technique of our clan, which is the technique of parasitism. After learning, Zhihei will teach you the technique of parasitism. Aburame's highway paused and said, since you can already combine parasitic insects and phosphorus evil insects, don't waste this talent. I will cherish this talent, Aburame Zi said seriously. Very good. Although it is a combination of parasites and phosphorus, we still need to focus on the secret technique of parasites. Next, we must study seriously. Aburame's highway nodded when he saw Aburame Zi's performance. Release your bug. A group of parasitic insects appeared in front of Aburame Zi. You don't have enough chakra to raise many bugs, but don't be discouraged. You are already pretty good for your age. Aburame's highway said, I have applied for the Aburame clan's medicinal diet and medicated bath for you, which can help you grow quickly. The Abura clan has medicated meals and medicated baths, but there are not enough for every clan member to use them. Hey! Aburame's highway noticed that Aburame's mouth parts were purple, which was very inconspicuous. Originally, he thought it was just an ordinary parasite, but he didn't expect that Aburame had hidden the phosphorus parasite. Aburame smiled slightly with relief. Very good. Learning to hide and disguise information is a very important ability. If you can think about it on your own to this point, I will apply for a medicated diet and medicated bath for you. Thank you, Master's Highway. Aburame was very grateful to Aburame's highway. The Aburame clan's medicinal diet and medicinal baths were very precious. After all, the Aburame clan was not a wealthy clan. Every resource of the Aburame clan is very precious. And no resource is redundant. Next, Aburame received a scroll, which recorded ninjutsu such as insect clone, insect jade, insect cocoon, insect summoning, insect wall technique, insect evil folk implement technique, and spindle technique. This is the secret technique of the Aburame clan. Although it is various, it is essentially the control of insects. With your control over insects, it should not be a problem. Let's practice the insect clone today. Aburame's highway has great faith in Aburame's control. Aburame looked at the scroll and studied according to the records on the scroll. Aburame controls the bugs in her body and cooperates with the use of secret techniques. The swarm of insects quickly flew to Aburame's side and transformed into Aburame's appearance. The insect clone was successfully cast. Sure enough, Ze, your control power has many advantages in using secret techniques. Aburame's current chakra was not enough to use the insect clone, but he still used it. And it was successful the first time. Aburame's highway lamented that even he had to train for a long time before he succeeded, instead of succeeding the first time like Aburame. It is not easy to get the bug to act exactly as you want. Keep studying, learning the secret technique is the beginning. Next, Aburame's highway taught a lot of insect clone experiences, which made Aburame gain a lot. As expected of the next leader of the Aburame clan, he was surprised by many of the insect clone's little tricks. Time passed slowly, Aburame learned a lot. Afternoon. Aburame's highway led Aburame to a big tree. Ze is now practicing chakra control and climbing trees, just like this. With that said, Aburame's highway walked onto the trunk of the tree, and then hung upside down on the branch. Watching Aburame's highway walking up the tree, I couldn't help but sigh. Climbing trees and treading water are compulsory courses for every ninja. But it's not a problem for him. Aburame also walked up the tree trunk, walking towards the top step by step like Aburame's highway. Hanging upside down on a branch, matching sunglasses with Aburame's highway's sunglasses. The same goes for treading water. Aburame has not been idle in refining chakra. Chakra control is the focus of practice. When chakra was first refined, there was no way to practice secret techniques and no way to practice chakra control. Aburame was not only thinking under the shade of the tree, but also practicing chakra control. Whether it's calm water or fast currents, Aburame can walk with ease. But in terms of physical skills, the oily girl suffered a lot. There are no shortcuts in physical training, and Aburame highway is also very serious about training Aburame. But Aburame was not lazy. The third ninja war would begin a few years later. If she could improve her strength a little, she would have a better chance of survival. After a day of training, Aburame was sweating profusely and lay down on the ground to rest tiredly. Aburame didn't want to move at all. Not to mention the physical training, she was miserably suppressed by Aburame's highway in the physical training. Aburame's highway always uses the level of physical skills that is close to the limit that he can currently accept. He can deal with it for a while, but after a long time, he cannot deal with it. Not only is it physically demanding, it is also mentally taxing, but the level of physical skills has improved a lot. The next step is to take a medicated bath. Aburame's highway prepared the materials and brought Aburame into the house. Go in and I will adjust the temperature for you. Aburame entered the wooden barrel, the warm feeling from the medicinal bath poured into his body, and he couldn't help but moan. Aburame felt that every cell in her body was soothing, greedily absorbing nutrients from the outside world, and the bugs in her body became more active. After relaxing for a while, Aburame did not forget her plan. Master's Highway, I want to enter a ninja school to study. Aburame put forward her own needs. Aburame Highway thought for a while, okay, it's a good thing to study in a ninja school, but you can't use phosphorus bugs in a ninja school. Aburame Highway clearly knows how strong Aburame is at controlling phosphorus worms, even if using phosphorus worms will not cause danger. But it is still necessary for Aburame not to use phosphorus bugs. Because it will be very troublesome once used, all races have a basic understanding of the phosphorus bug and know how dangerous this bug is. In this way, the Aburame clan would have to explain. If they explain, the information will be leaked. It is better not to use the phosphorus bugs in the ninja school from the beginning. The Ninja World School is a place for learning and a place where bonds are formed. There is no chance for Aburame to use the phosphate bug. Okay, Master's Highway. I won't make things difficult for the family. Aburame said firmly. This was also his original thought. The Aburame clan had done a great job in cultivating him, and he would also repay the family when he grew up. Aburame Highway said happily, the situation in the ninja world is not good now. Even if you go to ninja school, you have to practice hard. I have realized it a long time ago and will not relax. Aburame replied. When the medicinal properties of the medicinal bath were exhausted, Aburame Highway let Aburame escape. Have a good rest and continue training tomorrow. Aburame Highway warned, the ninja school will start in 3 months. You must exercise well during this period. 3 months is enough. Aburame breathed out and thought silently that this was his training time before entering the ninja school. Chapter 7 Admission. 3 months after the ceremony of the Aburame clan. Early morning. There are 2 people from the Oil Girl tribe, one big and one small, fighting each other. Aburame Shiitsu held a kunao and rushed towards Aburame Highway, changing directions very flexibly along the way. But Aburame's highway remained motionless, looking full of oppression. Aburame Shiitsu was very fast and rushed in front of Aburame Highway, stabbing Aburame Highway with the kunao in her hand. Aburame Highway turned sideways and used a kunao to block the attack. The 2 kunao met and sparks flew everywhere. Then he took advantage of the situation and used the kunao to paddle towards Aburame. Aburame Shiitsu reacted the moment Aburame Shiitsu turned sideways to block the intersection of kunao, and immediately rolled in the opposite direction. She rolled to avoid Aburame Highway's attack, and immediately got into a stance, preparing to attack again. You have done very well in the past 3 months. You have learned the secret techniques of parasitic insect and phosphate insect. Your physical skills are also very good, and your chakra is growing very fast. Aburame's highway stopped and signaled that the training was over. Please tidy up. You are about to enter the ninja school, so you can't be too embarrassed. Aburame took a breath and said gratefully, thanks to the teachings of Lord's Highway and Uncle's Highway, as well as the medicinal diet and medicinal baths provided by the clan, otherwise there would not be such a big improvement. Repaying kindness has always been a good quality of Aburame. In the past 3 months, Aburame's Highway and Aburame's Highway can be said to have taught him without reservation, which has improved his strength a lot. 3 months of uninterrupted medicated diet and medicinal baths made his chakra grow rapidly, at least it would be difficult for him to release a bug clone. Farewell to Aburame's Highway. Aburame's Highway returned to his home, took a shower and changed into clean clothes. Next, we headed to the ninja school. Arriving at the ninja school, Aburame found that many parents sent their children to attend the opening ceremony. Aburame blended in with the students at the opening ceremony and found a remote place to stay, which was very inconspicuous. Although it is a bit remote here, you can clearly see most of the opening ceremony. What a great place for eating melons and watching a show! Aburame said with emotion. Unexpectedly, another person came here, with silver hair and a mask, covering a small part of his face. It's Kakashi Hatake. Obviously Hatake Kakashi also discovered this good position. Aburame looked at Hatake Kakashi, and Hatake Kakashi also looked at Aburame. Neither of them spoke. Aburame could feel a sharpness from Kakashi, like an unsheathed sword. Kakashi felt a full sense of oppression from Aburame Shiitsu, who was silent but very powerful. Master. The two looked at each other silently. There was some silence for a while. After waiting for a while, the third Hokage came out. Looking at the students enrolled in the ninja school, the third Hokage smiled happily, looking kind and gentle. They are all fresh leeks, oh no, they are all the sprouts of the will of fire. For example, the silent duo in the corner at the opening ceremony. It seems that the ninjas are of high quality, otherwise they would not be able to find that place. The green figure doing push-ups shouting youth, constantly sweating youth. Shiranui Genma held 1,000 books in his mouth, crossed his arms with his hands on his chest, and had a cool expression. Awakening to the limited inheritance of bloodline, Moonlight Gale was dragged down by it and kept coughing. Wherever the leaves are flying, the fire will continue to grow. The fire will continue to illuminate the village and make new leaves sprout. The third Hokage looks a little old, but he feels full of energy. Yes, Konoha is now at its strongest period. Hatake Sakumo is powerful in the ninja world. Orochimaru has not yet decided to cut off the bonds. Namikaze Minato's Flying Thunder God is showing his sharpness, and the various ninja clans in Konoha are powerful. The strength of Konoha gave the third Hokage the confidence. Although he was gentle, he was full of courage and gave the villagers of Konoha a sense of security. It is currently the final period of the third Hokage's prime. The third Hokage at this time was pretty good, but things changed after the fourth Hokage came back to power after his death. After experiencing Hatake Sakumo's suicide, the Nine Tails Rebellion, Namikaze Minato's death in battle, and Orochimaru's defection, he completely entered his twilight years and became a paper framer. You must know that seeing Konoha, which was strong under his leadership, decline in a short period of time, it had a great impact on the third Hokage. So much so that I didn't dare to let Konoha change again, for fear of getting worse. The third Hokage had an unexpected surprise during his speech. Excuse me, I'm late helping the old lady cross the road. Uchiha Obito came to the ninja school in a panic. There are also masters. The third Hokage said with emotion that this year's ninja school students are really blooming. With the third Hokage's eyesight, he couldn't tell whether Obito Uchiha was lying. It stands to reason that Uchiha would not bother to lie about such a trivial matter, but Uchiha Obito's reason was too perfunctory, and it was obvious at a glance that it was false. His reason for being late in the first place was much more perfect than this. He was helping Danzo cross the street. But Uchiha Obito's expression doesn't look fake. I can't tell the difference, I really can't tell the difference. Uchiha Obito. The third Hokage said silently in his heart. The third Hokage knew about Obito Uchiha very early, or he knew all the information about the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Obito is different from ordinary Uchiha who are extreme and arrogant. He is kind and simple-minded. If it weren't for Uchiha Obito's talent not reaching the average level of Uchiha, he would definitely inject the will of fire into Uchiha Obito. Now the third Hokage is afraid of Uchiha, but not to the point of being crazy. With the current strength of Konoha, the third Hokage is confident that he can suppress Uchiha. The third Hokage nodded kindly to Uchiha Obito. Uchiha Obito's face turned red and he looked very excited. This is the will of fire. Aburame couldn't help but sigh that the third Hokage had a knack for winning people's hearts. After the third Hokage finished his speech, the entire opening ceremony burst into warm applause. Why do you keep staring at me? Aburame couldn't stand the 1-2-3 wooden man game, so he spoke first. You are very strong. Kakashi replied with a dead look on his face. Kakashi looked for a good location at the opening ceremony, remote but with a wide view. Unexpectedly, there were already people there. Kakashi covered his nose and mouth with a mask, but the other person was even worse. The high collar covers the mouth, the sunglasses cover the eyes, the hood covers the hair, and the hands are in the pockets. Very little of the whole body is exposed. Man, you have successfully caught my attention. Aburame, nice to meet you. Hitaki Kakashi, nice to meet you. Kakashi said happily, but still had a dead look on his face. Enter the classroom. Aburame said. The speech is over, and everyone has entered the assigned classes one after another. Not surprisingly, he will be in the same class as Kakashi, or students with potential and background will be in the same class. Kakashi Ninja he is very talented and has learned swordsmanship from his father since he was a child. His strength is not weak. The first thing I felt when I came to the ninja school today was that the students in the ninja school were naive, fragile, and had a clear sense of stupidity. It wasn't until I met Aburame that I discovered someone of the same kind. This is what a ninja looks like, Kakashi nodded in approval. Chapter 8 Class. Classroom. Aburame found a seat in the back row. He wanted to learn the family's forbidden skills, so he couldn't learn them in front of his teachers and classmates. At least you have to pretend. Shiitsu Aburame plans to cultivate a powerful insect that will allow him to break through the shadow level. It is difficult to cultivate bugs that can break through the shadow level. Hasn't it been so difficult for the Aburame clan to cultivate them from the past to the present? The Aburame clan has been cultivating them and spent a lot of resources without success. Phosphate worms are relatively successful, but unfortunately they are too restrictive. The forbidden technique, the pot poison technique, is an important part of the bugs imagined by Shii Aburame. The pot poison technique is a forbidden technique of the Aburame clan. It gathers corpses together and spreads poisonous insects among them. It activates a barrier to cause the poisonous insects to multiply rapidly and causes the dead cells to produce poisonous gas. It uses explosions to spread the poisonous gas and attack all creatures that come into contact with the poisonous mist. This kind of insect was named parasitic insect by Aburame. To put it simply, parasites equals parasites plus phosphorus plus phagocytosis ability of the same shark muscle plus the second generation Tsuchikage splitting technique plus pillar cells plus the forbidden technique pot poisoning technique. As the main body, the parasite is added with the ability to die immediately upon contact with the phosphorus. It has the characteristics of same Hata muscle swallowing chakra. It can also split like the second generation Tsuchikage split jutsu. When it finally dies, it can also provide chakra through Hashirama cells. Use the forbidden technique pot poison technique to perform a small poisonous explosion. It can attack alone or in groups, which is very scary. It can be called the most successful work that Aburame Shii can think of so far. It's a good idea. If an average person thinks about it, they won't be able to complete it. It's not as simple as 1 plus 1. The difficulty increases exponentially. But Aburame is different. The primitive goo gives him the confidence. As long as the conditions are met, Aburame can use the primitive goo to complete the parasite. Very beautiful. Thinking about it, Aburame couldn't help but grin. Yoshino Taiga watched from the podium as students entered the classroom one after another, finding their seats and doing well. Students, I am the homeroom teacher Yoshino Taiga. I would like to ask for your advice in the future. Because I had just arrived in the classroom, the students gathered together to communicate with each other and the noisy classroom became quiet. Hello, teacher, my name is Uchiha Obito, please give me your advice. Uchiha Obito has not yet calmed down from the behavior of the third Hokage, and becoming an acquaintance with the third Hokage made him appear particularly active. With Uchiha Obito taking the lead, Everyone became active, and the quiet classroom became noisy again. Students introduced themselves one by one. Looking at these children, Yoshino Taiga felt a few years younger. As a civilian ninja, it was not easy for Yoshino Taiga to become a Chunin, and it would not be an exaggeration to describe it as a narrow escape from death. Civilian ninjas who are not talented will basically stay at the bottom. For example, Matt Dai is still a genin when he doesn't use the 8-gate dungeon and his talent is not obvious. There are indeed so-called 10,000-year genin, and there are quite a few of them. Most of them are civilian ninjas with insufficient talent. Normally, I'm fine. I can do some odd jobs, weeding, looking for cats, and picking up trash to make ends meet. But when it comes to war, civilian ninjas have to resign themselves to their fate, and the death rate is terrifying. Yoshino Taiga is a civilian ninja. After many hardships, he became a Chunin. It can be said that he is already the envy of ordinary civilian ninjas. Not to mention that Yoshino Taiga joined the ninja school and became a teacher. You must know that the principal of the ninja school is the third Hokage. Yoshino Taiga can teach this class that the third Hokage is concerned about. He received a request from the third Hokage to evaluate the students and show the evaluation report to the third Hokage. The whole person was very excited, just like Uchiha Obito. This is the influence of the third Hokage during this period. Not to mention the third Hokage's personal efforts to win over people's hearts. There are many people like Yoshino Taiga who are proud of doing things for the third Hokage. The first lesson today is to introduce our great past Hokage. Yoshino Taiga raised the corner of his mouth slightly, cleared his throat, and said, "Before the ninja village system, the ninja world was full of wars. Individuals and individuals, individuals and families fought endlessly against each other. At that time, even you children of this age have to take up arms and go to the battlefield to fight. At this time, someone stood up. In order to prevent the children from going to the battlefield and for peace, they gathered like-minded companions and founded Konoha together. I know, it's the first Hokage." The children answered one after another, and they immediately felt involved. Yes, the first Hokage is the founder of Konoha and has been working hard for peace. Yoshino Taiga replied. Next is the second Hokage. The second Hokage perfected the ninja village system. The current ninja school was founded by the second Hokage. Our Konoha is so powerful now, and the second Hokage has contributed a lot to it. Yoshino Taiga paused, his tone became passionate, and his whole person was very serious. The last one is the strongest Hokage in history, the third Hokage. The third Hokage is a ninja doctor. He is proficient in 5 attribute ninjutsu and is very powerful among all the Hokages in the past. In addition to his powerful strength, the thoughts of the third Hokage are also a priceless treasure. The practice of the will of fire is worth learning throughout our lives. Konoha, wherever it flies, the fire will never stop. The fire will continue to illuminate the village and make new leaves sprout. Yoshino Taiga said incessantly. Aburame Shii nodded from time to time. At this time, it was not certain whether the third Hokage had peaked or not. There was no loss in pretending, so why not do it? Just sighing at Yoshino Taiga's boldness, stop scolding, the strength of the first and second Hokage is unquestionable. As for the will of fire, it was proposed by Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. I don't know if the third Hokage will be embarrassed when he hears it. Now, the third Hokage is quite embarrassed. He is observing with the telescope technique, but Yoshino Taiga flatters him. If it were only him, he would be embarrassed but secretly happy. But now Shimura Danzo is by his side. This is embarrassing. After all, how is Sarutobi Hiruzen? Shimura Danzo doesn't know. Hiruzen, it seems that your people are very stable, so you don't have to worry about the threat of Uchiha, but the Uchiha clan still needs to be monitored, and I need to replenish the power of the root. Shimura Danzo didn't feel anything about Sarutobi Hiruzen's fame. Sarutobi Hiruzen was the current Hokage, so of course he was the strongest, otherwise he couldn't intimidate the other 4 major ninja villages. After Yoshino Taiga finished speaking, he looked at the students' enthusiastic expressions and asked them to talk about their feelings. It was Aburame Shiai's turn. Konoha's current achievements are inseparable from the leadership of the 3rd Hokage, and even more so from those who have been silently devoting themselves without asking for anything in return. And he, my friend, is the real hero. He faced thousands of criticisms with a cold brow and was willing to serve as a cow for the children. When Shimura Danzo heard this, he felt that it was great. If anyone knew him, there would be no one who didn't hate him, but Danzo didn't care at all and dedicated himself to Konoha selflessly. It's not that he would face the criticism of thousands of people with a cold brow, but would be willing to serve as a cow for children. When Shimura Danzo heard this, he was shocked. He didn't expect that someone in the new generation of Konoha still remembered him. This means that Shimura Danzo has also been deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. If it is rounded up again, it means that there is a high probability that he will become Hokage. If it is rounded up again, it means that he will lead Konoha to dominate the ninja world. Shimura Danzo couldn't help but feel passionate when thinking of the beautiful vision. Hiruzen, this child has a deep sense of root. Give him to me. I will train him to be a useful person for Konoha. No. This child has the will of fire and will not be handed over to you. Sarutobi Hiruzen decisively refused. Aburame Shiwei had explained Aburame Shiai's situation to the 3rd Hokage, so Sarutobi Hiruzen knew very well the potential and danger of Aburame Shiai. Aburame Shiai was already very dangerous, and it would be too much if he was handed over to Shimura Danzo. Good guy, the last Aburame Ryoma wanted to kill him, and even the will of fire was useless. The root will, which is born evil, can't let you harm the seedlings. Sarutobi Hiruzen subconsciously suppressed Shimura Danzo's power, and didn't want Shimura Danzo's power to be completely out of control. When Shimura Danzo heard Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, it was like being poured with a basin of cold water. He came back to his senses from his beautiful imagination, and couldn't accept it for a while. He said angrily, "You will regret it, Hiruzen. I am the fire." Before Sarutobi Hiruzen finished speaking, Shimura Danzo rushed out. It seems that his defense is really broken. Chapter 9 Before the actual battle. Aburame Shiai is very busy in the ninja school. On the one hand, he has to learn the forbidden technique, the pot of poison, which has a sealing technique part and is very complicated. After repeatedly confirming the control level of Aburame Shiai, Shiwei passed down the forbidden technique, the pot of poison. The forbidden technique, the pot of poison, is not so difficult to practice as to easily cause controversy. The forbidden technique, the pot of poison, requires corpses, regardless of enemy or friend, and the stronger the corpse, the more chakra, and the better the effect of the pot of poison. The battlefield requires you to use the pot of poison, but the enemy's corpse is limited, and the power is not enough. What should you do? Do you use your own corpse? If you use the forbidden technique, the pot of poison, and if you have to sacrifice the corpse of a powerful ninja on your side, who will take responsibility and who can take responsibility? Imagine if the corpse of the first generation Hokage is used as the material for the forbidden technique, the pot of poison. I am afraid that Konoha will not settle accounts later and take your ashes on the spot. Yang, let you accompany the first generation Hokage. Of course, other people are not as good as the first generation Hokage, but the negative impact caused should not be underestimated. On the other hand, you need to learn basic medical knowledge to prepare for future nanoworm treatment. There is also human body knowledge, or this is the focus of Aburame Shiai's study, and it is also the support for seeking benefits in the future. You also need to cultivate some insects, ordinary insects that do not contain chakra. Some ninjas are very sensitive to chakra, and insects containing chakra may be sensed. Insects without chakra are different. They are not easy to be discovered. Even if they are discovered, they will be subconsciously ignored and classified as natural environment. The first judgment of a ninja on the enemy is whether there is chakra. If there is no chakra, it is basically assumed to be no threat. This blind spot of thinking can be used well. Too busy. Aburame lazily lay back to rest, watching him. Those stupid classmates are playing tricks. For example, Marino Yaki, Shiranui Genma, and Moonlight Hayate whispered in private, covering their mouths and laughing from time to time. Completely invisible to the teacher. Another example is Uchiha Obito, who was late because he helped his old lady cross the street. The head teacher Yoshino Taiga was very angry about this. Yoshino Taiga would not say anything once or twice, but he was almost late every time. This is not possible. Time is very important to ninjas. A little delay may cause the mission to fail and cause irreparable losses. Class teacher Yoshino Taiga criticized. Forget it, sit back and be careful next time. Yoshino Taiga looked at Uchiha Obito, who kept apologizing, and said helplessly. Uchiha Obito is of the Uchiha clan after all, so what if he bows his head and apologizes? It's not good to go too far. In other words, all the students here are good talents, and Yoshino Taiga is really not easy to punish. He is a small civilian shogunin, and his biggest role is to inject the will of fire into these children, allowing them to form bonds and ensure their healthy growth. As for his teachings, they are useful but not much. All he can teach is some theory and basic physical skills. As for ninjutsu, there is only the three-body technique. For these students with talents and backgrounds, it cannot be said that it is useless, but it really does not have much effect. Time flies. The day's class is over. The practical class will be held in 3 days, so everyone should prepare. Yoshino Taiga announced the mission. He wanted to conduct a thorough investigation and evaluate each student so that he could report to the third Hokage. Zi, what do you think? Are you confident? Shiranui Genma, holding 1,000 books in his mouth, walked over with Gecko Hayate and Marino Ibiki. Normally, Aburame Zi and Kakashi are trained to be the best, and they get perfect marks. Everyone really wants to know who is stronger. It's okay. Aburame Zi answered lazily. Kakashi turned his head and took a deep look at Aburame Zi. Kakashi is confident in himself, but he can also feel that Aburame Shiitsu is very strong and is his strong rival. I won't hold back after 3 days. Kakashi's coolness attracted the attention of many female students. I will also try my best. Aburame Zi has also been preparing for the practical class for a long time. He will face the taijutsu taught to Kakashi by Konoha White Fang, which Aburame Zi has been looking forward to for a long time. At first, there were some female students around Aburame Zi, and there were also many who were curious about Aburame Zi. But after Shiai Aburame inadvertently released the bugs, the girls dispersed and ran to Kakashi, so he became a boy next to him. A superficial woman. Aburame Zi complained. Complaints are all complaints, but Aburame Zi will not underestimate Kakashi. Kakashi is the fastest legend in Konoha. He graduated early at the age of 5 and became a Chuunin at the age of 6. Strength cannot be underestimated. When Kakashi returned home, he went to the courtyard to practice swinging his sword seriously, trying to adjust his condition, and he was in a better state after 3 days. Hitaki Sakumo came to Kakashi's side at some point and silently watched Kakashi practice his sword swing. Today, Kakashi is more attentive than before. Until Kakashi finishes swinging his sword, he puts it away and rests. Hitaki Sakumo sat on the bench with Kakashi. Did something happen to Kakashi because he worked so hard today? I met a classmate, his name is Aburame Zi, who is very strong. There will be a practical class in 3 days, and I have to fight against him. Kakashi briefly explained the situation, his eyes full of fighting spirit, as if he had already seen Aburame Zi. Hitaki Sakumo touched Kakashi's head and smiled happily. It's good to make friends. Even as opponents, it's an unforgettable bond. I will try my best. Kakashi replied. I originally wanted to pass it on to you later, but seeing how hard you work, I'd better pass it on to you now. Hatake Sakumo swung his sword and slashed a slashing wave across the wooden pile. After a moment, the wooden pile split into two pieces, revealing a smooth mirror surface. So strong. Kakashi was stunned, he didn't expect to be so strong. Hatake Sakumo couldn't help but laugh when he saw Kakashi's stunned look. You have to study hard next time. At the same time, Aburame Zei is also practicing the Aburame secret technique. He will face Kakashi in 3 days. It will be difficult to defeat Kakashi immediately without the use of phosphorus evil insects. Aburame Zei is increasingly eager for resources that can help him become stronger. To show value. At least enough value must be obtained in exchange for Konoha's forbidden technique before the third war in the ninja world. Aburame Zei slowly exhaled and calmed down her somewhat disturbed heart. It's not worth enough now, whether it's trading with Orochimaru or becoming Danzo's disciple, it's not even close. Aburame Zei has been a disciple for 3 generations without even thinking about it. Is this what you want to do? The interest groups of the third Hokage have long been entrenched. Have you thought about those interest groups if you want to become a disciple? What's more, the third Hokage now admires Namikaze Minato and has no intention of accepting him as a disciple. Among the 3 ninjas, Tsunade could not be found when she left the village. Jiraiya focused on Minato and Nagato, who were suspected to be the children of destiny, and had no intention of accepting disciples. Orochimaru will defect in the future, and if he becomes a disciple, it will bring trouble to the Aburame clan. Aburame Zei couldn't help but sigh. It's not enough to combine parasitic worms with phosphorus worms. At best, it's a good knife. It's difficult to get into the top management. I hope what I said today has attracted Danzo. As long as Danzo dares to send someone over, he dares to propose request for apprenticeship. It didn't matter whether Danzo agreed or not. His request to become a disciple planted a seed in Danzo's heart. When he is valuable enough, Danzo will naturally consider whether to accept him as his disciple. As for sending people to force him, his current strength is not weak. Once the parasites and phosphorus break out at full strength, he will be a special jounin. You may not be able to defeat him, but you can escape. Facing a student from a ninja school, Danzo would not go all out, sending out all his elite members, and at most 1 jounin. The worst-case scenario of being caught would be to have a curse placed on you. If there is primitive goo, it can be eliminated bit by bit, and then it can grow quickly with the help of root resources. Then give my dear Lord Danzo a Konoha tradition, to deceive the master and destroy the ancestor. Chapter 10 Fighting with Kakashi. Early morning. Ninja School. Yoshino Taiga looked at the chirping and excited children below and shouted loudly, "Get ready, the actual combat training will begin now." Uchiha Obito put his hands on the table and shouted, "Okay, I want to duel with Kakashi." Uchiha Obito has been unhappy with Kakashi for a long time, or it could be said that the boys have a big problem with Kakashi's handsome suit and cool appearance, which attracts the attention of many girls in the class. Especially since Lin secretly looked at Kakashi several times. Yoshino Taiga was speechless when he saw Uchiha Obito. This Uchiha Obito could always bring him a little surprise. Yoshino Taiga replied, "The first battle will be decided by the results of the draw. If you want Kakashi to fight, you can win." Then, Yoshino Taiga took out a cardboard box and said, "Everyone, come over and draw lots." The students went up to draw lots one by one, opened the paper and got who their opponents were. Yoshino Taiga said, "Since everyone has finished drawing, let the number 1 player come on to fight." With that said, Yoshino Taiga also became serious. He wanted to carefully observe the potential of this group of students so that he could report it to the third Hokage in a timely manner. The number 1 player is Kakashi and Uchiha Obito. Uchiha Obito held the paper for contestant number 1, laughed loudly with his hands on his hips, and said provocatively, Kakashi, I want you to know how powerful I am. Kakashi was a little speechless looking at the triumphant look of Uchiha Obito. Yoshino Taiga promptly reminded, both sides form a seal of opposition. Uchiha Obito and Kakashi formed the seal of opposition and then separated. Uchiha Obito casually found Nohara Lin in the crowd and found that Lin was secretly looking at Kakashi. Uchiha Obito immediately said angrily to Kakashi, "Kakashi, let me defeat you." Uchiha Obito rushed towards Kakashi with a kunao in hand. Kakashi saw that Uchiha Obito had no defense at all and rushed towards him, secretly cursing an idiot. Uchiha Obito rushed in front of Kakashi, holding a kunao and stabbed Kakashi blankly. Kakashi did not escape. Uchiha Obito was shocked. He wanted to stop but it was too late. The kunao penetrated Kakashi's body. Uchiha Obito watched Kakashi being stabbed into his body with a kunao, and he was so frightened that he lost his mind. He knelt down with his whole body trembling, and finally murmured, "I killed Kakashi." Kakashi, who was stabbed by the kunao, turned into a wooden stake with a bang, which was a substitute technique. Kakashi stood behind Uchiha Obito, with the knife on Uchiha Obito's neck. He was confused by Uchiha Obito's behavior and didn't know whether to take action. When Yoshino Taiga saw this scene, he announced, "Kakashi wins." At the same time, he was also reminding Uchiha Obito that Kakashi was fine. Only then did Uchiha Obito react. Seeing that Kakashi was intact, his heart was filled with joy and embarrassment, and his face turned red. The group battle ended, and soon it was Aburame Ziyi's turn. The sixth group is Aburame Ziyi, and her opponent is Shiranui Genma. Aburame Ziyi and Shiranui Gen formed a seal of opposition, and the two sides began to fight. I saw parasites releasing from Aburame Shiitsu's body, and soon a swarm of parasites was formed, rushing toward Shiranui Genma in a black mass. Shiranui Genma clicked his tongue and thought, "It's hard to do. I don't have large-scale ninjutsu yet, so I can only give it a try." Shiranui Genma rushed towards Aburame Shiitsu against the swarm of parasitic insects. Shiranui Genma dodged left and right, trying to escape the first wave of parasitic insect swarms despite being injured. The parasite swarm immediately chased back and attacked behind Shiranui Genma. Aburame Ziyi watched Shiranui Genma rushing toward him without much reaction. Another swarm of insects was released, densely covering the site, and rushed towards Shiranui Genma. Shiranui Genma's scalp felt numb as he looked at the dense parasites that obscured his vision. He held on and rushed forward, swiping the kunao in his hand hard when it collided with the insect swarm. The swarm of parasitic insects separated along Shiranui Genma's kunao, and what caught Shiranui Genma's eyes was Aburame Shiitoshi. Not good. Shiranui Genma thought to himself. The alarm bells in his heart rang loudly, and a strong sense of crisis came over him. But just when the old power was gone and Sony was not reborn, Shiki Aburame didn't give Shiranui Genma a chance, and Tishin defeated Shiranui Genma cleanly. Shiranui Genma flew over to the top of the Iron Mountain with Aburame Ziyi, and lay on the ground for a while before getting up. "It hurts so much, you don't know how to be gentler." Shiranui Genma rubbed his belly and said something that was misleading. The corner of Aburame Ziyi's mouth twitched. His classmates had so many tricks up their sleeves. Aburame is determined to win. Yoshino Taiga said when he saw this scene. Kakashi looked at Aburame Ziyi's performance and nodded silently. Whether it was ninjutsu proficiency, physical skills, or timing, Aburame Ziyi was very strong. The next battles started one after another. Kakashi met Metkai. Metkai's physical skills were very good and caused a little trouble to Kakashi. Aburame Ziyi felt even more relaxed. When she met a female student, she released bugs to scare the other party slightly, and the other party surrendered. As expected, Aburame Ziyi and Kakashi entered the finals and received cheers from the students. The boys cheered for Aburame Ziyi, and the girls cheered for Kakashi, which seemed extremely harmonious. Yoshino Taiga announced loudly that the next match was between Kakashi and Aburame Shiitsu, and the two sides formed a seal of opposition. Aburame Zei and Kakashi slowly formed the seal of reconciliation, both of them staring at each other seriously. Kakashi looked deeply into Aburame Zei's sunglasses and said, "Zei, I'm going to fuck you." Aburame Zei looked at Kakashi and nodded speechlessly, why Kakashi also became strange. Kakashi's body shape changed from extremely still to extremely dynamic. He increased his speed to the extreme in a very short period of time, and silently rushed towards Aburame Shiitsu. Aburame Zei's eyes narrowed. Kakashi was indeed a genius. The whole act was extremely fast and silent, and contained great power. It is indeed a combination of samurai and ninja. It is hard to imagine how strong Hotaki Sakumo is. Aburame Zei sighed inwardly. However, Kakashi rushing towards him did not exceed Aburame Zei's expectations. On the one hand, Aburame Zei released a stream of parasites and rushed towards Kakashi, and on the other hand, she used parasites to spread around. When Kakashi saw the parasites rushing toward him, he didn't panic at all. "I can see clearly. Zei's parasites are very fast, but I can still see clearly." At the moment when the parasitic bugs rushed towards him, Kakashi transferred chakra to the sword, and then slashed with the sword horizontally, hoping to temporarily disrupt the parasitic bugs. This is the intelligence collected by Kakashi. When an order is completed or disrupted, the parasitic insects of the Aburame clan will fall into chaos and be unable to attack or accept orders. To put it simply, the secret technique of the Aburame clan has a backlash. Because the parasite can only understand some simple commands, it takes a certain amount of time to re-accept the command when it is confused. For example, the insect clones will turn into a group of parasitic insects at the end and cannot attack at this time. Because the parasite has not yet reacted to the previous command, it cannot receive new commands. But when Kakashi swung his sword to disrupt the parasitic insect only paused for a moment, and then continued to rush towards Kakashi. Kakashi's pupils shrank suddenly, secretly thinking something was wrong. Chapter 11 Victory. Kakashi was sweating profusely and panting heavily. Although he was in a sorry state, he still held the knife in both hands to guard against Shii Aburame. At that moment, Kakashi tried his best to use the teleportation technique to escape from the siege of Aburame Shiitsu's parasites, but it was at the end of his efforts. The consumption of the instant body technique was beyond Kakashi's imagination, and his whole body was now releasing signs of exhaustion. This is the bad consequence of wrong intelligence. Fortunately, it is an actual battle in a ninja school. On the battlefield, life and death have been decided. Kakashi-kun still underestimates me. I have very strong control over bugs. Aburame Zei said with a smile, showing her control over the parasites. Of course it's not just shown to Kakashi, there are others. The third Hokage was observing through the telescope. When he saw this scene, he couldn't help but sigh. The Aburame clan is about to create a legend. Aburame Zei's performance raised the strength of the Aburame clan to a higher level. It has shown great potential without using phosphorus worms. If phosphorus worms are used one day, it will be a flying dragon. The third Hokage was very happy to see it. He knocked the pipe in his hand and showed a kind smile on his face. On the one hand, this proves that under his leadership, Konoha is prospering, and small ninja clans like the Aburame clan have made great progress. On the other hand, Aburame Shiwei is a teammate of Namikaze Minato at the same time and is the next leader of the Aburame clan. Namikaze Minato works hard, and the Aburame clan becomes Minato's supporters. Of course, there is also the reason why the Aburame clan is a middle-level ninja clan and is relatively weak. Even if there is an Aburame Shiitsu, it cannot threaten the rule of the third Hokage. Otherwise, if you switch to the Uchiha clan and try it, you will either be infused with the will of fire by the third Hokage, or you will be brutally beaten secretly by Danzo Shimura. Kakashi did not refute what Aburame Shiitsu said. Intelligence is an important part of ninja battles. Collection and deception are normal. Kakashi collected wrong information and made wrong decisions, which led to the current results, and there is nothing to say. Kakashi took a few deep breaths and did not continue to rest. Taking advantage of the fact that he still had the strength, he desperately squeezed out the last bit of chakra in his body and rushed towards Aburame. Kakashi's decision was correct. If he continued to rest, he would probably enter a period of exhaustion. Once you enter the period of exhaustion and you have no strength left, you are a lamb to be slaughtered. It is better to give it a try while you still have some strength. Aburame watched Kakashi rush towards him, which was exactly what he wanted. Aburame gathered some of the parasitic insects together to form a huge insect swarm. The next moment, the parasite swarm became violent, attacking Kakashi like a black cloud over the city. Crush away. The assimilated parasitic insects are 100% controlled by Aburame. And this is not just a matter of being ordered. It can also stimulate the vitality of parasitic insects and burst out with powerful power in a short period of time. Although it will overdraw the life of the parasite and cause the parasite to die in a short period of time, there is no doubt about the power of the parasite in this short period of time. Kakashi gritted his teeth and squeezed out the last of his chakra, thinking of Hatake Sakumo's teachings. Kakashi has been learning the slash wave from Hatake Sakumo for the past 3 days, but the slash wave is too difficult and Kakashi has never mastered it. But now Kakashi had no choice. Catalyzed by determination and crisis, Kakashi used this move. Be careful, I won't be able to control the power next time. Kakashi reminded loudly, holding the sword with both hands, and then slashed out the invisible chakra with the force of the sword. A slashing wave rushed out, cutting away the parasite swarm, but the parasite swarm was not disturbed and still rushed towards Kakashi. Kakashi was covered in a moment. The slashing wave struck by Kakashi approached Aburame at extremely high speed. Aburame became completely serious when she saw the slashing wave struck by Kakashi. Secret technique, insect wall technique. Aburame judged that it could be blocked, so she stimulated the vitality of the surrounding parasitic insects and used the secret technique, the insect wall technique. At this time, 2 ANBU appeared, and 1 ANBU rescued Kakashi, who was covered in parasites. The other life is keeping an eye on Aburame, and will save her immediately if there is a possibility of death. The slashing wave hit the insect wall technique, causing a strong impact. The insect wall technique shook slightly but stabilized. After a moment of stalemate, the slashing wave still failed to break through the insect wall technique. Aburame put her hands in her pockets and her whole body was wrapped in clothes, looking very mysterious. The whole place was silent. Whether it's Kakashi's slashing wave or Aburame's parasitic bug, it's clear to the teachers and students of the ninja school that these two guys are out-and-out monsters. Regardless of ninjutsu, taijutsu, or combat intuition, they are all unique beings, and they cannot fight against them at all. The deep scratches on the ground and the parasites guarding Aburame all showed how powerful they were. So powerful, are they still students of the ninja school? They are almost becoming real ninjas. Kakashi is so handsome, even after being defeated. The students below were shocked by the strength of Aburame and Kakashi, and immediately began to discuss among themselves. Uchiha Obito was stunned that Kakashi was so strong. Uchiha Obito looked at Lin's worried eyes looking at Kakashi, gritted his teeth and made up his mind. I will definitely defeat Kakashi and impress Linear. Shiranui Genma and Moonlight Hayate's side. Aburame is indeed very strong. Kakashi was not injured because Aburame did not let the parasites attack Kakashi, but simply covered him. Therefore, Kakashi just consumed all his chakra and was a little weak. Kakashi thought back to the scene where he had just faced off against the insect wall technique and felt a little unwilling to do so. But Kakashi's use of the slashing wave has reached his limit. Kakashi is not sure whether he can use the slashing wave next time. Yoshino Taiga reacted at this time and announced, Aburame is determined to win. Yoshino Taiga couldn't help but feel frightened when he recalled the performances of Aburame Shiitsu and Kakashi. If he faced Aburame Shiitsu or Kakashi, he might not be able to win. Whether it was the ferocious parasites or the slashing waves, Yoshino Taiga understood what true genius was. Kakashi looked at Aburame Ziyi's calm expression and said, "I will catch up with you soon, Ziyi. I will also work hard to move forward, Kakashi." Aburame Ziyi replied, "But you may not be able to catch up with my speed." Although she thought this in her heart, Aburame Ziyi carefully reviewed the battle with Kakashi and discovered her own shortcomings. The parasitic bug itself is still too weak against powerful ninjas. We need to obtain pillar cells as soon as possible to strengthen the parasites. Chapter 12 Influence on Fermentation. Afternoon. Ninja School. Yoshino Taiga was lecturing on the podium, and his voice was very loud, but the students were not interested in listening, and they were all discussing in private. Aburame Ziyi and Kakashi are so strong, I want to be as strong as them. Kakashi is so pitiful. Yes, Kakashi failed. Let's comfort him later. Yoshino Taiga did not teach these students a lesson, because his mood was also a little turbulent. I didn't expect it. I didn't expect that there are two geniuses in my class. I must explain it to the third Hokage in detail. However, now is not the time for Yoshino Taiga to feel turbulent. Yoshino Taiga must seize the time to write a report so that it can be handed over to the third Hokage immediately after school. During the break, after the actual combat training in the morning, the students were full of admiration for Kakashi and Aburame Shiitsu. The strong are respected wherever they are. Kakashi was surrounded by many girls, and they were comforting Kakashi. "Kakashi, don't be sad, you are already strong. Kakashi, you have to cheer up. Kakashi, I like you. It seems like something strange has been mixed in." Kakashi listens a little annoyed. He is trying hard to recall the feeling when he used the chop wave, and strive to master the chop wave so that he can defeat Aburame Ziyi in the next actual sparring. But the girls' chirping disturbed him. Remembering that his father, Hitaki Sakumo, asked him to get along well with his classmates at the ninja school, he couldn't help but have the idea of graduating early. But thinking about Aburame Ziyi, he hesitated. Kakashi didn't want to lose a good opponent. The boys gathered around Aburame Ziyi. "Damn it, I'm so envious." Shiranui Genma looked at the girl beside Kakashi who was asking for help and said with envy, "Yes, yes." Shiranui Genma's words attracted a burst of agreement. Especially Uchiha Obito, watching Nohara Rin beside Kakashi carefully comforting Kakashi. "I will also become a genius in the future." Uchiha Obito couldn't help but let out an envious hum. Aburame Ziyi pushed up her sunglasses. "If you train hard and become stronger, you can also become popular. It's too difficult to be a monster like you and Kakashi." Shiranui Genma spoke out what everyone was thinking. The performance of Aburame Ziyi and Kakashi today made them realize the gap between them and geniuses. In the past, I only knew that Aburame Shiitsu and Kakashi were strong, but I didn't expect them to be so strong. How do you know it's not going to work if you don't work hard? I've only worked hard secretly in the past few months to become so strong. Yanu's ambition is moved by emotion, and she is enlightened by reason. I want his friends to practice hard. After all, the war is not far away. The more strength, the more hope of survival. Think about it, how wonderful it would be if you worked hard to become stronger and attract girls' attention and crush. Uchiha Obito thought of Lin blushing, running to him and secretly looking at him, and couldn't help but giggle. "I will definitely work hard," Uchiha Obito said loudly. When Shiranui Genma and Gekko Hayate saw what Uchiha Obito said, they could only agree. Seeing that the friends around him are willing to work hard to become stronger, Aburame Ziyi is still very happy. At least this can increase their survival rate in the Third Ninja War. Let's work hard together. I'm afraid there won't be much leisure time left. Yoshino Taiga announced that school was over. After all the students left the school, he took the report and hurriedly reported it to the third Hokage. The third Hokage received Yoshino Taiga's report and watched it carefully. In fact, the third Hokage had watched the entire battle between Aburame Shiitsu and Kakashi through the telescope technique. The two Anbu that appeared in the middle were sent by the third Hokage to prevent some unexpected situations. The third Hokage looked at Yoshino Taiga's hard-working report, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "Deka, you did a great job. This report helped me a lot. You should pay more attention to Aburame Zei and Kakashi. The seedlings of the will of fire need inheritors of the will of fire like you." Irrigation. Yoshino Taiga was very excited. "I will definitely pass on the will of fire seriously." The third Hokage nodded with satisfaction. "This is the will of fire. But when I saw Kakashi using the slashing wave, I thought of Hatake Sakumo." The third Hokage's face became sad. Hatake Sakumo himself is powerful, reliable, and responsible, and his prestige is deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. There are many voices in Konoha who support Hatake Sakumo to become Hokage. This has already posed a substantial threat to the Hokage master-disciple inheritance system. Coupled with the potential shown by Kakashi now, I'm afraid it won't be long before Hatake Sakumo's prestige will reach a higher level. Fortunately, Aburame Zei defeated Kakashi, and was able to suppress the impact of Kakashi using the slashing wave at such a young age. To promote Aburame Zei's reputation as a genius, and minimize the impact of Kakashi's use of the slash wave, the third Hokage gave the order, and the Anbu took action immediately. The ninja school was over, and the students returned home and told their parents what happened in the ninja school. In fact, parents of ninja school students are also very concerned about their children's life in school. On the one hand, I really care about my children. On the other hand, I want to know about the situation of the ninja school and collect some information. When I learned that Kakashi could use the slashing wave, I couldn't help but sigh. It's true that a tiger father has no dog son. Kakashi can use Hatake Sakumo-sama's slashing wave at such a young age. In time, I'm afraid it will be another Hatake Sakumo. When he learned that the slashing wave used by Kakashi was blocked by Aburame Shiitsu, he was even more surprised, and silently thought about Aburame Shiitsu. Even if the slashing wave used by Kakashi now is not comparable to that of Hatake Sakumo, after all, it was taught by Hatake Sakumo himself, so the power will not be too weak. Aburame Zei's ability to block Kakashi's slashing wave proved his strength. Konoha is indeed the cradle of geniuses. Namikaze Minato has just grown up, and now two more geniuses, Aburame Shiki and Kakashi, have arrived. Aburame Zei's reputation as a genius spread like this silently. All the major ninja clans in Konoha know that the Aburame clan has a genius named Aburame Shiitsu. As time went by, Aburame Zei officially entered the eyes of Konoha senior officials. The performance of Aburame Zei and Kakashi soon entered the Zei in the eyes of Shimura Danzo. Genius, the Aburame clan. Shimura Danzo thought silently. Isn't this a gift from God? He is familiar with the Aburame clan and often guides the geniuses of the Aburame clan. Plus, Aburame Shii said that he was willing to be a cow for children despite being criticized by thousands of people. Shimura Danzo felt that Aburame Shii should join the route, so he ordered Aburame Ryoma. Aburame Shii is very suitable for the route. Ryoma, go and invite Aburame Shii to join the route. Aburame Ryoma received the order without any hesitation, and immediately executed it and went to the Aburame clan. Chapter 13 Aburame Ryoma's Invitation. In the Hokage building. Shiwei, your Aburame clan has produced an amazing guy. The third generation Hokage said to Aburame Shiwei, with a bright smile on his face. It's all thanks to the third Hokage. Without the third Hokage, there would be no Aburame clan's current achievements. Aburame Shiwei answered carefully. The rising new generation, the seedling of the will of fire. The White Fang Sunin are famous, Namikaze Minato is rising unstoppably, and Aburame Shii Kakashi is emerging. Now Konoha is terrifyingly strong. Teacher, I have protected Konoha. After the third Hokage sighed, he said to Aburame Shiwei. You have worked hard during this period. It must be difficult to help Minato. It is my honor to team up with Minato. He is a true and reliable partner and leader. Aburame Shiwei answered seriously, with a tone full of recognition for Namikaze Minato. The third Hokage nodded with satisfaction. Minato, he is really reliable. Now he has followers. In addition to the performance of Aburame Shiai and Kakashi today, the third Hokage couldn't help but sigh. It's really the Yangtze River behind the waves pushing the old waves. An idea in the third Hokage's mind gradually sprouted. Perhaps Minato can bear a heavier burden. In the Hokage building, the third Hokage fell into deep thought. You performed very well today. Shimura Danzo should send someone to contact you. After all, Shimura Danzo will try any genius. What's more, this genius is a genius of the Aburame clan that he has been fleecing. Aburame Shiai just arrived outside the Aburame clan's residence. A man wrapped in black clothes, with a purple mark on the right corner of his mouth, who looked a little flashy, has been waiting for a long time. This guy is Aburame Ryoma. As expected, he is here. Next, I have to show my value. Aburame Shiai thought calmly. Senior, who are you? My name is Aburame Ryoma, and I am an Anbu ninja. Aburame Ryoma said expressionlessly. This is not a lie, after all, the root is indeed part of the Anbu, although the actual leader is Shimura Danzo. The Hokage has something to ask you, follow me. After saying this, Aburame Ryoma left, motioning Aburame Shiai to follow. After all, this place is right next to the Aburame clan's territory, and it will be very troublesome if something happens. Aburame Shiai saw that Aburame Ryoma's lie was not unusual at all, as if Aburame Ryoma was a member of the Anbu and accepted the order of the third Hokage to find Aburame Shiai. Really amazing, I don't know how many people he has deceived. Maybe it is true for Aburame Ryoma, the root is the Anbu, and Shimura Danzo should be the Hokage, at least in Aburame Ryoma's mind. Aburame Shiai followed. This was also his idea. It would be bad if he made a big fuss in the Aburame clan's territory. A short while after the two left, they entered the remote and sparsely populated Death Forest. Senior Ryoma, this doesn't seem to be the direction to the Hokage building. Aburame Shiai said with a smile. Aburame Ryoma stopped after hearing this. Senior Ryoma brought me here, is there something you want to talk to me about? No problem, I'm easy to talk to. Aburame Ryoma looked at Aburame Shiai's calm appearance and admired him silently in his heart. Sure enough, he is a genius favored by Danzo. Aburame Ryoma said calmly. You shouldn't waste time in the ninja school now. Both your ninja talent and your ability to control insects should not be underestimated. You should go to a better place to show these talents. Where is the better place? Hearing Aburame Shiai's question, Aburame Ryoma's face fluctuated slightly, and he replied. The root is the root. Its leader is the great Shimura Danzo, the former candidate for the third Hokage. If it weren't for bad luck, Danzo would have been the third Hokage. Even now, Danzo leads the root to silently dedicate to Konoha. Under the leadership of Danzo, your talents will definitely be well utilized and make greater contributions to Konoha. So join the root, where you will truly understand what the will of fire is, unlike those ridiculous, useless, and playful jokes you learned in school. Aburame Shiai couldn't help but sigh as he listened to Aburame Ryoma's face-to-face output of the third Hokage's will of fire. Both Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo are good at brainwashing. Shimura Danzo, I've heard of him. He is indeed a great man. After learning about his deeds, I admire him very much. Although I can't be there, I yearn for it. When Aburame Ryoma heard what Aburame Shiai said, the coldness on his face eased a little. Then join the root, under the leadership of Danzo you will realize the meaning of life. But I refuse. I admire Danzo-sama, not the root organization that dares not even show its face. If I want, I can join the Anbu through formal channels and become an Anbu ninja. What organization in Konoha can better realize the value of life than the Anbu of Hokage-sama? Aburame Shiai indicated that between Anbu and Root, he can join Anbu and there is no need to join Root. Aburame Ryoma frowned slightly, feeling a little embarrassed. If Aburame Shiai didn't want to join the Root at all, he could force him. But listening to Aburame Shiai's words, it seems that he is full of respect for Danzo-sama, but just doesn't want to join the Root, and he is not very determined. So Aburame Ryoma decided to persuade him, and if it doesn't work, he will take action. Join the Root. Only in the Root can you truly understand the will of fire. The will of the Root is the real meaning of fire. Those outside are just some shallow and ridiculous things. Aburame Shiai slowly raised his head and said, I personally admire Danzo-sama very much. If I can become Danzo-sama's disciple and inherit Danzo-sama's will, I am very willing to join the Root. Aburame Ryoma frowned. In his opinion, it was an honor for Aburame Shiai to be invited by Danzo-sama. Now Aburame Shiai still wants to become Danzo-sama's disciple, which is really asking for an inch. Join the Root first. I will report your request to Danzo-sama's disciple to Danzo-sama. Everything will be decided by Danzo-sama. Faced with Shiai's indecisiveness, Ryoma Aburame was a little impatient and just wanted to bring Shiai Aburame into the Root. Shiai Aburame said tisk. This is trying to get something for nothing. If Danzo doesn't agree, then he will be trapped in the Root. Seeing Shiai Aburame's performance, Ryoma Aburame knew Shiai's thoughts and sighed. There is no other way. I can only let you see the greatness of the Root, so that you will join us willingly. Chapter 14 A mere gravel is not as good as me. Ryoma Aburame stopped talking nonsense and clasped his hands together. Released thousands of huge parasitic insect swarms, and rushed towards Shiai Aburame with a whistling sound. Senior Ryoma seems to be dissatisfied with my becoming the disciple of Shimura Danzo, but it doesn't matter. After defeating Senior Ryoma, I should be able to prove my determination. The smile on Aburame Shiai's face slowly faded, and a huge parasitic swarm of insects appeared around him, extremely violent. The parasitic swarm of Aburame Shiai met the parasitic swarm of Aburame Ryoma, and the two sides started a fierce fight. A large number of parasitic insects fell from the sky and covered the ground. The parasitic swarms of both sides were deadlocked in the air. The parasitic swarms of Aburame Shiai are still a little different from those of Aburame Ryoma. After all, Aburame Ryoma is a jonin. He has been feeding the parasitic swarms with chakra for a long time, and it took a long time to select powerful parasitic swarms. However, Aburame Shiai made up for this by letting the parasitic swarms overdraw their vitality. This caused the stalemate in the battle between the two sides. Arrogant kid, but his strength is not weak. No wonder he dared to boast that he would become the disciple of Master Danzo Shimura. Aburame Ryoma was amazed. He was a genius of the Aburame clan, but he seemed ordinary compared to Aburame Shiai. Aburame Shiai suddenly rushed towards Aburame Ryoma, so fast that only a black shadow was left. But the combat experience is still insufficient. Aburame Ryoma saw Aburame Shiai's clumsy attack method and thought silently in his heart. Aburame Shiai, the greatness of the Root is not what you can understand now, and the battle of ninja is not as simple as you think. You still have a long way to go. Aburame Ryoma quietly appeared beside Aburame Shiai, and a hand knife chopped Aburame Shiai's neck heavily, which seemed unusually clean and neat. It's over. Aburame Ryoma made a decision in his heart. According to Aburame Ryoma's judgment, this attack could knock Aburame Ziyi unconscious. Aburame Ziyi seemed extremely painful after being hit by this knife, but he still turned around and used a kunao to backhand. Aburame Ryoma slightly sideways to avoid the attack, and then kicked Aburame Ziyi in the chest. Aburame Ziyi was kicked out and rolled on the ground for several rounds before standing up. The physical fitness exceeded my expectations. It seems that the training of the Aburame clan was not wasted. But it's not enough. Next, follow me honestly. Aburame Ryoma's mood slowly relaxed, and he felt that the outcome was decided. But Aburame Ziyi showed a weird smile on his face. Seeing Aburame Ziyi's weird smile, Aburame Ryoma's heart tightened, and he felt that he had made a fatal mistake. Damn it! Aburame Ryoma felt a little uneasy, but he didn't know what went wrong. Aburame Ryoma made a prompt decision and rushed towards Aburame Ziyi, wanting to make a quick decision. Aburame Ziyi looked at Aburame Ryoma rushing towards him with a smile on his face. Aburame Ryoma suddenly lost control of his body while rushing towards Aburame Ziyi and fell heavily to the ground. This is a phosphorus bug. Aburame Ryoma said in shock as he watched the purple color spread on his body. Aburame Ryoma's tone revealed disbelief. As a genius of the Aburame clan, he had also treated over phosphorus worms, especially after adding phosphorus worms to the roots. We have tried many times against phosphorus worms, but have never been successful. So he knew how difficult it was to successfully raise phosphorus. Nano-level poisonous insects are no joke. It is theoretically impossible for such poisonous insects to exist. It is not known how the Aburame clan cultivated them. Aburame Ryoma was attacked by the phosphorus bugs and lay on the ground shaking slightly, losing control of her body. Impossible. Even if you successfully raise the parasitic worms, what happened to your parasitic worms? Senior Ryoma, don't run away from reality. Who stipulates that parasites and phosphorus cannot be raised together? As he said this, Aburame Ziyi combined the parasitic bugs with the phosphorus bugs. Purple covered the parasitic bugs, making them appear extremely mysterious and dangerous. Aburame Ziyi walked up to Aburame Ryoma and lightly touched Aburame Ryoma with his index finger. Secret technique poison touch retrieval. Aburame Ziyi pulled out the phosphorus bugs from Aburame Ryoma's body. Aburame Ryoma stood up with difficulty, looked at Aburame Ziyi who combined the parasitic bug and the phosphorus bug, and nodded in approval. Your talent exceeds my imagination. It may be possible to become Lord Danzo's disciple and inherit Lord Danzo's will. Of course, Ryoma-senpai, as Danzo-sama's right-hand man, was defeated by me. Didn't this prove my worth? As for the root, it is just Danzo-sama's tool and cannot accommodate me. It's just a grain of sand, not even half as good as mine. Only Danzo-sama's disciples can show my magnanimity. Aburame Ryoma listened to Aburame Ziyi's words, and the corner of her mouth twitched. Good guy, you only dare to say this because you are so jealous of me, but she didn't refute. I will go back and report to Lord Shimura Danzo, and leave your request to Lord Shimura Danzo for decision. Aburame Ryoma rested for a while, then stood up, took a deep look at Aburame Shii and quickly disappeared into the forest. Then please leave it to Ryoma-senpai. I really hope to work with Ryoma-senpai. Aburame Ziyi waved her hand to Aburame Ryoma who left. It wasn't until Aburame Ryoma completely disappeared and Aburame Shiitsu's bugs couldn't feel Aburame Ryoma's chakra that he breathed a sigh of relief. Finally gone. Aburame Ryoma is a true elite jounin. It was because he underestimated Aburame Ziyi and had insufficient intelligence that he was poisoned by Aburame Ziyi's phosphorus bug. This is a simple rush. Of course, for Ryoma Aburame, for Eni, and for Danzo Shimura, a loss is a loss, so there is no entanglement. If it were a real head-on battle, even if Aburame Ziyi combined the parasitic bugs and the phosphorus bugs, it would be hard to say who would win in this battle. The next step is to see the result. If Danzo Shimura is willing to accept him as his disciple, that would be the best outcome. If you are unwilling and have no news, you can only continue to show value. Until Shimura Danzo's heart moved. If this road fails, then you can only rely on Namikaze Minato, but it took a long time for Namikaze Minato to become the fourth Hokage. If this is the case, it will cause certain obstacles to Aburame Ziyi's rapid growth plan. Several years were wasted in vain, especially during the Third Ninja War, which was full of dangers. The art of spiritual transformation, the reincarnation of dirty soil, and Hashirama cells. Aburame Shiitsu now wants to directly say to Shimura Danzo, if you don't abandon me, I would like to be your adoptive father. Well, I have to practice ninjutsu, learn knowledge about the human body, and show my value through intrigues. I really can't stay in this ninja school for a day. If you want to settle down for a while, please apply for early graduation. Aburame Ziyi slowly walked into the Aburame clan. Aburame Ziyi returned home and continued to screen and eliminate the insect groups in the yard from generation to generation, and directed the cultivation of large parasites. Fortunately, with the help of the primitive GU, the information of the best parasites can be recorded and then assimilated into other parasites. Only then could Aburame Ziyi make significant progress in a short period of time. Come on, if you can make progress, you can't give up on the cultivation of ordinary bugs. Whether it is investigation or assassination, it can work wonders at the critical moment. Chapter 15 Applying for Early Graduation. Root. Aburame Ryoma reported the incident to Danzo Shimura in detail, focusing on the combination of parasites and phosphorus. Oh, a combination of phosphorus and parasitic worm? Okay, what a good knife. Shimura Danzo said with interest that as his main target, Shimura Danzo also had a certain understanding of the Aburame clan. He also knew what the phosphorus was, and he had coveted the power of the phosphorus many times, and asked Ryoma Aburame to try it many times, but unfortunately they all failed. But it's not that simple to become my disciple and inherit my will. The combination of phosphorus and parasitic bugs certainly made Danzo Shimura take a high look, but it was not enough for him to accept him as a disciple. Do I need to reject him down there? Aburame Ziyi won't have the chance to refuse next time. Aburame Ryoma is very confident in himself. Last time it was because he underestimated the enemy and lacked intelligence. He will definitely go all out again and leave no chance to Aburame Shii. No, since he wants to be my disciple, let me see what he's got. But your failure is undeniable. Go back and accept the punishment. You must never fail again. Yes, I will never fail again. Kakashi said nothing after returning home. Pick up the knife and practice, recalling the feeling of using the slashing wave. Time and again, until Kakashi's spirit reached its peak, he grasped the feel of the hand, and then gave it a hard chop. The slashing wave rushed out from the knife in Kakashi's hand and cut across the practice stakes, leaving a smooth mirror surface. Kakashi gasped, the surprise in his eyes couldn't stop. Finally succeeded. Well done, Kakashi, you've made great progress this time. Originally, I thought it would take you a few months to succeed. Hitaki Sakumo has been observing Kakashi and practicing. Watching Kakashi practice and improve again and again, based on Hitaki Sakumo's experience, he had a hunch that Kakashi was about to use a slashing wave. The result was not what he expected. Today I had an actual sparring session with Aburame Shiitsu. Although I lost, I gained a lot. Moreover, Aburame Shiitsu is really strong. I feel that Aburame Shiitsu didn't use all her strength when I was sparring. Kakashi was also very proud of using Hitaki Sakumo's slashing wave, and told Hitaki Sakumo about the school. Oh, did you block your slashing wave? Hitaki Sakumo was a little surprised. After all, he taught it personally and knew the power of the slashing wave. That Aburame Shiitsu is indeed a genius. Kakashi has to work hard. Being Aburame Shiitsu's opponent has its advantages, not only the improvement of strength, but also the bond. Ninja School. Secret Technique Insect Jade. The black insects swarmed towards Kakashi like a tide. Although Kakashi struggled hard, he was still covered after a while. Yoshino Taiga announced the victory of Aburame Shiitsu. In the past few months, Aburame Ziyi and Kakashi have had many actual battles at the ninja school. After all, the two of them are the strongest, and they will always meet in the end. Kakashi's sword skills are very strong, and his slashing wave is also very powerful, but when he encounters Aburame Zi who controls insects and has no backswing, he is very passive. After all, it is impossible for Kakashi to kill all the bugs, and Shiai Aburame's secret technique has no backlash. This is to exchange injury for injury, exchange the injury of parasite for Kakashi's injury, and gain blood. Every battle between Aburame Zi and Kakashi will make others sigh. People are different. Even though Aburame Zi's friends trained hard, and even trained with Metkai for a period of time, they still couldn't catch up with those two, and instead the gap became wider and wider. Since her actual sparring with Kakashi, Aburame Zi has become eye-catching. Even if she was sitting in the back, someone would turn around from time to time, which made Aburame Zi very helpless. After all, he is learning forbidden arts, pot poison techniques and knowledge about the human body. You guys look at me from time to time, which makes me feel guilty. Finally, Aburame Zi closed the book and lay back. She couldn't study anymore. She couldn't study anymore. Originally, I wanted to study secretly, but now everyone knows that you are the king of paper, and everyone is paying attention to you, so how can I study? After all, this is all marginal knowledge. Once discovered, it will be another wave of trouble. It seems that I have to find a way to apply for early graduation. I am still too noticeable in the ninja school. Aburame Zi thought silently in her heart. Now, the basic human body knowledge has been basically learned, and no matter how advanced the human body knowledge is, it is no longer accessible to Aburame Zi. There is also the forbidden technique and pot poison technique. Aburame Zi has figured out its operation method and principle, and has been trying to improve it during this period. The improved new technique, violent poison technique, cannot be said to be more powerful than the forbidden technique and pot poison technique. It can only be said that it is barely usable when paired with his 100% control. Although the improved violent poison technique has many shortcomings, it has one advantage over the forbidden technique and pot poison technique, that is, it is fast and convenient. If it succeeds, then Aburame Zi's parasites will be fast-moving self-destructing trucks. Once the parasites die and explode, they can release a large amount of poisonous mist containing phosphorus parasites. A large amount of poisonous mist can be quickly released in a designated area in a short period of time. It can be said that it is a big killer on the battlefield. And it is also the pillar of Aburame Shiai's preparations to regain her name on the battlefield. Two things. The first thing is to try the poisonous technique. The second thing is to apply for early graduation. Ninja school is no longer suitable for me. During the break, Aburame Shiitsu submitted an early graduation application to Yoshino Taiga. Zi, have you decided? Yoshino Taiga accepted the application for early graduation and said seriously. Yes, Teacher Daihi, thank you for your teaching during this time. Upon seeing this, Kakashi also submitted an early graduation application to Yoshino Taiga. Kakashi had long been fed up with the environment of the ninja school. The reason why he stayed was because he could improve himself by sparring with Aburame Zi. Now that Aburame Zi has submitted an application for early graduation, Kakashi has no reason to continue to stay in the ninja school, so he immediately submitted an application for early graduation. I have received your application for early graduation. I will help you apply now. You should also prepare. Although I have great confidence in you, it is also difficult to pass the early graduation assessment. Yoshino Taiga was very happy to receive early graduation applications from Aburame Shiitsu and Kakashi, and ran to report it to the third Hokage. Aburame Shiitsu and Kakashi are both students who have been assigned by the third Hokage and need special attention. They also need to report to the third Hokage when applying for early graduation. For Kono Taiga, every time he sees the third Hokage, it is an honor. Graduate early? That's good. Aburame Shiai and Kakashi have reached the standard, so they can graduate early. The third Hokage paused and continued, agree to Aburame Shiai and Kakashi's application for early graduation. I will personally watch the early graduation assessment. Yoshino Taiga was delighted to receive the order from the third Hokage. Yes, I will go back and reply to them that the third Hokage will personally watch their early graduation assessment. I believe Aburame Shiai and Kakashi will be very happy. Chapter 16 Early Graduation Assessment. Number 1 Bug, Large Size, Strong Bite Force. Number 2 Bug, Small Size, Fast Speed. Number 3 Bug, Large Size, Fast Chakra Swallowing Speed. Number 4 Bug. Aburame Shiai screened the bugs over and over again, hoping to get the one he was satisfied with. It is very difficult to update the parasites, even with the help of Aburame Shiai and the original GU. Aburame Shiai had to make a choice and strengthen the speed, concealment, and number of the parasites. After all, Aburame Shiai's parasite is positioned as a carrier, a self-destructing truck containing phosphorus bugs. It would be best if the parasites could develop in a balanced way. If the speed, concealment, and number are strengthened, other aspects will be weakened. However, it is better to have the original GU to record information. Today's ninja school is unusually lively, and the students arrived early. Because everyone heard that Aburame Shiai and Kakashi applied for early graduation, and the third generation Hokage would come to watch. Everyone is looking forward to the performance of Aburame Shiai and Kakashi in the graduation examination. Kakashi got up early. How is it? Do you have the confidence to pass the exam? Aburame Shiai stretched and greeted. Shiai. Kakashi looked at Shiai with complicated eyes. As a genius, he naturally had his own pride. There was no way to lose to Shiai. This was a real gap in strength. But he would not allow himself to fall behind Shiai too much. Yoshino Taiga led Shiai and Kakashi to the graduation examination site. Next, you have to perform well. The third Hokage will also come to see you. Shiai and Kakashi did not say anything after hearing this. Since they dared to apply for early graduation, they were sure of it. Shiai and Kakashi walked into the graduation examination site one after another. Shiai was the first to be examined. Okay, everyone has been waiting for a long time. Let's start directly. Sarutobi Hiruzen saw that everything was ready, and without too much courtesy, he directly announced the start. Shiai's examiner was a genin. Or in other words, the examiner for early graduation is usually a genin. Unless they deliberately don't want you to graduate early, they will send a chunin to examine. After all, even if he has reached the standard of graduating from the ninja school, he is only a genin. Sending a chunin here is really a blow. After the third Hokage announced the start, the examiner threw 3 kunao, flying towards Aburame Shiai in a font. Then the examiner quickly approached Aburame Shiai. The examiner knew that he might not be able to beat Aburame Shiai. After all, who dared to apply for early graduation examination is an easy person to deal with, and the third Hokage watched it in person. This further proves that the ninja who came to the examination must be a genius, and there is a great probability that he can pass the early graduation examination. The examiner felt that no matter whether he won or lost, he must show his best side. If he could catch the eyes of the third Hokage, it would be the best. Maybe he could save 30 years of detours. Aburame Shiai looked at the approaching examiner and quickly threw 3 daggers. At the same time, he distributed the parasites around to form a tight defense network. Aburame Shiai's 3 kunao all hit the 3 kunao thrown by the examiner, and all 6 kunao fell to the ground. Aburame Shiai has a solid foundation. It seems that he works very hard. The third Hokage commented. This kind of foundation, even if you are talented, requires day-to-day practice. What a good kid, not only talented, but also hard-working. Secret technique, bug ball. The parasitic bugs rushed towards the examiner from multiple angles in the air, covering the figure of Aburame Shiai, looking extremely ferocious. The examiner did not retreat but advanced, because the examiner knew that only a quick battle would have the possibility of victory, so he formed a seal with his hands. Wind style, Great breakthrough! The strong wind opened up the examiner's way to Aburame Shii, blowing a small hole in the swarm of bugs, and Aburame Shii could be vaguely seen. The examiner made a prompt decision, jumped through the swarm of bugs, and quickly approached Aburame Shii. When the examiner approached Aburame Shii suddenly turned into a swarm of insects. It was an insect clone. The examiner thought to himself that it was not good. Secret technique, insect tornado. A dense mass of parasitic insects appeared on the ground of Aburame Shii, and quickly formed a tornado, surrounding the examiner. The examiner struggled immediately, but it was useless. When the tornado disappeared, the examiner had already fallen to the ground. Aburame Shii passed the test. Yoshino Taiga said with relief. Aburame Shii's reaction speed and tactical arrangements are remarkable. What a good seedling! The examiner's performance is also very good, all of which are the foundation of Konoha. The third Hokage said after seeing Aburame Shii's performance. Next is Kakashi. Kakashi also fought with a genin examiner. At the beginning of the battle, Kakashi drew his sword and quickly approached the examiner, like a sharp blade out of its sheath, very sharp. Now Kakashi has no Sharingan and Raikiri and the like, and can only rely on the sword in his hand. Seeing Kakashi's appearance, the examiner also took out a kunao and rushed towards Kakashi. But he thought about it on the way and felt that if he only used kunao, he would be at a disadvantage when colliding with Kakashi's sword that looked very advanced. So the examiner immediately used ninjutsu when he was halfway there. Water escape technique, waterfall technique. The examiner spent some time to use the Great Waterfall technique. After all, the Great Waterfall technique has many seals, and the huge water ball rushed towards Kakashi. Kakashi dodged quickly, and the water ball kept locking onto Kakashi. When Kakashi was about to approach the examiner, the water ball was about to hit Kakashi. The examiner was secretly happy, but at the same time he was secretly on guard, thinking that it would not be that simple. A silver knife light broke through the water ball and slashed from the side of the examiner. The examiner stopped immediately, looking very scared. Facing the slashing wave really scared the examiner, and the sharp knife light was really no joke. At that moment, the examiner's hair stood on end, and the whole person froze, motionless. Kakashi took the opportunity to approach quickly, and when the examiner did not react, he stopped the knife on the examiner's neck. The examiner was used by Kakashi to hold the knife on his neck before he reacted, and smiled bitterly. I lost, worthy of being the son of Master Hatake Sakumo. Yoshino Taiga saw this and announced that Kakashi passed the test. It can be seen that Yoshino Taiga was very happy. The two geniuses in his class both passed the early graduation test, and he was proud of them. Sarutobi Hiruzen also sighed that a tiger father will have a dog son. Now Kakashi has 3 points of the style of Hatake Sakumo. Then Sarutobi Hiruzen announced on the stage. Today, Aburame Shii and Kakashi both passed the test. Chapter 17 Becoming a Genin. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Aburame Shii and Kakashi who had passed the assessment with great satisfaction, and the smile in his eyes could not be hidden. As the third-generation Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen collected a lot of information and had a rough judgment of the situation in the entire ninja world. It was not long after the Second Ninja War, and the 4 major ninja villages that had quietly licked their wounds became restless. The conflicts on the border of Konoha continued to increase. Although the entire ninja world was generally stable, Sarutobi Hiruzen could feel that as the strength of the 5 major villages continued to recover and become stronger, the gunpowder smell between the ninjas became stronger and stronger. Time is really the best healing medicine. The tragic Second Ninja World War is still vivid in my mind. Just after a period of peace and recuperation, I can't wait to launch the Third Ninja World War. Sarutobi Hiruzen said with emotion. Although he was a little worried, he was not afraid. He was called Ninja Hero by the ninjas. He was not afraid of war in the strong Konoha today. It's just that he felt it was unnecessary, because Konoha was the biggest beneficiary of the current order. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the high-spirited Aburame Shiai and Kakashi. This is the pillar of Konoha's future. It is also the proof that Konoha has an orderly inheritance under the leadership of Sarutobi Hiruzen. 3 ninjas, Hatake Shushige, Namikaze Minato, Aburame Shiai, and Kakashi. Don't these strong men and geniuses of all ages prove the credit of Sarutobi Hiruzen? Sarutobi Hiruzen personally handed Konoha's genin forward protector to Aburame Shiai and Kakashi. Then he touched their heads and said kindly, "I am very pleased to see your performance. It is my responsibility as a Hokage that you can grow up healthily. Where Konoha dances, the fire will also continue. The fire will continue to illuminate the village and let new leaves sprout. From today on, you are Konoha's genin." The students around burst into warm applause. On the one hand, they applauded for the words of the third Hokage, and on the other hand, they applauded for the victory of Aburame Shiai and Kakashi. Aburame Shiai took the genin forward protector and put it on immediately, then bowed slightly to express his gratitude. "I will definitely not let down the Hokage's expectations. In formal occasions, Aburame Shiai will definitely not make mistakes," fully demonstrating his respect for the third Hokage and the inheritance of the will of fire. "Good boy, you are really a polite and good boy. I hope you can make greater contributions to Konoha in the future and become a hero of Konoha." And the fact that Shiai Aburame didn't use the phosphorus bugs during his time at the ninja school shows that this child has the will of fire and didn't take any risk of hurting his classmates. This is the point that Shiai Aburame is most satisfying to Hiruzen Sarutobi. The power and threat of the phosphorus bugs are both very great. Shiai Aburame didn't use the phosphorus bugs during his time at the ninja school, which shows that Shiai Aburame can use this dangerous power very well. The combination of the phosphorus bugs and the parasitic bugs will definitely play a big role for Shiai Aburame on the battlefield in the future. We need to focus on training him. Hiruzen Sarutobi thought silently in his heart, and then looked at Kakashi. Kakashi was wearing a black tights with a scabbard on his back. The whole person is like a sharp sword unsheathed, with its sharp edge clearly visible. Especially when using the slashing wave, he is as unstoppable as Hatake Sakumo. When Sarutobi Hiruzen saw Kakashi, he thought of Hatake Sakumo, and felt very embarrassed. Hatake Sakumo is a good sword, but it is too good. Even if Hatake Sakumo has no idea now, Hatake Sakumo has essentially posed a threat to the Hokage master-disciple system. So much so that Sarutobi Hiruzen doesn't know what to do now. Support Hatake Sakumo, but Hatake Sakumo's prestige is already very high now. If you support him anymore, it won't be as simple as having great achievements and shaking the master. It means that you can't appreciate his contribution unless he is the Hokage. Suppress Hatake Sakumo. Sarutobi Hiruzen knows exactly what kind of person Hatake Sakumo is. Hatake Sakumo is the living standard of the will of fire, and with no reason to suppress him, Sarutobi Hiruzen simply cannot pass his level. At this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen thought of Shimura Danzo, the almighty Shimura Danzo, "Come and help me think of a solution." "Kakashi, you have done a good job and have not lost the reputation of Hatake Sakumo. I hope you will continue to maintain it, but you should also interact with other people more often. Bonds are the most precious thing." Sarutobi Hiruzen's thoughts were changing, but on the surface he didn't show any abnormality, and said to Kakashi kindly. Kakashi glanced at Aburame Shiitsu. During this period, Kakashi and Aburame Shiitsu had been sparring from time to time, which made Kakashi recognize Aburame Shiitsu and nodded silently. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded with satisfaction when he saw this scene. "This is the bond," Sarutobi Hiruzen said to the excited ninja school students below. "Children, you will also graduate in the future and become a qualified ninja like Aburame Shiitsu and Kakashi today. You are all the pillars of Konoha's future." Hiruzen Sarutobi was not impatient at all when he infused the will of fire into the students of the ninja school. The early graduation assessment was over. As soon as Aburame Ziyi came down, Kai and Shiranui Genma came up to him immediately. Kai congratulated happily, "Ziyi, congratulations! Aburame Ziyi has now become a genin, which is certainly worthy of celebration." Shiranui Genma looked at Kakashi, who was being congratulated by Uchiha Obito and Nohara Rin, and said, "Kakashi is indeed very powerful. Apart from you, I am afraid no one among us can beat him." Kai very much agreed and said seriously, "That's true. Even in a physical competition, I may not be able to defeat Kakashi. Moreover, Kakashi's sword skills and ninjutsu are both superb, so I am no match." Aburame Ziyi consoled him, "Kakashi is indeed very powerful. He has inherited the sword skills of Lord Hitaki Sakumo." Kai laughed heartily, "There is one more genius to catch up with." Shiranui Genma said helplessly, "It's very difficult to catch up with them." Kai showed his white teeth and said, "It doesn't matter. Only with geniuses like Aburame Ziyi and Kakashi can we push ourselves better. This is youth." Aburame Ziyi often competes with Kai in physical skills. Now Kai has not shown any talent in physical skills. In other words, it's not his physical talent, but his youth that hasn't bloomed yet. From then on, Kai continued to exercise day after day without slacking off at all. With youth, sweat, and tears, he became the blue beast of Konoha. In the end, Kai bloomed with youth, opened the door of death in the 8-gate dungeon, and almost kicked out the finale. Aburame Ziyi stretched out and said, "I passed the graduation exam. It's time to celebrate. I'll treat you to a barbecue." "Okay." Kai and Shiranui Genma shouted happily. Chapter 18's Highway Team. Aburame Shiitsu, Guy, Shiranui Genma, Gecko Hayate, and others had a big meal at the barbecue restaurant. They spent a lot of money and Aburame Shiitsu's wallet was dry. But everyone enjoyed the meal very happily. After all, we may not be able to see each other for a long time now that we are separated. Everyone cherishes this last time. It wasn't until the evening, after everyone had eaten and drank enough, that they decided to go home. "Come on, Ziyi, we will work hard too." When they were parting, Kai said loudly to Aburame Ziyi. Shiranui Genma and others nodded in approval. Seeing their former friends graduating early, they were a little anxious and wanted to improve their strength to follow in the footsteps of Aburame Shii. "Let's work hard together." Aburame Ziyi waved to Kai and the others, looking very cool. Aburame Ziyi returned to the Aburame clan's clan. Instead of returning to her room, she went to visit Aburame Shiwei. Aburame Ziyi had already informed Aburame's Highway before applying for early graduation assessment. Aburame's Highway is also very willing for Aburame Ziyi to graduate early, and has even arranged her future affairs. "Very good, Ziyi, you really didn't disappoint me. You passed the early graduation assessment even without using the phosphorus bug." Then Aburame Shiwei said seriously, "Then it won't be a gentle environment like that of a ninja school. You can use phosphorus worms, or you must get used to using phosphorus worms to kill people. No, it must not happen. Compassion. Don't hesitate. If you can kill someone directly with phosphorus, don't give him a chance." When Aburame Ziyi heard Aburame's Highway's teachings, he knew that this was Aburame's Highway's experience and that his life could be saved at critical moments. If you are not a member of your clan or family, no one will care about you. Lord's Highway, I got it. Now that I've become a ninja, I'm aware of it. Aburame Shii sat up straight and answered seriously. "Very good, I will put you and the genin who are missing teammates into a team, and I will be the instructor." Aburame Shiwei hasn't been a team leader for a long time, because Aburame Shiwei has strong comprehensive strength and is a rare ninja who can act alone. Like Namikaze Minato, he can cooperate with others and go wherever he is needed. "Thank you for your care, Master Shiwei." Aburame Shii felt warm in his heart when he heard Aburame Shiwei's words, and his sense of security increased a lot. Although Aburame Shii is very confident in himself, there is never a lack of accidents in the ninja world. If a jonin suddenly pops up, Aburame Shiai will be in trouble. Under Aburame Shiwei's command, at least he will not encounter irresistible dangers. You're welcome. You will be an important pillar of the family in the future, and the family will also need your strength in the future. A fool can see the potential of Aburame Shiai. It is a foregone conclusion that he will become a jonin. The worst result is that he will be a special jonin, and a jonin who can play a great role in the war. It is absolutely right to invest heavily. All investments will bring several times the return. The next day, Aburame Shiai and Aburame Shiwei came to the gathering place and found that some people had already arrived. A boy with white eyes and a very calm face, he should be from the Hyuga clan. The other one is a girl holding a grey puppy in her arms. There are colored marks of teeth on both sides of her face. She seems to be from the Inyazuka clan. In addition to him being from the Aburame clan, it seems that this is a standard reconnaissance team, that is, a scout team. Frequently go-to-war friends in the field know that the reconnaissance team is still very dangerous in war. And the mortality rate is very high. After all, the role of the reconnaissance team is to scout information, and as long as the opponent is not stupid, he will definitely not let you scout information easily. If you are lucky, you can scout the information and then return to bring the information to the person in charge. If you are unlucky, it is normal to encounter a group wipe. And the reconnaissance team cannot return and cannot receive the information of the reconnaissance team. This is also a message that there are powerful enemies in the direction of the reconnaissance team. So if you meet an inhuman boss, the reconnaissance team will be tragic and will be used as disposable cannon fodder. It seems that everyone is here. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Aburame Shiwei. I am a jonin and your team leader. I like to cultivate insects. I don't hate anything. Aburame Shiwei took the lead and introduced herself, and at the same time signaled everyone to follow in turn. My name is Hinata Yang. I like the sound of birds singing and hate things that hurt birds. I am good at long-range reconnaissance and close combat soft fist. Hinata Yang said his information expressionlessly, looking a little numb. My name is Inyazuka Aoi. I like cute dogs, hate things that hurt dogs, and am good at cooperating with dogs to attack enemies. Inyazuka Aoi smiled happily while holding the grey puppy. Aburame Shiai saw this situation and introduced himself. My name is Aburame Shiai. I like bugs, hate things that hurt bugs, and am good at using parasitic bugs and phosphorus bugs. Aburame Shiai paused and added. My bugs are very dangerous. Once attacked, they will quickly cause the death of the target. Aburame Shiai told his information, hoping to have a good cooperation in the future. Of course, Aburame Shiai's information can't be kept secret for a long time. Once Aburame Shiai is used, as long as the enemy commander is not stupid, it will definitely attract attention, and it can't be kept secret for long. Hinata Yang and Inyazuka Aoi all looked at Aburame Shiai. After all, Aburame Shiai's words were exaggerated. If attacked, they would die. They shuddered at the thought of the dense insects of the Aburame clan. Aburame Shiwei heard the self-introduction of the three people, and the corners of his mouth twitched. You three are really not a family. You don't enter the same door. But after hearing what Aburame Shiai said, he still added. The phosphorus bad insects raised by Aburame Shiai are forbidden insects of the Aburame clan. They are very dangerous, but you don't have to worry. Aburame Shiai has a strong control over the phosphorus bad insects and will not hurt you. Aburame Shiwei's confirmation increased the credibility of Aburame Shiai's words. Wow, it seems that I met a reliable teammate this time. Inyazuka Aoi said with a smile, showing that she was very happy. The risk of a reconnaissance team is extremely high, and it would be great if there is a strong teammate. Hinata Yang also looked at Aburame Shiai deeply and nodded to show his approval. Hinata Yang and Inyazuka Aoi welcomed Aburame Shiai very much, without any rejection. Because they have all experienced cruel battles, they know that a reliable and strong teammate means a higher survival rate, so it is not too late to welcome him, let alone reject him. Aburame Shiwei was also very satisfied to see this scene. Hinata Yang and Inyazuka Aoi were carefully selected, and their strength and character are very reliable. Next, Aburame Shiwei did not arrange any dangerous tasks, just some simple tasks to cultivate tacit understanding. Chapter 19, Reconnaissance Mission. 1 month. Aburame Shiai, Hinata Yang, and Inyazuka Aoi are already familiar with each other, at least they can communicate about some secret private actions. Aburame Shiai also roughly understands Hinata Yang and Inyazuka Aoi. Inyazuka Aoi is okay, she is generous, although she looks a little careless, but she is actually very careful. Although Hinata Yang is usually a little silent, Aburame Shiai it can be felt that Ri Yang does not object to forming a bond. It's just that when I listen to birds singing, my eyes show deep longing. Maybe what Hinata likes is not the singing of birds, but the freedom of birds. In fact, both Shiitsu Aburame and Aoi Inyazuka noticed it, but because of the Hyuga clan, they pretended not to see it. The Hyuga clan implements the system of clan and branch families. The clan family inherits the blood inheritance boundary white-eye from generation to generation, and the branch family must sacrifice their lives to protect the clan family. The final result of Kagaya Otsutsuki's direct bloodline, including Moon Otsutsuki, was similar to the annihilation of the clan. Only the Hyuga clan grew stronger, and the caged bird curse seal was indispensable. Because the caged bird ensured the Zone family's control over the branch family, the branch family had no confidence to resist the Zone family. And it is difficult for Konoha to interfere in the affairs of the Hyuga clan. Because if you start from the outside, you can only force it, which will arouse the fear of other ninja clan in Konoha, but it is impossible to start from the inside. Konoha could only hold her nose and recognize this family that did not conform to the will of fire at all. Fortunately, the Hyuga clan is also more obedient. In other words, the clan family can protect its own interests by sacrificing the interests of the branch families. The caged bird curse seal protects the inheritance of the Hyuga clan, and at the same time provides convenience for the clan to enslave and separate families. Perhaps the relationship between the clan and branch families was relatively harmonious at first, but this sense of arbitrary control caused the clan to quickly fall into decline. Nowadays, the Zone family completely treats the branch family as a slave, leaving all the dirty work to the branch family and enjoying the benefits themselves. Hinata himself is not a bad person, but he was severely beaten by the caged bird and the Hyuga clan, and had to bury his desire for freedom deep in his heart. Hinata Yang and Inyazuka Aoi are enjoying their peaceful life now. The three of them often get together to have barbecue after completing their tasks, and the scene is very warm. Aburame Shiwei was also very pleased to see this scene. As a team leader, he naturally hopes that the members of his team will be harmonious. It's time to accept some dangerous missions. Aburame Shiwei can't always lead the team to perform some simple missions. At 10 o'clock in the morning, the members of this highway team gathered at the gate of Konoha. After a while, Aburame Shiwei came over and said in a relaxed tone, "I just went to the Hokage to take on an A-level mission. I will try my best to control the risks of this mission, but if you are not careful, there may be casualties." The three members of Shiwei's team were not too surprised, because they had vague suspicions when they gathered at the gate of Konoha today. "Let's go." Aburame Shiwei looked at Aburame Ziyi, who was not too surprised, and the three of them were not surprised either. After all, collecting and analyzing intelligence is a basic skill for ninjas, and the information he gave was already obvious. Seeing Aburame Ziyi and the others obeying the orders honestly, Aburame Ziyi nodded slightly and disappeared from the place. When Aburame Ziyi and the other three saw this, they immediately followed. "Teacher, what is the A-level mission this time?" Aburame Ziyi was the first to speak, hoping to learn more about this mission. Aburame Shiwei did not hide anything and said directly, "The number of ninjas entering the country of fire has increased recently. Your mission is to detect the ninjas in the country of fire, and then eliminate all the detected ninjas. Is it just us this time? Inyazuka Aoi asked in detail. There is also an ANBU ninja team, they will go with us to eliminate it. These ninjas who sneaked into the Land of Fire are not necessarily spies from the other 4 major ninja villages. Because now that the strength of the 5 major ninja villages has been restored, the ninja world has become a little impetuous. The impetuous atmosphere has brought an increase in the number of rebellious ninjas. After all, they can only earn a meager income by performing various dangerous tasks in the village. They may also be used as chess pieces and cannon fodder, and they die without knowing how they died. And once you leave the ninja village and become a rebel ninja, as long as you sacrifice your dignity and target wealthy businessmen among ordinary people, you will be able to capture them easily. This is quite different from the shinobi village system and from the control of daimyo economy. Looking at it this way, Renren's ideas may still be advanced. They have directly changed from tools to violent predators, and their positioning has been significantly improved. It's really magical realism. Where should these rebellious ninjas go if they want to live comfortably? Of course, going to the Land of Fire. Who knows that the Fire Country has a vast territory and rich resources, which is suitable for guerrilla warfare, and the businessmen are also very rich, so it can be said that it is the best choice. Abarame's small team traveled for 2 days and finally approached their destination. The next place I will take you to is a dangerous area where ninjas appear. Please pay attention to your investigation. Abarame's highway added. Hinsyang Yang, try to keep your eyes open. After hearing this, Xiang Yang immediately opened his eyes and looked around. At 2 o'clock ahead, in a cave about 3,000 meters away, there are 7 ninjas with chakra reactions. Abarame's highway's pace quickened in vain, and soon she saw the cave that Xiang Yang mentioned. Teacher's highway, be careful, there may be traps nearby. Before Inyazuka Aoi finished speaking, Abarame's highway immediately used ninjutsu. The secret technique and the art of insect deception. No, enemy attack. Ah, what is this? Run! The entrance to the cave is blocked by insects, hurry up! The floor of the cave turned into a sea-like swarm of parasites, a magnificent sight. Observation. In less than a moment, the 7 ninjas were devoured. Teacher's highway is so powerful. Shii Aburame sighed. Although Shii Aburame is very strong now, there is still a big gap compared to Shii Aburame, a veteran insect tamer. It is impossible to do it as easily as Shii Aburame. The reconnaissance mission was carried out smoothly under the escort of Shii Aburame. A week after the start of the mission, Shii Aburame and the other 2 gradually became familiar with the process of this reconnaissance mission led by Shii Aburame. Hinagi played a big role, and his Byakugan long-distance observation was very strategic. It was because of Higashi Abarame's constant reporting that Shii Aburame and his team were able to quickly and effectively eliminate stray ninjas in dangerous areas. It must be said that the reconnaissance team of the 3 of them really has its own advantages. Shii Abarame's observation of parasitic insects is outstanding in concealment, Aoi Inyazuka can detect smells to determine directions, and Higashi Aburame can use Byakugan to detect long-distance reconnaissance to determine locations. Of course, Aburame Zei and the other 2 did not just conduct reconnaissance, they also experienced battles. For example, Abarame's highway would deliberately release some less dangerous fish that slipped through the net. Aburame Zei, Hinata Yang, and Inyazuka Aoi cooperated well and perfectly eliminated the enemy without leaving them any chance. At night, the 4 of them gathered around a fire and ate the dry food they brought. When Abarame's highway and the other 4 were about to rest, Abarame's highway said, "You have performed very well these days and have not made any obvious mistakes. Just keep this pace. Zei and I will keep watch in the first half of the night, and Hinata Yang and Inyazuka Aoi will take over in the second half of the night." Hinata Yang and Inyazuka Aoi went to the tent immediately after hearing this and took the time to rest. Only Aburame Zei and Aburame Zei were left in the camp. Under the night, the 2 tightly wrapped guys looked extremely terrifying under the light of the fire. Chapter 20 Xianyuan People and Exploding Bugs. How was it during this period? Aburame's highway asked while adding firewood to the fire. I have learned a lot and my strength has improved a lot. Actual combat is the best teacher. Aburame Shii replied. Improve your strength as soon as possible. Once you are noticed, all forces will assassinate you. It is very dangerous. Early morning. A night passed and nothing happened. After resting well, Aburame Shii and his party began to clean up the camp. At any time, ninjas will not leave traces, because you don't know what will track you along the traces. Shiwei's team began to hunt down ninjas who sneaked into the land of fire. With the help of Hinata Yang's Byakugan, it was very smooth. Bian is indeed strategic level, and it is very convenient on the battlefield. During this period, Shiwei's team found a lot of ninjas, most of whom were wandering ninjas. These wandering ninjas do not want to perform missions at the risk of their lives, but want to enjoy themselves. They already have powerful power, so why should they be dominated by a group of ordinary people? They should dominate those ordinary people, even officials and daimyo. 2,700 meters ahead. There are 3 genin chakras. Hinata Yang continued to charge, occasionally turning his head to patrol to prevent accidents. Because of the bird in the cage, the Hyaga branch has a blind spot in vision. In order to prevent the enemy from running from the blind spot, Hinata Yang had to patrol all the time. But this time, Aburame's highway made a gesture after advancing a distance, indicating that he had stopped. Something is wrong. If there is any problem, stop first. Aburame's highway's rich experience told him that the surrounding environment was not right, and the atmosphere was also very solemn. Teacher's highway, let me try it. I have cultivated some ordinary insects that will not attract attention. Aburame Ziyi took the initiative to suggest that what can make Aburame's highway feel wrong represents a very dangerous situation. After speaking, Aburame Ziyi released 3 flying insects, which were ordinary, without chakra on their bodies, and very inconspicuous. This is a kind of flying insect without chakra that Aburame Ziyi carefully cultivated. If it were not for the connection between the original Gu, Aburame Ziyi might not be able to control them. Aburame Shii knew clearly that it was not the time to hide when facing dangers that could threaten Aburame Shiwei. Aburame Shiwei carefully observed Aburame Shii releasing the flying insects and nodded in approval. The cultivation is good. Even if I didn't know that these insects had problems in advance, I wouldn't pay much attention to it. It's good that they don't contain chakra. The Aburame clan can indeed cultivate a few ordinary flying insects, but the process is very troublesome and consumes a lot of resources. In addition, the life of insects without chakra is very short and they are easy to die, which is not worth the loss. But now it just happened to encounter this situation. It's really a fate that the dragon slaying technique meets the dragon. Aburame Shii got the permission of Aburame Shiwei and controlled the 3 flying insects to fly to the point of the sunburst in Hinata. 3 young ninjas were resting, but the vigilance in their eyes could not be concealed. I only heard one of them complain, the leader is really a fool. He used us as bait. What if someone really comes? I am the hope of the Xianyuan clan in the future. One of the captain-like people said, don't complain. It will be more troublesome if the leader hears it. Be alert and be careful of enemy attacks. Don't worry too much. The leader has surrounded this place. If anyone dares to come, they will never get out. When Aburame Ziyi heard this, he knew it was a trap, so he controlled the insects to fly around. Finally Aburame Ziyi's insect found the hidden ninja in a tree. They were in a state of condensing chakra and similar to dormancy, and were carefully hidden. Each of these ninjas has a tail behind their back. The Xianyuan clan. Aburame Ziyi's mind was spinning, and she suddenly thought that this kind of dress was not that of the Xianyuan clan. The phantom walking in the forest, Xianyuan Zhong. Xianyuan Zhong himself is not very strong, but he has a very powerful technique called exploding insect. The victim will have a parasite in his body that can absorb chakra and grow. Once the bug grows to a certain size, the ninja will explode and die. In the original work, this ninjutsu is very eye-catching. Reikage, Nikai, and Laikai were hit by it one after another and were poisoned by blasting bugs. Aburame Ziyi immediately told Aburame's highway about the situation. Aburame's highway also became serious when she heard Aburame Ziyi's description. Aburame Shiwei is well informed and has some knowledge of the Xianyuan clan, a ninja clan that uses insects. There are also many records in the Aburame clan's information about fellow insect masters. I know that the Xianyuan clan has a kind of explosive bug that is very dangerous. It is similar to the phosphorus bug of the Aburame clan. They are microscopic bugs and are very difficult to deal with. Since the Xianyuan people appeared here, they must have a mission, and they must be harmful to Konoha. Aburame's highway's eyes were solemn. Xianyuan Zhong was not easy to deal with, especially since he had his students with him. It's the Xianyuan people. They are very dangerous. They are preparing to retreat. Let's gather with the ANBU ninja team first. When Aburame Ziyi saw this situation, she immediately stepped forward and said, "Teacher, I can help. The most powerful thing among Xianyuan Zhong is their blasting bugs. I can inject the phosphorus bugs into your body first, so that once the blasting bugs enter, they will be killed by my phosphorus bugs." Upon hearing this, Aburame's highway confirmed to Aburame Ziyi again. "Ziyi, can you really control the phosphorus bugs without hurting people?" "Don't worry, teacher's highway, I have already conducted experiments on many animals, there will be no problem," Aburame Ziyi said decisively. Aburame's highway nodded slightly. "I want to believe you. You all come with me and gather with the ANBU ninja team." It wasn't until the Shiwei team and the ANBU ninjas gathered together that Aburame Ziyi and the other three felt a little more at ease. Aburame's highway and ANBU ninjas reported information to each other, and when they learned that it was Xianyuan people, they were very solemn. In any case, Xianyuan Zhong dared to appear in the Kingdom of Fire. This shows that Xianyuan Zhong has bad intentions towards Konoha and must be attacked. What's the opponent's numerical strength? 3 Jounin, 7 Chuyunin, and some Genin. Aburame Ziyi replied, and added, "The opponent's secret bursting bugs will be restrained by my phosphorus bugs. Injecting the phosphorus bugs into the body in advance can prevent them from being parasitized by Xianyuan Zhong's blasting bugs." Anbu Captain Tuhao silently evaluated and compared in his mind. The opponent had 3 Jounin, and we also had 3 Jonins, Aburame Shiwei, Anbu Captain Tuhao, and Vice Captain Xiang. Coupled with the intelligence that the enemy is overt and we are covered, we finally come to the conclusion that we can fight. But when it comes to injecting phosphorus into the body, there is some hesitation. Upon seeing this, Aburame's highway promised, "Aburame Ziyi's phosphorus bugs will never harm you." Upon seeing this, the ANBU ninjas looked at each other, and then nodded. Since Aburame's highway guarantees it, there must be no problem. Aburame's highway's prestige was fully revealed at this moment. Then Aburame Ziyi injected phosphorus bugs into everyone. After everything is ready, Aburame's small team and ANBU ninja team secretly advanced toward the leader's position in Xianyuan. After getting close to a certain distance, it suddenly exploded. Fire release. Dragon fire technique. Fire release great flame bullet. Wind escape press. Wind escape big breakthrough. The ANBU ninja used the fire escape to rush towards the position of the Xianyuan leader. The wind escape boosted the speed and power of the fire escape, and in an instant the Xianyuan leaders suffered a brutal blow. Chapter 21 The parasite begins to show its ferocity. "You guys!" The leader of Xianyuan Zhong escaped from the fire escape in a very embarrassed manner, with multiple burns on his body. Because of the need to hide chakra, the body falls into dormancy, resulting in the inability to react immediately when danger is discovered. You can only wake up your body first, which wastes a little time and leads to tragic consequences. A Jounin of Xianyuan Zhong died in the joint attack of fire escape and wind escape released by ANBU ninjas. The other Jounin survived but lost his fighting ability and lay motionless on the ground. The role of intelligence was fully revealed at this moment, because the intelligence was leaked and the upper-level combat power of the Xianyuan Zhong was directly wiped out. I want. Before the leader of the Xianyuan Zhong finished speaking, Aburame's Highway, the captain of the ANBU team, Deng, and the deputy captain Xiang rushed towards the leader of the Xianyuan Zhong, intending to fight quickly. In this case, you can bury me with me. When the leaders of Xianyuan saw this, they knew that this time was very dangerous, so they didn't want to run away. Explosion bug. The leader of Xianyuan used all his strength to send out a flash of light and used the ninjutsu exploding bug. Secret technique insect jade. Aburame's Highway quickly approached the leader of the Xianyuan people and took the lead in launching an attack. The lanterns and elephants followed closely in perfect agreement. The leaders of Xianyuan gritted their teeth and persisted, hoping to last longer so that the enemy could using chakra will provide nutrients for the blasting bugs. If this continues, the Xianyuan leaders still have a slim hope of victory. Aburame Ziyi saw the leader of the Xianyuan clan using blasting bugs, and immediately sensed it through the phosphorus worms in his body, and the larvae of the blasting bugs entered his body. Aburame Ziyi did not order the phosphorus bugs to kill the blasting bugs, but silently said assimilation in her heart. The original goo that had been following Aburame Ziyi once again showed its power and instantly assimilated the blasting bugs that entered Aburame Ziyi's body. You can go back to the Aburame tribe and conduct experiments again. The blasting bugs still have great potential. Aburame Ziyi was very happy to get the blasting bug, and his foundation was strengthened. The Xianyuan genin who acted as bait and the Chuyunan who were hiding looked at this scene in confusion and could not react. What's going on? No, it's the enemy. Is the leader okay? Kill them. Since the fire release and wind release focus mainly hit the Jounin of the Xianyuan clan, the Chunin and Genin of the Xianyuan clan, unless they were unlucky, did not suffer a severe blow. When the remaining Xianyuan people saw this, they knew that if the leader was defeated, they would not survive, so they decided to kill 2 more before they died. Xianyuan Zhong launched an attack on Aburame Kai's small team. Secret technique parasite. Ninjutsu orc clone, Yatongye. Aburame Ziyi released parasitic insects and rushed towards the Xianyuan people in dense numbers. Wind escape big breakthrough. A member of the Xianyuan clan used wind escape ninjutsu to attack Aburame Ziyi's parasitic insect. And this was in line with Aburame Ziyi's intention, controlling the parasitic insects to disperse when they were attacked by wind release and great breakthrough. In the eyes of Xianyuan Zhong, it was their Fengdun that scattered the bugs of Yun Ziyi. They are really weak bugs, incomparable to our blasting bugs. Upon seeing this, Inyazuka Aoi immediately used Ye Tonga to rush towards the Xianyuan people and cooperated with Aburame Shiitsu in fighting. Upon seeing this, Ri Xiangyang rushed forward and fought closely with the Xianyuan people. When the Xianyuan people saw Inyazuka Aoi rushing over with Ye Tonga, they immediately dispersed. There is no need to fight forcefully, Xianyuan Zhong is ready to attack immediately after Inyazuka Aoi finishes using Ye Tonga. It's just that they didn't pay attention, or didn't care about a few small bugs rushing toward them. Xuanyuan Zong's attention was all on Inyazuka Aoi. When they saw Inyazuka Aoi stop, there was a cruel look in their eyes. Before Xianyuan Zhong could use their ninjutsu, they felt numb all over and fell down one after another. It was Aburame Ziyi's parasite that touched them. Announced the arrival of death. Then a flash of purple quickly occupied Xianyuan Zhong's body. Xianyuan people all quickly lost the breath of life. Inyazuka Aoi looked at the dozens of Xianyuan people who died suddenly and said with emotion. No matter how many times I see it, Ziyi, your bugs are so scary. Fortunately, they are teammates. If they were enemies, it would be unimaginable. Hinata Yang also nodded with great approval. These Xianyuan people were not weak in strength. He and Inyazuka Aoi at most played a role in attracting targets. The real killer was Aburame Ziyi's bug. There were many Chuyunin among the Xianyuan people they faced. If it was a head-on confrontation, Hinata Yang and Inyazuka Aoi would have no choice but to run away. I hope I can hold on until Teacher Aburame's highway can deal with the leader of Xianyuan Zhong and then come to support them. But with Aburame Ziyi, these Xianyuan people, even the Chuyunin, were vulnerable, and they were all defeated in one fell swoop. At the same time, the leader of Xianyuan Zhong also fought very hard. Being besieged by 3 elite Jonin, the Xianyuan leaders were in danger many times, but he could not hold on for long. Damn it! Why haven't the blasting bugs grown yet? The Xianyuan leaders persisted for a while, and finally said. The Xianyuan leaders were beaten to the ground and asked unwillingly, why were you not affected by the blasting bugs? Why didn't the blasting bugs explode? None of the 3 Jonin, including Aburame Shiatoshi, explained to the leader of the Xianyuan clan, stabbed the leader of the Xianyuan clan directly into the heart with a kunao, ending his life. After confirming the death of the leader in Xianyuan, Aburame's highway and the other 3 Jounin breathed a sigh of relief. The leader of Xianyuan Zhong is indeed very powerful. It is indeed difficult to kill Aburame's highway and the other 3 without causing the sacrifice of their companions. We can only cooperate with the leader of Xianyuan Zhong, give him hope, and slowly drag him to death. This time, great results were achieved without sacrificing anyone. Aburame Shiwei and the ANBU ninja were both satisfied. No one wants to die, and no one wants to see his companions sacrificed in front of his eyes. The credit this time is not small. Thanks to Aburame Ziyi's accurate intelligence, Xianyuan Zhong was caught off guard in advance and the battle was won. In the future, we will indeed need to cultivate some chakra-free reconnaissance bugs. Although it will cost a lot, if we encounter a suitable situation, it can work wonders. Aburame's highway made up her mind to allocate part of her resources to cultivate bugs that did not contain chakra and were used for investigation. Aburame's highway watched the leader of Xianyuan Zhong being put away with a sealing scroll by the captain of the Dark Force, Deng, without saying a word. They did this mission together, and no one could leave the other. It would be better for the ANBU ninja to collect the body of the Xianyuan leader. This would be more convenient and he would not have to go to the torture department to extract the information in the Xianyuan leader's mind. If possible, he would also ask about the method of raising explosive bugs. If explosive bugs can be cultivated, the strength and foundation of the Aburame clan will increase a lot. I hope the explosive bugs are cultivated from ordinary bugs, otherwise it will be difficult. Because generally, the cultivation of bugs is very fast, so it is necessary to prepare an ecological environment suitable for bugs. Once the supply is cut off for a few days, the bug ecology will suffer a devastating blow. Once all the bugs are dead, there is naturally no way to cultivate them. You can't create something out of nothing. The explosive bugs are really powerful. If it weren't for the phosphorus bad bugs injected by Aburame Ziyi in advance to kill the explosive bugs, it would be hard to say who would win. Aburame's highway has an idea about the explosive bugs that can enhance the strength of the Aburame clan. Chapter 22 Mission completed. There is also a senior ninja who has lost his combat ability and is lying on the ground. This is live intelligence. Several Anbu ninjas used shadow clones and instantly appeared around the Xianyuan senior ninjas who had lost their combat ability. The sealing technique was used to simply seal the chakra of the Xianyuan group's Jonin, and then he was tied up and a few needles were inserted into his acupuncture points to ensure that he was asleep all the way to Konoha. Seeing that the battle with the Xianyuan group was over, Aburame Shii took the initiative to say, "Let me take back the phosphorus bugs. It's not good to keep them in the body. After all, the phosphorus bugs will also rob the body of nutrients." The Anbu ninja nodded when they saw this. They were more or less uncomfortable letting the phosphorus bugs stay in their bodies. Now that Aburame Shii took the initiative, they went with the flow. Otherwise, they would have to find a way to remove the phosphorus bugs in the body in the future, which would be very troublesome. Secret technique: poison touch recovery. Aburame Shiai took back the injected phosphorus bugs one by one. Anbu Captain Deng looked at Aburame Shiai's skilled appearance and secretly admired him. In fact, he noticed Aburame Shiai before the battle. Now, seeing the Xuanyuan group's corpses all over the ground covered with purple, he knew that they were solved by Aburame Shiai. He couldn't help but sigh, what a genius. Aburame Shiai heard the praise from the Anbu Captain Deng, smiled and said, "Clean up the battlefield, and then go back to the village to rest. This mission has been carried out for a month, and it's time for the mission." Anbu Captain Deng heard it and nodded in agreement. The time limit for the mission to eliminate the ninja is 1 month, and this time they have bitten a hard bone, and it is indeed time to go back to the village to rest. On the way back to the village, everyone was still very vigilant, and no one wanted to be ambushed after completing the mission. The journey back to the village was very peaceful, and they returned to the village smoothly. As soon as Aburame Shiai returned to the village, she personally told the third Hokage about the mission. "It's the Xuanyuan clan, they are still very dangerous, ninjas who hunt ninjas. You've worked so hard, Shiai." Sarutobi Hiruzen was also very sad when he heard it. The Xuanyuan clan is also well known in the ninja world. Although the strength of the Xuanyuan clan is not as good as before, it is not weak, but now it has disappeared in history. Any requests? Shiai, you've really worked hard this time. Hokage, if possible, I hope to get information about the exploding bugs among the Xuanyuan clan. The exploding bugs of the Xuanyuan clan are indeed a good match for the Aburame clan. It would be a good thing if it succeeds. Next, go to the interrogation department to ask them for it. I'll give you the warrant. Sarutobi Hiruzen heard Aburame Shiai's request and agreed directly. Thank you, third Hokage. Aburame Shiai was very grateful. This could help him a lot and help the Aburame clan increase its strength and foundation. Sarutobi Hiruzen saw Aburame Shiai's grateful look and nodded with satisfaction. Konoha needs ninjas like you, Shiai, to reach its current prosperity. Without the leadership of the third Hokage, there would be no prosperity for Konoha today. Aburame Shiai immediately expressed her determination when she heard it. You're exaggerating. Konoha depends on everyone to protect it together. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen said this, he couldn't hide the smile in his eyes. How did Aburame Shiai, Hinata Yang, and Inyazuka Aoi perform? They all performed very well. The clearing mission was successfully completed thanks to their reconnaissance. Sarutobi Hiruzen said, they are all geniuses. Shiai needs to be more careful and trained well. When Aburame Shiai heard the words of the third Hokage, his heart moved. You should withdraw first. Yes. Aburame Shiai left the Hokage building after receiving the order. After all, the third Hokage was busy with official duties. Sarutobi Hiruzen called the captain of the Anbu, Deng, who followed Aburame Shiai, to listen to the captain's report. Of course, Sarutobi Hiruzen did not distrust Aburame Shiai, but he hoped to understand the situation more comprehensively. What do you think of Aburame Shiai's performance in this mission? Aburame Shiai performed very well. Whether it was his reconnaissance bugs or the combination of parasitic bugs and phosphorus bugs, they all played a big role. Anbu Captain Deng said seriously. Aburame Shiai is a genius, but he is not just a genius. The combination of parasitic bugs and phosphorus bugs is enough for him to dominate the battlefield. If possible, I hope Aburame Shiai can join the Anbu and become my team member. Aburame Shiai's performance was seen by the Anbu Captain Deng, who hoped to become his team member, so that many tasks could be completed easily. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not comment on what the Anbu captain said. Of course, he also knew the potential of Aburame Shiai. It's a bit early to join the Anbu now. Let Minato come in contact with me when he comes back. After Aburame Shiai came out of the Hokage building, she went to find his team. Looking at Aburame Zei, Hinata Yang, and Inyazuka Aoi, they smiled with satisfaction. You three performed well in this mission. Now that the mission is over, I'll treat you to a barbecue. Okay. Inyazuka Aoi hugged Himaru and smiled happily. This mission is indeed very dangerous, even under the protection of Aburame Shiwei. Aburame Zei and Hinata Yang also smiled. Aburame's Hiwei's words are not only a reward, but also a signal that you are safe. And it would be great if Teacher's Hiwei is willing to treat her to dinner to soothe her injured soul. At the barbecue restaurant, Aburame Zei and his friends were not polite at all. They ate so much without thinking about Aburame's Hiwei's wallet. Although Aburame's Hiwei was a little worried about her wallet, she was very happy to see the three of Aburame Zei eating so happily. After completing the task, going to a barbecue restaurant to spend money is actually a kind of stress release. After all, the missions performed by ninjas are very dangerous. During the mission, a lot of pressure accumulates in the heart. If it is not released, it will become very extreme in the long run. There are many ways to release stress. For a team like Aburame Zei, the most used way is to eat at a barbecue restaurant. Let out the stress by eating barbecue. After eating and drinking, Yun's Hiwei said to the three of them. You guys should have a good rest during the next period. Although this mission is very dangerous, now that it has been completed, just relax. Great, I want to go out with Himaru. Inyazuka Aoi said while hugging Himaru. Ri Xiang Yang nodded, but there was no happy expression on his face. Also, during the holidays, he could only return to the Hyuga clan's place, that heavy, lifeless place like a prison. When Aburame's Hiwei saw this scene, she also sighed and had no good solution. Not to mention Aburame's Hiwei, even the entire Aburame clan is useless. The strategic significance of the Byakugan is obvious. Konoha cannot accept the consequences of losing the Hyuga clan, and the Hyuga clan is very weak. After Inyazuka Aoi and Hinata Hiro left, Aburame Shiwei and Aburame Shiitsu strolled on the road leading to the Aburame clan's clan. Teacher's Hiwei, when the Xianyuan leaders used the blasting bugs in your body had been killed by my phosphorus bad bugs, but not in my body. I just trapped it first. I want to conduct an experiment and see if I can cultivate it. When Aburame's Hiwei heard Aburame Zei's words, her face was startled, and she immediately asked. Is it safe? If there is danger, there is no need. Teacher's Hiwei, don't worry, it's safe. My body is full of phosphorus bugs, and the blasting bugs can't turn the world upside down. You can try to cultivate it. If it succeeds, it will be good for the entire Aburame clan. Zei, I will give you a copy of the information collected from the torture department. Come on. Aburame's Hiwei's face was full of expectation. Chapter 23 Determining the Target, the Pure Land of the Six Paths Immortals. Aburame Zei returned to her home and lay down on the soft big bed to rest, not wanting to move at all. Performing A-level tasks for a long time caused Zei Aburame to be mentally stressed. Now he finally relaxed by eating barbecue. Of course, he had to take a good rest. Aburame Zei closed her eyes, and her soul followed the connection with the original GU and linked to it. Primitive GU helped Aburame Zei a lot. In other words, the reason why Aburame Zei was able to rise was because of the primitive GU. However, Aburame Zei's consciousness was unable to control the original GU, which resulted in the original GU being half dead now. Now that Aburame Zei has made initial progress, she wonders if she can stimulate the original GU to gain more functions. Only when Aburame Zei's soul comes into contact with the original GU can he feel the terrifying power. It was like facing a huge mountain, which was impossible to shake. Aburame Zei cannot describe the original GU in words. Only when you really touch it can you feel that the original GU is the origin of everything. Aburame Zei clenched her fist fiercely. His soul is still not good now, and even the original GU can't do anything with it. You have to find a way to strengthen your soul. Aburame Zei made up her mind. In the ninja world, the soul is very mysterious, and it is almost impossible to enhance the soul. Just like Orochimaru's reincarnation, Doesn't Orochimaru know that reincarnation will harm the soul? Of course Orochimaru knew that. After being knocked down by Uchiha Itachi's Sharingan's genjutsu, Orochimaru was extremely aware of the damage that the Fuzu reincarnation would do to his soul. Orochimaru also thought of many ways to make up for it, repair it, and strengthen his soul. But in the end, Orochimaru's weakness was still illusion. From here you can see how difficult it is to strengthen the soul. Orochimaru is a master of forbidden arts. Even Orochimaru has no good way to enhance his own soul, let alone others. But that does not mean that there is no way to quickly enhance the soul. There is a shortcut to enhance the soul. There is a place that can be said to have accumulated soul energy for thousands of years. If it can be obtained from if you nourish your soul with hundreds of millions of soul energy, your soul will make a leap. Pure Land. The territory of the immortal of six paths. The Pure Land is where the soul of the Six Paths Immortal resides, or it is the training ground prepared by the Six Paths Immortal for future enemies. There are many souls of powerful people inside, and they have also accumulated huge amounts of soul energy. As long as you can harvest a little bit, you can make a lot of money. But this is very difficult. Let alone defeating the Six Paths Immortal to harvest soul energy in the Pure Land, you can't even find the Pure Land. Aburame felt very regretful when she thought that she was not of the Sage of Six Paths, otherwise, she would have gone directly to Sage of Six Paths and said that she didn't want to work hard anymore. But it's just a thought. First of all, you need to cultivate bugs about the soul. You can refer to the art of spiritualization. As for the location of the Pure Land, there is no need to deliberately search for it, just use the dirty land to reincarnate. At that time, the spiritual insects can be allowed to live in the soul of the ninja reincarnated in the dirty land, and then the reincarnation in the dirty land can be cancelled, and the soul of the ninja reincarnated in the dirty land will return to the Pure Land. Then hide it, silently absorb the soul energy, and then transfer the energy to me through the primitive goo. The imagination is beautiful, but the reality is cruel. Shimura Danzo has not yet given him a reply, nor has he continued to send people to look for him. It shows that Shimura Danzo recognizes the value of Aburame Shiitsu, but he has not yet reached the point of accepting a disciple, and he still needs to continue to observe Aburame Shiitsu. I have to show my value again, and the medical value of nanoworms can be shown. Aburame thought this way, a wave of tiredness came over her. So she closed her eyes and fell into sleep. Aburame rested for 3 days. Early morning. Aburame yawned, stretched, and got up to wash up. It's better to feel at ease in your own home. In the past 3 days, Aburame had completely adjusted her spirit, feeling refreshed and light. The medical value of phosphorus can be postponed for a while, but the top priority now is to raise blasting insects. Aburame has cultivated a small number of blasting insects in her body. Aburame's eyes were shining. Although the phosphorus bugs of the Aburame clan were nano-level poisonous bugs, they were the ultimate in the Hokage's microscopic bugs. But there is one drawback: it can only rely on living creatures. In other words, parasites can only attack their enemies through biological contact, and they will die quickly once they leave the human body. But things are different with blasting bugs. Although blasting bugs are cell-level bugs, they can be scattered in the air and enter the human body through breathing. It turns out that Aburame's parasites can only kill enemies by touching them. Even though Aburame can combine phosphorus and parasitic parasites, there are still limitations. The enemy still has a way. Although it is very troublesome, as long as you do not come into contact with parasites, you can still avoid death to a large extent. But now that Aburame has blasting insects, things are different. It is equivalent to a self-destruction truck turning into a nuclear radiation self-destruction truck. A self-exploding truck is safe until it explodes, but a nuclear radiation self-exploding truck is dangerous for you to be around. In this way, even if the enemy has a way to avoid the parasites and not come into contact with the parasites, as long as they dare to fight Aburame for a period of time, the blasters will inevitably enter the body. Therefore, Aburame Ziyi's parasitic insect comprehensiveness will be greatly improved. Aburame Ziyi couldn't help grinning, it really came to her mind. The gold content of the parasite has increased by 1 point. Aburame Ziyi couldn't help but sigh, there are still opportunities in the ninja world, as long as you are willing to work hard to find them. Now Aburame Ziyi has added blasting bugs and phosphorus bugs to the parasitic bugs. Then Aburame Ziyi went to visit Aburame Shiwei and handed over some of the blasting insects he had cultivated to Aburame Shiwei. The reason why I didn't give it on the same day was because I was afraid that I would appear too evil and the Aburame clan would not be able to accept it. Have you successfully cultivated it? Aburame Ziyi was a little skeptical. He successfully raised an unfamiliar insect in 3 days, which was really beyond his expectation. The risk of raising blasting insects is not high. If possible, it is best to promote it within the clan. Then he told Aburame Shiwei what he knew about the habits of the blasting insects. This is very important. The habits of a bug represent the cultivation method and use of the bug. After Aburame Ziyi assimilated the blasting bugs through the primitive goo, the blasting bugs had no secrets in front of Aburame Ziyi. Explosion bugs are indeed very powerful. If what you say is true, you can indeed promote it, but you need the permission of the elders of the Aburame clan. Elder? Aburame Ziyi asked strangely. The elders of the Aburame clan have a very low sense of presence in the Aburame clan, let alone in Konoha. Aburame Ji nodded slightly and said with admiration. The elders are unable to become ninjas due to age, injuries or other reasons. So the elders cultivate bugs in the clan's territory. The Aburame clan's parasitic bugs have become stronger from generation to generation. They are indispensable. There is no doubt that the elders have a lot of experience in cultivating and raising insects. It can be said that they have dealt with all kinds of insects for a lifetime, which is the true heritage of the Aburame clan. Only then did Aburame Ziyi understand that the Aburame elders had to determine the risks of bugs. For example, phosphorus worms were prohibited from being raised by the tribe on a large scale. They are responsible for the entire Aburame clan. 2nd Chapter 4 Explosion Bug Experiment. The center of the Aburame clan is the residence of the Aburame elders, or a large insect breeding ground. Aburame Ziyi was led here by Aburame Shiwei. There are many bottles and jars, in which many strange insects can be seen, and they are strictly classified. The labels on the bottles indicate the information. Aburame Ziyi carefully observed these bugs and the information on the labels, and obtained a lot of information. She couldn't help but feel that the Aburame clan still has some background. It's very strange, isn't it? I was also attracted when I first came here. However, although these bugs have their own abilities, they are still too weak to be used. We need to continue to cultivate and improve their abilities. Aburame Shiwei saw Aburame Ziyi observing the bottles and jars and explained. Yeah, I didn't expect there to be so many kinds of bugs. They're so beautiful. Aburame Ziyi thought that if she could apply for some of each type of insect in the future and let the primitive goo record their information, maybe it would be used when. Aburame Shiwei led Aburame Ziyi to a quaint compound. Several Aburame elders were observing an area in the compound where a large number of sealing techniques were deployed. The Aburame clan spent a lot of resources to build this. The sealing technique alone cost a lot. It can be said that it is the most suitable place for the Aburame clan to cultivate bugs. Aburame Shiwei and Aburame Ziyi watched the serious work of several elders and waited respectfully. After the work of the Aburame elders came to an end, Aburame Shiwei spoke. Elder, Ziyi has successfully cultivated Xianyuan Zhong's blasting bugs. This kind of bug is very powerful and the risk is not very high. Please take a look, elders, can you let the clansmen raise it? Oh, Xianyuan Zhong? They are the blasting insects of the Xianyuan clan. We should take a closer look. The Aburame elders immediately became interested. They were both members of the insect-controlling clan, and the Xianyuan clan's explosion insects were quite famous among the insect-controlling users. The Xianyuan clan has been able to use blasting bugs for so long, so the raising and use of blasting bugs must be very perfect. For the Aburame clan, nothing can enhance their strength and foundation more than annexing another insect-controlling clan and obtaining a powerful and perfect insect. At this time, the elders looked at Aburame Ziyi, who was next to Aburame's highway. "It's Ziyi. I know you. Raising phosphorus and parasites at the same time frightens us old guys. We are all amazed at your talent in controlling insects," an elder said kindly. "Ziyi, did you successfully raise the blasting bug this time too?" "Yes, elder," Aburame Ziyi said respectfully, and then released the blasting insect larvae. After all, the eggs of the blasting bug are at the cellular level and cannot be observed if the perception is not enough. It is easier to observe them with the larvae of the blasting bug. At the same time, Aburame Ziyi told the Aburame elders in detail about the blasting insects. The Aburame elders listened attentively without nodding, with joy in their eyes. "If what you said, Ziyi, is true, then the blasting bugs can indeed enhance the strength of our clan. Ziyi, you have made a great contribution." The elders couldn't wait to pick up the blasting bugs and study them. "Now our main task should be to study blasting bugs. This is very important to us, the Aburame clan," an elder suggested, and there was immediate agreement. For the elders who have dedicated their lives to the Aburame clan, nothing is more important than enhancing the strength of the Aburame clan. "We will now classify the bugs in the sealing area, and then temporarily seal them and replace them with blasting bugs." Just as they were told, the Aburame elders quickly put the bugs in the cultivation area with a large number of sealing techniques into bottles and classified them. Then the blasting insects were put into this training base that the Aburame clan had spent a lot of resources and efforts to build. The old man, the most virtuous and respected among the Aburame elders, looked at Aburame Ziyi and said expectantly, "Being able to successfully raise blasting insects without any support shows that Ziyi's talent is unique. But you still have to be careful in the future. It's best to understand clearly when encountering dangerous bugs. Your safety is the most important thing." The elder Aburame was very happy to learn that Aburame Ziyi had successfully raised blasting insects, but at the same time he was also very scared. Aburame Ziyi is the genius of the Aburame clan, and the most likely member of the Aburame clan to break through to the shadow level. If Aburame Ziyi really reaches a higher realm, then the Aburame clan has risen. At least they can let Ziyi keep his bugs as the latest parasites of the Aburame clan, and then choose suitable clan members to raise them. In this way, the Aburame clan will have a shortcut to reach the cage level. Future Aburame Ziyi's parasitic bugs are much more powerful than the blasting bugs. They are bugs that can reach the shadow level. The Aburame elders firmly believed this when they learned that Aburame Ziyi had combined the phosphorus worm and the parasitic worm. If Aburame Ziyi has a problem due to blasting bugs, it will really be more of a loss than a gain. It's the great elder. I will be careful in the future. Aburame Ziyi knew that the best way to face the great elder's concern was to obey the great elder's words. The first elder smiled helplessly when he saw Aburame Ziyi's obedient appearance. Geniuses always have the arrogance of geniuses and are always convinced that they can succeed. Of course, this is not a bad thing. If you can't even believe in yourself, it would be really ridiculous. We will conduct a preliminary study on the blasting bug in 3 days. If there are no problems, we can let the Chuyunan and Jiaonan try it first. Great Elder, can I take away some of the bugs? It was the first time I saw so many bugs and I couldn't bear it. Of course. As long as the insect clan members here apply, they will get the opportunity to raise them. However, most of the insects are very weak, so don't have high expectations. The Aburame first elder was not surprised. Most of the tribesmen who came here for the first time would take away some bugs. Great elder, do we have any soul or spiritual bugs here? The great elder showed a surprised expression. Well, there are bugs in the soul and spirit, but they may disappoint you. Come with me. The Great Elder brought Aburame's highway and Aburame to a jar. This is a bug that our Aburame clan cultivated by accident. Its ability is related to the soul. Aburame looked at the worms curled up in the bottle and felt it silently. The Great Elder looked at Aburame with a smile, and then said, "This kind of bug can touch the soul and absorb soul energy. Apart from that, it has no other functions. It can neither attack, defend, nor heal. It is also very fragile. If it leaves the bottle environment, it's easy to die." There are still some bugs like this in the Aburame clan. Although they look mysterious, most of them are of little value. The Aburame clan maintains their basic lives, hoping that one day they can mutate into powerful abilities. It doesn't matter, I just need a medium about the soul, and this insect just fits it. Aburame thought happily. The Great Elder saw what Aburame was thinking. If you want to try it, you can try it with a few. Thank you very much, Great Elder. Aburame's calm tone revealed a deep surprise. For Aburame, the most difficult thing is not to enhance the ability, but to obtain the bugs related to the soul. It is not difficult to go from 1 to 10. What is really difficult is to break through from 0 to 1. Aburame, who has the support of a part of the Aburame clan, will have a smoother path to becoming a god. Chapter 25 The Preliminary Completed Soul Insect. Since Aburame received the bugs with soul power from the Great Elder, she directly used primitive GU to assimilate them and record the information about the bugs with soul power. Then inject this information into the selected parasites. The parasites that were injected with information died suddenly. After many experiments, one parasite managed to survive. Aburame made a prompt decision and recorded the information that the parasites were alive. Then inject the information of the parasite that accepted the soul bug into the new parasite again, and repeat the experiment. In this way, Aburame carried out experiments from generation to generation. In the end, a relatively powerful insect with soul power came out. Although this bug is still very fragile, at least it will not be like the original one, which will die suddenly if there is any problem. This kind of bug is called soul-dwelling bug by Aburame. It still doesn't work. There is no way to quickly enhance the ability of the soul-hosting insect. Next, the soul-hosting insects can only be screened from generation to generation until I get an insect that satisfies me. Aburame sighed helplessly. Although the soul parasitic insect is called a soul parasitic insect by Aburame, it is incomparable to the parasitic insect that has already taken shape. It is still an empty shell. If you want to make a qualitative breakthrough in the soul-residing insect, you must obtain the technique of spiritualization. Of course, if you can trade with Orochimaru, it would be best to get the reincarnation of the corpse. As Orochimaru's tool for immortality, the soul-devouring aspect of Fuchsia reincarnation will definitely not disappoint him. Aburame tries to enhance the soul ability of the soul-hosting insect. After all, this involves whether Aburame can control the original GU. Aburame is very concerned about it. The Aburame clan did not try to enhance the soul abilities of bugs. On the one hand, it was because there were too many useless bugs like soul bugs and it was impossible to cultivate them all. On the other hand, it is still uncertain. Continuous cultivation does not necessarily only enhance abilities, but may also lead to the degeneration of bugs, which is very risky. Therefore, resources must be concentrated to cultivate those bugs that can really improve the strength of the Aburame clan, such as destroying bugs that can transmit messages. But Aburame does not have this restriction and can record the information of the soul-sending insect through the original GU. Screen out the best soul parasitic insects, then use the original GU to record the information, and then inject the information into the parasitic insects, and use this as the basis for another experiment. In this way, Aburame at least does not have to worry about the insect's ability to develop. Aburame's highway once again took Aburame to visit the elders and inquire about the situation of the blasting insects. After repeated confirmations by the elders, the habits of the blasting bugs were finally studied clearly, and the risks were minimized. After the Aburame elders came to the conclusion, they were extremely excited. Great, this way, our Aburame clan will rise. An elder said excitedly with a flushed face. Explosion bugs, this way, we, the Aburame clan, have one more weapon in our arsenal. Yes, the blasting bugs are different from the phosphorus worms. Even if the blasting worms are not as good as the phosphorus worms in microscopic aspects, the risk of the blasting worms is not as high as that of the phosphorus worms, and there is no limit to the blasting worms and they can be distributed in the air. The great elder Aburame looked at Aburame Zi with a smile. Zi, you are of great significance to our Aburame clan. Now your reputation as a genius has spread throughout Konoha. Your future is limitless. You may be accepted as a disciple by a big shot and reach the level of Namikaze Minato. At this point, the great elder stopped. After all, Namikaze Minato's identity was unusual, and it would be undesirable to continue talking about it, so he changed the topic. However, if the clan members want to raise blasting bugs, there are still certain risks. It is best to raise them as Chunin or Jounin. As for Genin, let's cultivate parasites honestly. This is the foundation and basic skill of the Aburame clan. Aburame's Highway and Aburame Zi agreed. The parasitic bug is the foundation of the Aburame clan. No matter how strong other insects are, they cannot shake its status. Aburame's Highway has now raised blasting insects, and her strength has greatly increased. Originally, Aburame's Highway's abilities were very comprehensive, but now with the addition of blasting insects, it is equivalent to adding a trump card, making her more flexible and powerful. Time flies, and 1 year has passed in the blink of an eye. Aburame Zi has completed many tasks with Aburame's Highway this year. Now, Aburame Shiitsu, Hinata Haru, and Inyazuka Aoi have all applied for the Chunin examination. Aburame's Highway agreed. Nowadays, Aburame's Highway's tasks have become more numerous and more dangerous, and she is no longer suitable to lead a team. Aburame Highway thought about the S-class mission she received not long ago, and sighed. It would be good for Aburame Shiitsu and the other two to become Chunin, so that he could have free hands. Otherwise, continuing to lead the team would be irresponsible to the three of them, Aburame Zi. Of course, Aburame's Highway is very confident in the strength of Aburame Zi and the other two, and has no doubts that they will pass the Chunin exam. Hinata Yang and Inyazuka Aoi are very strong. They were originally elites among genin, but now their strength has reached the level of Chunin. As for Aburame Zi's strength, not to mention the power of the parasitic insects, as his teacher Aburame's Highway knows best. Under the leadership of Aburame Zi, Hinata Yang and Inyazuka Aoi successfully passed the Chunin exam and officially became a Chunin. When they received the Chunin Forward Protector, Aburame Zi and the other two were still very happy. Chunin Masterpiece. They can carry out missions alone or lead teams in the future. He is a small boss in Konoha. Let's go to the barbecue restaurant and I'll treat you. Let's celebrate. It won't be easy to get together in the future. Aburame Zi said that this year, he was the main force in most of the missions carried out with Hinata Haru and Inyazuka Aoi. Because the parasites were too powerful, many powerful enemies died at the hands of Aburame Zi for no apparent reason. Therefore, among the three-person team, although Shiitsu Aburame has been a genin for the shortest time, she has become the core of the three-person team. Okay, let's call teacher Aburame's Highway and let's celebrate together. Inyazuka Aoi said with a smile. Himaru in her arms also barked happily. Hinata Yang nodded reservedly, expressing his agreement. I'm afraid not. Teacher's Highway has a very important mission. He left in a hurry when he saw that we passed the Chunin exam. Aburame Shiitsu was a little helpless. Aburame Highway's tasks were increasing and becoming more and more dangerous, which meant that the ninja world was developing in a bad direction. What a pity, but the three of us can do it, let's go. Inyazuka Aoi took the lead and walked towards the barbecue restaurant. Inyazuka Aoi's words diluted the shadow in Aburame Shiitsu's heart, and Aburame Shiitsu also laughed. "Let's go, Yang!" Under the setting sun, the three figures looked very energetic. Some old people also smiled when they saw it. This is youth. Chapter 26: The White Fang Incident. In the past few days, Aburame Zi has lived a very regular life. Except for completing the ninja mission, Aburame Zi has been staying in the Aburame tribe. The Aburame clan has many places to cultivate bugs, and they spent a lot of resources to build them. Of course Aburame Zi used them as much as she could. Parasitic insects and soul parasitic insects are the focus of Aburame Zi's experiments, and they are the two directions for Aburame Zi to improve her strength. Needless to say, the parasite has basically taken shape, and it won't be able to improve much temporarily without a big opportunity. You still have to go to the ninja world and find someone to turn it into a chance. The soul-hosting insect was what Aburame Zi spent a lot of time cultivating, but due to lack of opportunity, the results were very little. Without opportunities, it is really difficult to simply cultivate them. Even the Aburame clan spent countless hours gathering parasites. Aburame Zi was going to the village to relax and find inspiration. Walking lazily out of the Aburame clan, Aburame Zi came to the bustling streets of Konoha, and instantly felt something was wrong. The vendors on these bustling streets had no intention of hawking. The atmosphere is very strange. Everyone is whispering, as if they are afraid of being discovered, but with their above-board appearance, they cover it with their hands, which means that others cannot hear. Aburame Zi looked at this scene and felt that something was wrong. The high-level officials of Konoha must be involved in such a large-scale spread of the atmosphere, otherwise the ANBU would have stopped it long ago. There is a problem, it's a big one. I need to get some information. Shiitsu Aburame became serious. This was a ninja's subconscious reaction to unfamiliar information. So Aburame Zi went to the barbecue restaurant. He was considered a regular customer of the barbecue restaurant and he didn't attract much attention. Moreover, there are many people in the barbecue restaurant, so it is a good place to collect gossip. You may not be able to receive more confidential information, but it is still easy to get information like this from the streets. Shii Aburame casually came to the Akimichi clan's barbecue restaurant, said hello to the owner of the barbecue restaurant and sat down. Have you heard? Hitaki Sakumo failed in his mission, and other ninja villages are blaming us, saying they want an explanation or they will start a war. Yes, Hitaki Sakumo failed because a teammate gave up the mission. Really, ninjas should put the mission first. That's right, the mission failure caused heavy losses. Hitaki Sakumo's teammates asked to give up on him, but Hitaki Sakumo refused to listen and insisted on saving him. Aburame Shii extracted useful information from the noisy environment, and after listening for a while, he found that they were all discussing Hitaki Sakumo. This is the White Fang incident that led to Hitaki Sakumo's death. The White Fang incident was actually very simple, that is, Hitaki Sakumo gave up the mission to save his teammates. But the impact of the White Fang incident was huge, not on the villagers, but on the ninjas. Don't look at the one-sided public opinion about the White Fang incident now, but most of that public opinion was discussed by the villagers, and it is easy to manipulate them. The key is the ninja. The ninja is the armed force of Konoha and the one who holds the power. The ninja has not spoken yet. This is because some Konoha ninjas are indeed confused between the will of fire and the ninja mission guidelines, and don't know what to do. Another part of Konoha ninjas approve of Hitaki Sakumo's approach. But they can't speak out because of their status. After all, it can stir up public opinion in Konoha, and let every Konoha villager know about Hitaki Sakumo in a short time. It has not been suppressed by the Anbu ninja for such a long time. The identity of the person behind the scenes is not ordinary, and they can't afford to offend. You must know that Hitaki Sakumo is carrying out a confidential mission. It is too bold to directly expose the mastermind behind the mission. Besides, the third Hokage has not expressed his position yet, so they dare not say anything. As for whether the third Hokage knows, you are kidding, the third Hokage must know. The Konoha ninjas are still very confident in the third Hokage and believe that the third Hokage can handle it well. Even so, many ninjas are still worried, fearing that there will be problems with the Will of Fire and the Ninja Code, which is no small matter. The Will of Fire is not only the foundation of the Hokage's rule, but also the spiritual sustenance of many Konoha ninjas. Once there is a problem, it will be a big problem. In fact, the Will of Fire does not have a strict set of rules and regulations. To put it bluntly, it is just a slogan that can support the Konoha ninjas in their hearts under high pressure. And ninjas have always taken completing tasks as the highest criterion. Now the conflict between the two has collided with a logical paradox. Konoha's ninjas must follow these two mutually contradictory iron laws. If you don't follow the Will of Fire, you are a traitor to Konoha. If you don't follow the highest criterion of taking the task, you are not a qualified ninja. Of course, these two iron laws are in a vague state, and Konoha ninjas will avoid them intentionally or unintentionally. Konoha's high-level officials also know this situation, but they can't solve it. The Will of Fire is the basis of their rule, and the Ninja Task Code is also the basis of their rule, so they can only be deliberately blurred. But now someone is playing dirty, not intending to blur it out, and directly using this matter that is wrong anyway to hit the prestige of Hatake Sakumo. It's troublesome. Maybe the third Hokage just wanted to suppress Hatake Sakumo at the beginning. After all, Hatake Sakumo has threatened the Hokage master-apprentice system, so he let Shimura Danzo spread rumors, but he didn't expect that it would get out of hand and Hatake Sakumo committed suicide. Aburame Shiai sorted out the current situation while eating barbecue. The consequences of Hatake Sakumo's death are very serious. This not only means that Konoha has lost a high-end combat force, but what is more terrifying is that Konoha ninjas have doubts about the Will of Fire. If you don't even rescue your companions in front of you, what's the point of the Will of Fire? Bonds have become ridiculous, and companions have become untrustworthy. This is a major blow to Konoha, and it also affects the morale of the entire Konoha. If it weren't for the Third Ninja World War, Konoha had Minato Namikaze, and it would be hard to say whether Konoha could win based on the bad consequences of White Fang's death. After Hatake Sakumo's death, the White Fang incident became a taboo, and everyone tacitly avoided talking about it. But someone must be responsible, otherwise Konoha will be unstable. The conflict between the Will of Fire and the Ninja Mission Code caused by the White Fang incident must also have a result. The abdication of the third Hokage and the appointment of Minato Namikaze as Hokage may also be partly due to the death of White Fang, which can be regarded as an explanation given by the third Hokage. This is an opportunity to enter the center of the public opinion storm and be noticed by the Konoha high-level officials. After eating barbecue, Aburame Shiai leaned on the back of the chair and rested for a while. But you must also be careful not to lead the storm to yourself. It is best to be in the center of the storm, where the storm cannot hurt you but you can be noticed by the Konoha high-level officials. Aburame Shiai thought quickly, deduced the direction of the White Fang incident, and suddenly thought of his friends in the ninja school. Kakashi is a good opportunity to intervene. Chapter 27 Reunion with Kakashi. Aburame Shiai began to intentionally and passively collect information about Kakashi. In fact, Kakashi's information is not difficult to collect. As the son of Hatake Sakumo, he is occasionally mentioned when the villagers of Konoha talk about him. In this way, Aburame Shiai easily collected information about Kakashi and learned that Kakashi had completed the task recently. Resting. The teammate that Hatake Sakumo rescued publicly accused Hatake Sakumo, and other teammates who failed in the mission also put all the blame on Hatake Sakumo. The White Fang incident became more and more serious, and many ninjas began to realize that things were out of control and began to try to calm public opinion. But it was all useless. Public opinion on the White Fang incident was one-sided. Their efforts could only cause a commotion and could not be reversed. When Kakashi returned to the village after completing the mission, he was very angry when he heard the villagers blaming Hatake Sakumo. But there was nothing he could do. Kakashi returned home and looked for his father with a pale face, wanting to gain some strength. Seeing Kakashi's pale face, Hatake Sakumo rubbed Kakashi's head with pity. "I'm sorry, it seems that you have suffered because of my affairs." "It's okay, father. As long as you are okay." Kakashi was comforted by Hatake Sakumo, and his face became much rosier. In fact, Kakashi was very angry about the villagers talking about his father. This is because the villagers disrespected their father, not because they thought their father did something wrong. Kakashi lowered his head and mustered up the courage to tell Hatake Sakumo about the comments of the Konoha villagers. Hatake Sakumo heard that his teammates began to blame him, and he sighed faintly. Hatake Sakumo did not blame them, because when he decided to save his teammates, he thought of the consequences now, and he was determined to bear the consequences. This is the will of fire that Hatake Sakumo insisted on. Even if it is very unfavorable to him now, he will never regret it. Hatake Sakumo looked at Kakashi, who had been with him all the time, sighed imperceptibly, and showed a forced smile on his face. "Kakashi, I'm fine, you don't have to accompany me all the time, you should go for a good walk and be happy." "Father." Kakashi wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Hatake Sakumo. Looking at his father's gentle eyes, Kakashi couldn't say anything, and could only do what his father thought. "Father, you need to have a good rest." Kakashi was still a little worried, but under the eyes of Hatake Sakumo, he left his home. Hatake Sakumo looked at Kakashi's back and couldn't help but blame himself. "Kakashi, you will have to live alone in the future. It should be very hard. Sorry, I made you suffer." Hatake Sakumo didn't want to refute the fact that he would be punished. But he could accept the punishment for failing the mission, and would never admit that he was punished for saving his teammates. These two are not the same concept, but some people blurred the two and used them to attack him and suppress his prestige. Hatake Sakumo slowly wiped his saber, a sickle of the god of death that killed countless lives on the battlefield, and was a little absent-minded. "Perhaps from the beginning, I didn't understand the will of fire." Hatake Sakumo is more of a samurai than a ninja, but he is not ignorant of politics. Now, no matter what, the matter is a foregone conclusion, and the public opinion among the villagers of Konoha is attacking him. The third Hokage did not speak out, nor did he take action to stop it, indicating that this matter was tacitly approved by the third Hokage. In fact, Hatake Sakumo had a certain understanding of his prestige, and he also knew that he had posed a threat to the Hokage master-apprentice system. Therefore, Hatake Sakumo repeatedly stated that he was just a knife, had no intention of becoming a Hokage, and deliberately lived in seclusion outside of missions, not communicating with others. But he did not expect that he would still be feared by the Hokage, and even did not hesitate to taint the will of fire to attack him. The Hokage is the leader of Konoha village and the embodiment of the will of fire. If even the Hokage does not recognize the will of fire, then is there any meaning for the will of fire? As he thought about it, Hatake Sakumo had a strange sense of freedom and a taste of world weariness. He wanted to defend the will of fire and would never allow the consciousness of fire to be tainted. Kakashi walked blankly on the street, and heard the villagers' discussions about Hatake Sakumo intermittently. Because of his teammates' accusations, Hatake Sakumo fell into a more unfavorable whirlpool of public opinion. The villagers of Konoha knew that even Hatake Sakumo's teammates blamed Hatake Sakumo, and as if they had received recognition from others, they criticized Hatake Sakumo even harder to prove that they were right. The occasional different voices were quickly drowned out by the huge criticism. Is father wrong? No. Father is definitely not wrong. Kakashi wanted to argue loudly and teach the villagers a lesson, but he was afraid of causing trouble for his father. He could only walk silently on the busy street, out of tune with others, and his back looked very lonely. "Hey, Kakashi, long time no see." Kakashi turned his head and found that it was Aburame Shiai who was waving at him. "Shiai?" Kakashi was about to say something when he was interrupted by Aburame Shiai. "It's not convenient here. Let's go. I'll treat you to barbecue and find a quiet place to talk." Kakashi didn't say much after hearing this, but just followed Aburame Shiai silently. "I came to the barbecue restaurant of the Akimichi clan again and asked the boss for a quiet room." The boss of the barbecue restaurant was also very happy to see Shiai Aburame. "Shiai is here again." "Yes, boss, there is no way that the barbecue here is still delicious." Hearing Shiai Aburame's words, the boss was even happier. Shiai Aburame led Kakashi to a quiet room. Seeing Kakashi was a little absent-minded, Aburame Zi sighed. "I also understand the matter of Mr. Hitaki Sakumo. This matter is very complicated. Don't worry, Kakashi. There may be a turning point." When Kakashi heard Aburame Zi say this, he perked up and asked, "Zi, do you think my father did something wrong?" Upon hearing this, Aburame Zi immediately replied, "Hitaki Sakumo-sama did nothing wrong. If you watch your teammates die in front of you and remain indifferent, then there must be something wrong with the will of fire. You must know that it was the second Hokage who allowed the third Hokage to survive after being cut off. The second Hokage once used his life to prove that the will of fire has warmth." When Kakashi heard that someone recognized his father, he felt relieved and his whole person seemed to be more energetic. But thinking of his father's haggard appearance, Kakashi couldn't help but worry on his face. Aburame Zi saw Kakashi's worried look and spoke accordingly. "Kakashi, if possible, I would like to meet Mr. Hitaki Sakumo." "You want to see my father?" Kakashi couldn't hide the surprise on his face when he heard that Aburame Shiitsu wanted to see his father. "At the same time, I am also very grateful to Aburame Zi, who gave me a reason to go home and take care of my father." Worry about his father made Kakashi agree. Even if his father blamed him in the end, Kakashi admitted it. Chapter 28 Nanobugs Save White Fang. Kakashi walked to his home with Shiai Aburame. On the way, he heard all kinds of discussions about Hitaki Sakumo and was very irritated. If Kakashi is alone, he can endure it. But with Aburame Zi accompanying him, Kakashi felt a little uncomfortable. He didn't want to expose his embarrassed appearance to this former opponent. Aburame Zi looked at Kakashi's appearance and asked, "Kakashi, do you think Hitaki Sakumo-sama did something wrong?" "Of course not, my father did nothing wrong." Kakashi didn't hesitate at all. In his heart, Hitaki Sakumo was the most correct. "Then Kakashi, why do you care about other people's opinions? Don't you feel influenced by what others say and no longer believe in Hitaki Sakumo-sama?" Faced with Aburame Zi's questioning, Kakashi's heart calmed down. "Yes, no matter what others say, I firmly believe that my father did nothing wrong." Along the way, Kakashi felt at ease and exchanged experiences after graduation with Aburame Zi. It can be seen that Kakashi has not been living a very good life during this period. Now that he has someone to talk to, he has said a lot of things. Soon Kakashi brought Aburame Zi to the Hitaki tribe. Looking at the familiar gate, Kakashi suddenly had an ominous premonition in his heart. At dusk, the usually dignified door suddenly became gloomy and looked particularly scary. The ominous premonition in Kakashi's heart continued to deepen, so he quickly rushed to Hitaki Sakumo's room, opened the door, and knelt down on the ground with a pale face. "I saw Hitaki Sakumo's sharp blade entering his body, and the blood left behind was extremely dazzling." Kakashi looked at this scene in disbelief and murmured, "Father! Father!" When Shiitsu Aburame saw this scene, she immediately ran to Hitaki Sakumo and pressed her hands on Hitaki Sakumo. Hitaki Sakumo's body was quickly covered in purple, which was treated by Aburame Shiitsu with phosphorus worms. "There is still hope. Aburame Zi quickly made a judgment. Now Hatake Sakumo's life is like a candle in the wind, but it has not been extinguished after all, and there is still hope. But it was not enough for Aburame Shiitsu, because Aburame Shiitsu could only save Hatake Sakumo's life through the phosphorus bugs despite all his efforts. If you want to save Hatake Sakumo, you need the help of others. Kakashi, go to the hospital and find a doctor, quickly. When Kakashi heard this, the fire of hope rekindled in his eyes. He ignored his physical discomfort and rushed towards Konoha Hospital with all his strength. Along the way, Kakashi didn't care about anything and rushed towards the hospital, attracting the attention of many people. Kakashi ran to the hospital, regardless of the procedures of Konoha Hospital, and immediately attracted a lot of attention. At this time, Koharu, who was transferred to the dormitory, was inspecting Konoha Hospital. She had good medical ninjutsu and was a senior consultant of Konoha, so she was naturally the authority of Konoha Hospital. At the moment when Tsunade leaves the village, no one can threaten her status in the hospital. Now, when she was inspecting Konoha Hospital and enjoying the glory, Kakashi's sudden appearance was unruly, which made her very dissatisfied. After turning to bed, Koharu frowned and looked at Kakashi's panting appearance without saying a word, looking very majestic. A medical director who was following Koharu as he moved to bed saw this and looked at Kakashi. He was about to say something when he was interrupted by Kakashi. "Quick, go and save my father, something happened to my father," Kakashi said breathlessly, pleading in his tone. When Xiao Chun heard this after going to bed, the seriousness on his face became unbearable. "What's going on? Who I am? Where am I?" When Xiao Chun went to bed, she looked confused. Hatake Sakumo has been deeply involved in the whirlpool of public opinion recently, and she knows it. But she didn't expect that Hatake Sakumo's life would be in danger. The person who stirred up this public opinion, Xiao Chun, also had some vague speculations. This method is indeed very despicable. Destroying a ninja through the will of fire and the ninja mission code will only Danzo Shimura can make it. But Koharu believes that this storm of public opinion will disappear after suppressing Hatake Sakumo's prestige. This is also protecting Hatake Sakumo. But when Koharu went to bed, he never expected that something would happen to Hatake Sakumo. Once Hatake Sakumo dies, the center of the storm will shift from Hatake Sakumo to the conflict between the will of fire and the mission guidelines. This is no joke. The top management of Konoha will blur the will of fire and the ninja mission guidelines. That's because it can't be solved and it can't be made clear. Once it becomes clear, it will be a disaster. The death of White Fang had already crossed the bottom line. When he went to bed, Xiao Chun vaguely felt that a terrifying storm was brewing. This is not the storm of public opinion caused by Shimura Danzo, but the real conflict between the will of fire and the ninja mission guidelines. If one is not good, it may cause great harm to the hearts of Konoha. After going to bed, Koharu immediately sent someone to notify the third Hokage, and then led Kakashi and ran frantically towards Hatake Sakumo's home. I prayed in my heart that nothing would happen to Hatake Sakumo. Although Koharu was sleeping in some places, he still had a certain understanding of things in Konoha. She knew that if Hatake Sakumo was forced to die like this, many Konoha ninjas would have a mental breakdown. The prestige of Konoha White Fang is gained through fighting one battle after another. He has saved many companions. He is the most reliable blade and is also the object of worship for many Konoha ninjas. After turning to bed, Koharu ignored the rapid consumption of chakra and moved forward at full speed while asking Kakashi again. How is Hatake Sakumo doing now? Is his life in danger? Zi Aburame is saving my father now, but needs help. When Koharu went to bed, she secretly breathed a sigh of relief when she heard Kakashi say that Hatake Sakumo could still be saved. Fortunately, it wasn't the worst. Soon, after sleeping, Koharu rushed to Hatake Sakumo's home with Kakashi. I saw Shiitsu Aburame trying her best to hold Hatake Sakumo's last breath. When Koharu went to bed, he didn't care why Hatake Sakumo turned purple. He put his hands on Hatake Sakumo's body and used the palm senjutsu. Hatake Sakumo's body is now exhausted, and it's all thanks to Aburame Shiitsu that he can breathe his last. After understanding the situation, Xiaochun went to bed and looked at Aburame Ziyi. She was such a good figure. Even she couldn't hold on to her last breath for such a long time. There is still hope. After turning to bed, Xiaochun quickly made a judgment. Then he took out the scroll, took out a tube of reagent from the scroll, and immediately fed it to Hatake Sakumo. Hatake Sakumo's condition has improved a bit visibly, at least he is not likely to die at any time like he did just now. Seeing this scene, Aburame Ziyi couldn't help but secretly sigh, there are so many good things about this old guy. The desire to become Danzo's apprentice is even stronger. He is also an old guy, but Aburame Shiitsu doesn't believe that Danzo Shimura is worse than Koharu, who has moved to another school. When Koharu went to bed, she saw that Hatake Sakumo's condition had improved, and her face looked much better. After using the palm immortal technique for treatment for a while, he said, "Now that Hatake Sakumo's condition has improved and he can be transferred, please send Hatake Sakumo to the hospital. The hospital has the best conditions and can provide better treatment." Aburame Ziyi on the side nodded. He wanted to send Hatake Sakumo to the hospital from the beginning. Konoha Hospital was founded at Tsunade's suggestion. The conditions can be said to be very luxurious and there are many medical resources. But at that time, Aburame Shiitsu was holding Hatake Sakumo's last breath and couldn't move at all. Kakashi nodded helplessly when he heard this. Chapter 29 Danzo, Hiruzen, you are old. Hurry up and hand over the position of Hokage. Hatake Sakumo attracted a lot of attention on the way to the hospital. Not long ago, Kakashi's pale and crazy look made many ninjas have bad suspicions. After Hatake Sakumo entered the hospital, public opinion among the Konoha villagers was instantly suppressed. Not only the Anbu were taking action, but also some ninjas were taking action on their own initiative. When the villagers saw the cold eyes of the ninja, who wanted to kill them, they wisely kept silent. Konoha fell into an eerie silence. When Sarutobi Hiruzen received the news of Hatake Sakumo's suicide, he was so frightened that he almost dropped the cigarette rod in his hand. Immediately put down the scroll document in his hand and understood the whole thing in detail. After learning that Hatake Sakumo was not dead and was sent to the hospital, Sarutobi Hiruzen breathed a long sigh of relief, feeling very happy in his heart. I knew that Aburame Ziyi's talent was very strong, but I didn't expect that she could completely control the phosphorus. And the fact that she was treated with phosphorus shows that this child has the will of fire. Shiitsu Aburame, great, great, she is indeed the seedling of the will of fire that I am optimistic about. It can be said that Shiitsu Aburame saved Konoha this time. After Sarutobi Hiruzen was thankful, he was afraid, and at the same time, the anger in his heart became more and more intense. Someone, go and invite Danzo Shimura and the two Hokage advisors. Sarutobi Hiruzen was really angry this time. Normally Shimura Danzo would just do something, but this time he really violated his bottom line. Sarutobi Hiruzen simply could not imagine the consequences of Hatake Sakumo's death. The loss of a high-end military force will make the 4 major ninja villages think about Konoha. But more important is the political impact. Does Hatake Sakumo's suicide mean that he was wrong? Does this mean that the will of fire is wrong? Are we going to abide by the ninja mission code? The situation of internal and external troubles in Konoha frightened Sarutobi Hiruzen. Trembling with fear. When Danzo Shimura and 2 Hokage advisors came to the Hokage's office, faced with the very serious and silent Sarutobi Hiruzen. Seeing this scene, Mito Kato and Udaten Koharu were infected by Sarutobi Hiruzen's attitude and became very serious. And Danzo Shimura had a blank expression on his face, said nothing, and didn't even look at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Seeing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen was very angry at Danzo Shimura's attitude. He had caused such a big mess, but he didn't even know how to admit his mistake to him. Danzo, how could Hatake Sakumo's mission be leaked? What's the public opinion among the villagers? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked sternly, and his powerful momentum pressed towards Danzo. Maybe someone leaked it. I will check it out when I get back and give an explanation. Don't treat the ninjas in the village as fools. Seeing this, Yuta and Koharu also said, Danzo, you really went too far this time. If I hadn't saved Hatake Sakumo, the consequences would be unimaginable. Shimura Danzo looked at Yuta and Koharu. This guy was still highlighting his contribution and fighting for power at this time. Besides, did you save Hatake Sakumo? It was Shiki Aburame's phosphorus bug that saved him. However, Shiki Aburame's talent is indeed very strong. You can try to accept him as a disciple. I believe that phosphorus bugs will be very useful in human experiments. After all, controlled nano-level bugs are enough to force human experiments to succeed. Thinking about it, Shimura Danzo touched his right hand. Mito Kato-en also joined the Danzo condemnation team and looked at Shimura Danzo. Indeed, without Koharu, the consequences will be very serious. Seeing that the three were condemning him, Shimura Danzo's face darkened. It was not because of the condemnation of the three. Shimura Danzo had been condemned so many times that he didn't know how many times he had been condemned. His face was already trained and he was not afraid at all. What made Shimura Danzo's face dark was that the three condemned him again. This was not the first time, but it happened many times. I did all this for Konoha. For Konoha? Do you know that the consequences of this incident will affect the consciousness of fire, and even cause irreparable damage to the cohesion of the entire Konoha ninja? Seeing Danzo's unrepentant look, Sarutobi Hiruzen criticized loudly, and his heart was furious. Do you still have me, the Hokage, in your eyes? This sentence made Shimura Danzo lose his mind on the spot. This is not my fault, it's yours, Hiruzen. It's my fault that Sakumo committed suicide. Sarutobi Hiruzen heard it and trembled with anger. But this was Danzo who had lost his mind because of Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, and he was not afraid at all. Hatake Sakumo, he threatens the master-disciple inheritance system of Hokage, this is undeniable. Is it wrong for me to suppress Hatake Sakumo's prestige for the stability of Konoha? Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes were full of anger. But you shouldn't use the will of fire and the ninja mission code to attack Hatake Sakumo. Shimura Danzo sneered. The reason why it has come to this is because of you, Hiruzen. You are old. I am old. Sarutobi Hiruzen asked in disbelief. Shimura Danzo answered affirmatively, yes, you are old. I am the root of Konoha, and I must ensure the stability of Konoha, no matter what means are used. Hatake Sakumo's prestige has threatened the stability of the master-disciple inheritance system of Hokage, so I attack Hatake Sakumo. As he said, Shimura Danzo looked deeply at Sarutobi Hiruzen. I did strike a blow to Hatake Sakumo, but Hiruzen, what did you do? Don't you know what I did? Don't you know the public opinion among the villagers? When I started this public opinion, I had already struck a blow to Hatake Sakumo's prestige. My mission has been completed, and the rest is your job as the Hokage. You must have known about the conflict between the will of fire and the ninja mission code, and you also know that the basic point of my launching this public opinion is dangerous. Hiruzen, as the Hokage, you should have dealt with it as soon as possible when I started the public opinion. You should have communicated with Hatake Sakumo, or demoted him openly and promoted him secretly. This can not only resolve the crisis, but also prove the warmth of the will of fire. But what did you do? You did nothing, so that the situation almost got out of control. This is all your fault. Hiruzen. You are the Hokage. As he spoke, Shimura Danzo breathed a sigh of relief and felt refreshed all over. Humph, you still want to put the blame on me, wishful thinking. Finally, Shimura Danzo concluded, Hiruzen, you are old, but I am not. Let me be the Hokage. I will lead Konoha well. Sarutobi Hiruzen listened to Shimura Danzo's words, his face was livid, and he said nothing. Mito Kato and Udaten Koharu saw this situation and knew that they were going to lose control, so they changed the subject. Now is not the time to talk about this. The most important thing now is to treat Hitaki Sakumo. Hitaki Sakumo must not have any problems. Mito Kato paused and said, let's go visit Hitaki Sakumo together, and then affirm Hitaki Sakumo's behavior and calm down this public opinion as soon as possible. Shimura Danzo heard this, snorted coldly, rushed out of the door, and was filled with joy in his heart. Good guy, it's worth it for him to think of countermeasures so hard that his hair is almost bald. But it was all worth it. Seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen being rendered speechless by him, Shimura Danzo felt happy in his heart. In the past, I was always left speechless by Hiruzen Sarutobi saying I am the Hokage, but now he finally stood up and took charge. Chapter 30 Becoming a Disciple of Danzo, here comes the opportunity. Sarutobi Hiruzen was speechless by Shimura Danzo's words. The first time, this is the first time. In the past, Hiruzen Sarutobi used his identity as Hokage to suppress Danzo Shikori. But this time Shimura Danzo used his identity as Hokage to accuse Sarutobi Hiruzen. The key is that Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't refute, because in his heart he believed that Shimura Danzo was right. After Danzo Shimura left, Hiruzen Sarutobi lowered his head and said nothing. The Hokage's hat covered the expression on Sarutobi Hiruzen's face. Mito Minyan and Koharu, who had gone to bed, were very worried when they saw this scene. Hiruzen, are you okay? Don't listen to Danzo Shimura's nonsense. Sakumo Hitaki is not dead, and things are not as bad as Danzo said. I'm fine, Yan, Xiao-chun, you go out first and let me think about it. The deep voice of Sarutobi Hiruzen came. Mito Kato and Koharu looked at each other, nodded, and left the Hokage's office. At this time, Hiruzen needs to calm down. Sarutobi Hiruzen was indeed swayed by Danzo Shimura's words. He knew that part of Danzo's words were to excuse himself, but they were also true. Sarutobi Hiruzen slumped down on the Hokage's seat as if all his strength had been drained from his body. Hey, maybe it's like Danzo said, I'm really old. But thinking of the figure that was like the sun, bringing hope to those around him, Sarutobi Hiruzen mustered up some strength. Minato, please grow up quickly. I may not be able to hold on for long, old man. The idea of Sarutobi Hiruzen abdicating was growing like a weed. Danzo's words made Sarutobi Hiruzen know that he was indeed old and no longer suitable for the position of Hokage. But it still requires some planning. Minato's current prestige is not enough, and many people will not approve of him if he wants to be Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes became determined. He wanted to ensure that Konoha would have a new, trustworthy Hokage. In Hitaki Sakumo's ward, Kakashi and Aburame Shiitsu were taking care of Hitaki Sakumo. Hitaki Sakumo was lying on the hospital bed. His vital signs had stabilized and he was basically out of danger. But Kakashi was very afraid that his father would be in any danger again, so he stayed by his side. Aburame Zi looked at Kakashi's haggard look and said, "Go and rest, Kakashi, your body can't hold it anymore." Kakashi has experienced ups and downs and is now at the end of his strength. I can still persist. I want to spend more time with my father. Kakashi looked pale, but his tone was firm. Kakashi, go and rest, I'll be fine. Father. Kakashi's eyes turned red, his pale face turned a little red with excitement, and he shouted excitedly. As soon as the words were spoken, Kakashi rushed over and hugged Hitaki Sakumo, tears streaming down his face. Hitaki Sakumo felt very distressed when he saw Kakashi's fragile appearance. Thank you for your hard work, Kakashi, I am an irresponsible father. Kakashi kept wiping the tears from the corners of his eyes with his hands, raised his head and muttered, "It's not hard, as long as my father is fine." As he spoke, Kakashi's voice became choked with sobs, and he finally burst into tears. "Father, please don't die and don't leave me behind." Hitaki Sakumo smiled bitterly and kept comforting Kakashi. Seeing this scene, Aburame also gently left Hitaki Sakumo's ward. It would not be good to stay here any longer. Aburame has done everything she can, and then she quietly waits for the progress of things. Leaving Hitaki Sakumo's ward, Aburame Shiitsu walked towards the clan's homeland and thought for a while. What should I say when I return to my ancestral homeland? Make plans. Aburame stopped. He was in the dark forest path, his whole body was wrapped tightly, and he looked particularly gloomy. Interesting. Aburame sensed a lot of chakra reactions around her through the bugs. Dense swarms of insects emerged from his body, spreading around him. "Come out, otherwise don't blame me for being rude." "Oh, why are you so rude to me?" Shimura Danzo led his root members to come out. Because he had just dealt a severe blow to Sarutobi Hiruzen, Danzo Shimura was in a good mood now. "Are you Lord Shimura Danzo?" Aburame pretended to be confused. "Yes, I am Shimura Danzo." Danzo Shimura said expressionlessly, and then glanced at the bug that was already close to him. He signaled Aburame to take the bug back. The threat of parasitic bugs should not be underestimated. If he did not do well, he might overturn. Aburame was very obedient and took most of the bugs back into her body. "Then what does Shimura Danzo-sama have to do with me? Is it because of Hitaki Sakumo-sama's matter?" "Don't worry, Shimura Danzo-sama, Hitaki Sakumo-sama is out of danger and has woken up. I have my own conclusion regarding Hitaki Sakumo. I am not looking for you this time because of Hitaki Sakumo, it's for you." Hearing this, Aburame smiled in her heart. Okay, after fishing for so many days, I finally caught the old fish Danzo Shimura. Are you asking me to join Gen? That's no need. If nothing else happens, I will join Naruto's ANBU in the future. I'm not looking for you to join the route, but to become my disciple and inherit my will. Shimura Danzo looked at Aburame Shiitsu indifferently. He was a cunning little devil. He didn't believe that Aburame Shiitsu couldn't guess his purpose. Upon hearing this, Aburame immediately agreed. It is an honor for me to become the disciple of Lord Shimura Danzo. Shimura Danzo nodded slightly, and several root ninjas quickly disappeared, leaving only Shimura Danzo and Aburame Shiitsu. You are very smart. You will never regret taking me as your teacher. It will be of great benefit to you and your family. Come with me, I will take you to Gen's base. As my disciple, you have the obligation to understand Gen and even command General. This Danzo's pancake painting skills are not bad either, and he paints a bright future for Aburame. But Gen only listens to Danzo Shimura and can be said to be Danzo's private soldier. Even if Shiitsu Aburame became Shimura Danzo's disciple, she would not be able to command Gen without Shimura Danzo's order. Aburame Shiitsu didn't refute, and followed Shimura Danzo to Gen's base obediently. I couldn't help shouting in my heart. Opportunity! I am coming! Aburame Shiishi has been lusting after Danzo for more than a day or two, and now she is finally getting her wish. Hiruzen has the Sunin, Jiraiya has Namikaze Minato, I have no disciples before, you are the first, your future cannot be worse than them, don't let me down. Danzo Shimura said indifferently that if Shiitsu Aburame cannot reach the level he expects, even if he is his disciple, Captain Shimura will never show mercy. Chapter 31 Danzo, Hiruzen, I will pin you down. Soon, Shimura Danzo led Aburame to the root base, and there was a feeling of depression as soon as he entered. Danzo Shimura introduced it while leading Shii Aburame to visit the roots. The root was created by me. Its function is to transport nutrients to the leaves. Only when the roots are strong can the leaves be more prosperous. You have to understand this truth. I understand. Aburame nodded repeatedly. As a disciple of Danzo, Aburame Ziyi's butt must sit on the root's side. Soon, Shimura Danzo led Aburame Ziyi to an area guarded by many root ninjas. Aburame Ziyi saw some cruel scenes, such as cruel training, and human experiments. Aburame Shiitsu didn't show any surprise. He had thought about it before becoming Shimura Danzo's disciple. Shimura Danzo looked at Aburame Shii and was not touched, and nodded with satisfaction. He is a good prospect, at least he is not a fool brainwashed by the will of fire. As my disciple, you will receive root cultivation, but you must also show your worth. However, as my disciple, you do not need to plant a curse seal. It can be seen that Shimura Danzo really has the idea of training Aburame Shiitsu, and accepting him as a disciple is no excuse. Aburame Ziyi couldn't help laughing when she heard Danzo's words. When Shimura Danzo saw this, he snorted coldly. He knew that this was the purpose of this apprentice, but Aburame Shiitsu's value was enough for him to try. You used the phosphorus bug to save Hitaki Sakumo? How far can your phosphorus bug save him? Danzo Shimura paused. Can we further conduct human experiments? Aburame Ziyi nodded, not hiding anything at all. I have a strong control over phosphorus and have learned about the human body. I am confident that I can conduct human experiments through phosphorus. Okay, I will arrange an experiment tomorrow to see what you can do. Although Shimura Danzo believed in his new disciple, he still wanted to see the actual effect. After all, if it succeeds, the final result will be used for himself, and this can't be careless. Aburame Ziyi walked out of the root base and felt that the world was much brighter. The long-term plan finally succeeded. He became a disciple of Shimura Danzo and entered the Hokage lineage. Soon he will be able to obtain the foundation of Konoha, and the foundation of Konoha will become his further qualifications. However, he had to tell Aburame Shiwei about becoming a disciple of Shimura Danzo to prevent unnecessary misunderstandings. I believe Aburame's Highway will also be very happy. Root is in Konoha. It can be said that people hate dogs, but you can't refute the power of Root, otherwise Root would not be able to select talents among the various ninja clans in Konoha. Aburame Ziyi became Danzo's disciple, which for the Aburame clan was equivalent to having a clan member and becoming the heir to the Root. Even if the Aburame clan cannot borrow the rights of Aburame Ziyi in the future, the Roots can no longer unscrupulously snatch the geniuses of the Aburame clan. Sure enough. After Aburame Ziyi told Aburame Shiwei the news that he became Shimura Danzo's disciple, Aburame's Highway was obviously stunned and didn't react, and then she was surprised. Aburame Shiwei thought about Shimura Danzo asking Aburame Shiitsu to join the Root. But this is not allowed by Aburame's Highway. After all, the Aburame clan finally gave birth to an unprecedented genius, and they will never let him get to the Root. Aburame Shimei was ready to compete with Shimura Danzo, but she didn't expect it turns out that Shii Aburame was accepted as a disciple by Danzo. This is good news. You know, Danzo's disciples are not the clan members who were asked to join the Root before. This is the heir of the Root, the heir of the Hokage lineage. And will definitely become a high level in the future. I didn't expect that Shii has become Danzo's disciple. Shii Aburame sighed. She originally thought that the Root was a bottomless pit, but she didn't expect that her family might become the owner of this bottomless pit. And Shii Aburame is a teammate of Minato Namikaze. Minato Namikaze is Jiraiya's disciple and a member of the Hokage lineage. Shii Aburame is a disciple of Danzo Shimura, who is a teammate of the third Hokage and a member of the Hokage lineage. It can be said that the Aburame clan has a promising future, at least the future will not be too difficult. The next day, Shii Aburame came to the base of the Root, and the ninjas of the Root did not stop him because they knew that Shii Aburame was already a disciple of Danzo Shimura. You are here, follow me. Shimura Danzo glanced at Aburame Shii and walked towards a laboratory. This is. A person lying on the operating table with bandages all over his body suddenly swelled up and then recovered. The first-generation Hokage Hashirama cell test subject, your task is to suppress the Hashirama cells in his body. Aburame Shiai was also very interested when he heard this. Hashirama cells were the target he had planned many times and were very useful for strengthening the bugs. Putting his hands on the test subject, the phosphorus bugs soon covered the whole body of the test subject. Then Aburame Shiai showed a look of surprise. How is it? Can it be suppressed? Yes, but it is more difficult. Aburame Shiai replied that the phosphorus bugs were fighting with Hashirama cells, but the aggressiveness of Hashirama cells was a bit beyond his expectations. You should know that in the original work, Uchiha Obito's white Zetsu arm was directly infected and swallowed by the phosphorus bugs of Aburame's root, forcing Uchiha Obito to give up. After changing to Hashirama cells, they started fighting with the phosphorus bugs. Hashirama cells are indeed more dangerous than white Zetsu cells. However, Aburame Shiai was not worried. She continuously provided phosphorus bugs to surround Hashirama cells, preventing Hashirama cells from obtaining nutrients while attacking them. Soon, Aburame Shiai left the experimental body with both hands. I have tried my best. I can only suppress Hashirama cells and put them into a dormant state. Hashirama cells could not obtain nutrients. Facing the continuous attacks of phosphorus bugs, they finally couldn't hold on. They were swarmed by phosphorus bugs and suppressed into a dormant state. Shimura Danzo heard this and showed a look of joy in his eyes. It was enough to put Hashirama cells into a dormant state. As long as the transplantation can be guaranteed to be successful, Shimura Danzo naturally has a way to suppress Hashirama cells when they go berserk. This requires the help of the Uchiha clan, but now is not the time yet, and we need to wait. Thinking about it, Shimura Danzo touched his right eye. I'm sorry, Jing, I did all this for Konoha. Shimura Danzo looked at Aburame Shiai again and nodded. You performed very well, is there anything you want? The success of suppressing Hashirama's cells made Shimura Danzo very happy, and he once again raised the value of Aburame Shiai in his heart. Spiritualization technique, impure world reincarnation, Hashirama's cells. Shimura Danzo showed a look of surprise. He didn't expect that this disciple's appetite was not small, but it didn't matter. It was normal for his disciples to have such ambitions. Okay, I will arrange it as soon as possible. Thank you very much, teacher. I wonder what the teacher thinks of Hitaki Sakumo. After thanking him, Aburame Shiai asked. Are you doing this for your partner Kakashi? It's not easy to deal with the Hitaki Sakumo incident at this point. Then I wonder if the teacher is interested in taking Hitaki Sakumo under his command. Aburame Shiai's voice was a little bewitching. Oh, what do you mean? Shimura Danzo showed an interested expression, not paying attention to his disciple's small movements. Now that the White Fang incident has developed to this point, no matter what the third Hokage does, it will cause chaos. Fortunately, Hitaki Sakumo is not in danger. But the best way is to downplay it. Shimura Danzo nodded, this is also the way he thought of. Then Hitaki Sakumo will not be able to appear in front of the public, because once he appears, the White Fang incident will be brought up again, and the conflict between the Will of Fire and the Ninja Mission Code will reappear. In this case, why doesn't the teacher take Hitaki Sakumo under his command? Our roots are the best place. We don't have to appear in front of the public, and we can continue to contribute to Konoha. When Shimura Danzo heard what Aburame Shiai said, his mind was moved, and he felt that what his disciple said made a lot of sense. Shimura Danzo wanted to become Hokage, even in his dreams. But his strength is not enough. Sarutobi Hiruzen has the three ninjas, White Fang, Namikaze Minato, the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, and Hiruzen himself, which makes 7 cage-level fighters. If Danzo takes Hitaki Sakumo under his command, and flirts with Orochimaru, then his hope of becoming Hokage will be much greater. Thinking about it, a flame ignites in Shimura Danzo's eyes. Hiruzen, I will let you know that people's dreams will never end. Chapter 32 Danzo gets what he wants, Sarutobi is in pain. White teeth. Shimura Danzo was very satisfied with this disciple. He was powerful, could help him conduct human experiments, and could give him advice. This disciple is on the right track. You are right. Hitaki Sakumo is indeed not suitable to appear in front of the public. I will make arrangements. Shimura Danzo thought that he had ruthlessly snatched Hitaki Sakumo away from Sarutobi Hiruzen, but Hiruzen had no choice but to watch all this with silent tears. As he thought about it, Danzo Shimura's face flushed. Shimura Danzo has always been suppressed by Sarutobi Hiruzen, and his words, "I am the Hokage," made Shimura Danzo want to die. Shimura Danzo had long wanted to pin down Sarutobi Hiruzen and experience what it would feel like. Hiruzen, you have no choice but to admit defeat this time, and let me get what I want. Thinking about it, a smile appeared on Shimura Danzo's indifferent face. In Hitaki Sakumo's ward, Kakashi had fallen asleep lying in front of the bed. He just hugged Hitaki Sakumo with both hands. Hitaki Sakumo stroked Kakashi's head, his eyes full of concern and remorse. Then there was a knock on the door. "Please come in." The door was pushed open, and the third Hokage slowly walked in and looked at Hitaki Sakumo. The third Hokage. Just as Hitaki Sakumo wanted to say something, he was interrupted by Sarutobi Hiruzen. "Sakumo. I came to you today to apologize to you." As he spoke, Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep breath, but his eyes were firm. "This is what I, the Hokage, did wrong. The moment public opinion arose, I should deal with it." Hitaki Sakumo was also very moved when he saw the third Hokage apologizing to him. "This is my fault. I should be punished if I fail the mission." Hitaki Sakumo did not shirk his responsibility. "Maybe I'm too fragile, but I still think that being punished for failing a mission and being punished for saving teammates are not the same concept." Hitaki Sakumo's words became firm. "Seems very persistent." "Yes, this is not a concept. It is natural to be punished for failing a mission, but to be punished for saving teammates is a violation of the will of fire." Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed, "This is where I want to apologize. It was me, the Hokage, who failed to properly handle the relationship between the will of fire and the ninja mission guidelines. So much so that you have doubts about the will of fire, and you want to die to prove your will." Hitaki Sakumo fell silent after hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's words. Indeed, on the one hand, he committed suicide because he could not accept that the will of fire was despised by the Hokage. On the other hand, he hoped that his death could warn them that the will of fire should not be tarnished, nor should it be used for political struggle. "The reason why things have developed to this point, as Hokage, I have a big responsibility. I'm sorry, Sakumo, I betrayed your trust." Sarutobi Hiruzen bowed deeply to Hitaki Sakumo. This is not only Sarutobi Hiruzen's bow to Hitaki Sakumo, but also a bow to himself for not fulfilling the Hokage's responsibility. When Hitaki Sakumo saw this scene, he was very moved. This is the will of fire in his heart, this is the fire shadow in his heart. He looked at Kakashi gently again and gave up the idea of committing suicide. After all, now that the Hokage has realized the importance of the will of fire, he can't let go of Kakashi. At this time, Shimura Danzo also walked in. Seeing this scene, he couldn't help but sigh. "Hiruzen, I didn't expect you to be able to put down your body and try to win over Hitaki Sakumo, but it's useless. I just want to take Hitaki Sakumo away from you." When Sarutobi Hiruzen saw Shimura Danzo walking in, he said angrily, "Danzo, what are you doing here?" Although Shimura Danzo's words were like a slap in the face, he woke up and let him know that he was no longer suitable to be a Hokage. But this does not mean that Sarutobi Hiruzen has no objections to what Shimura Danzo did. "Danzo Shimura, who is born evil, sooner or later I will take revenge for this stick." Thinking about it, Sarutobi Hiruzen was considering when to say, "I am the Hokage," and give this former teammate a slap in the face. When Shimura Danzo heard what Sarutobi Hiruzen said, his eyes showed disdain. What am I here to do? Of course I'm here to solve the problem. Is it possible to talk nonsense? When Sarutobi Hiruzen heard what Shimura Danzo said, he looked at Shimura Danzo's high-spirited look. Good guy, Shimura Danzo is really floating. But Sarutobi Hiruzen was not angry and asked calmly, how do you want to solve this matter? It has reached this point and it is no longer something you can solve just because you want to. Shimura Danzo looked at Hatake Sakumo. Hatake Sakumo. I'm not afraid to tell you that I started this public opinion. Because you threaten the Hokage master-disciple inheritance system. I didn't expect things to develop to this point. After saying that, Danzo Shimura looked at Hiruzen Sarutobi, as if to see what good thing you have done. Danzo Shimura is very good at deflecting blame. You still said it, you still said it. Danzo Shimura, you are done, right? Sarutobi Hiruzen gritted his back molars, feeling that he had made a mistake and regretted it for eternity. Hatake Sakumo is right, but the conflict between the Will of Fire and the Ninja Mission guidelines must be suppressed as soon as possible. The conflict cannot continue and must be blurred. Words from Danzo Shimura. This attracted the approval of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Hatake Sakumo. They all knew the seriousness of the matter. Hatake Sakumo, you must hide from now on and cannot appear in front of the Konoha ninjas, otherwise every time you appear, it will remind you that the Will of Fire conflicts with the Ninja Mission guidelines. Hatake Sakumo's eyes dimmed, but he still nodded silently. No, Sakumo has been wronged and cannot continue to be wronged. I will never allow a successor to the Will of Fire to be buried. And a high-end combat force cannot be used for this. Sarutobi Hiruzen said decisively, and was confronted by Shimura Danzo several times, which showed some of the heroism of the Hokage. Shimura Danzo rolled his eyes at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Hatake Sakumo is just unable to show up openly, but he is not unable to contribute to Konoha. What do you mean? Hatake Sakumo should join the route is the best for you now. Danzo Shimura accidentally revealed his true face of selfish desires in his righteous words. Danzo. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face was distorted. He always felt that he was unlucky recently and he was in conflict with Shimura Danzo. It's the same if Sakumo joins the Anbu. Don't treat the ninjas in the village as fools. Sarutobi Hiruzen was choking when he heard this. Wasn't this what he said? Your Anbu is not absolutely confidential. Hatake Sakumo's attack method is easy to recognize, so you should join my route. The route performs top-secret missions and will never expose Hatake Sakumo. Hatake Sakumo sighed when he saw this scene, watching Kakashi refuse to let go of his hand even when he was asleep. I am willing to join the route. Sakumo you. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Hatake Sakumo's determined eyes and swallowed his words. Perhaps this is the best way to deal with the consequences caused by his unqualified Hokage. Shimura Danzo saw this scene and smiled faintly, seeming to be able to plan and win thousands of miles away. Hatake Sakumo, take a good rest, then come to the route to report. Shimura Danzo left after saying this, deliberately not looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sakumo, have a good rest. Sarutobi Hiruzen also left. He was going to visit the shrine to get rid of bad luck. Why do I always clash with Shimura Danzo recently, and I am always the one being clashed? Bad luck. Chapter 33, Spiritualization Technique, Impure World Reincarnation. Shimura Danzo walked out of Hatake Sakumo's ward and felt proud. Hatake Sakumo has been taken in by him. Hiruzen, this is just the beginning. You just watch me move towards the top step by step and know your own powerlessness. Shimura Danzo returned to the route base and looked at the well-behaved Aburame Shiitsu beside him. Your proposal this time is very good. Hatake Sakumo will join the route soon. The power of the route has been strengthened and can better deliver nutrients to Konoha. I have prepared the spiritualization technique and impure world reincarnation you want. But these two are forbidden techniques. The reason why they are called forbidden techniques is that they are inherently risky. You have to evaluate them yourself. As expected of a teacher, you are amazing. You arranged it so quickly. The efficiency of the route is much higher than that of the Anbu. Aburame Shiai said respectfully, and praised Danzo a few more times. This is also what Aburame Shiai thought in his heart. If it were the Hokage, even if he agreed to the request, it would be impossible not to arrange a few days. Unlike Shimura Danzo, who made the request in the morning and arranged it in the afternoon. Elegant, too elegant. Don't focus on flattering, I don't care about these. Shimura Danzo said calmly on the side, but he felt very comfortable. It has been so smooth in recent times. Go, let Ryoma take you to the training ground of the route. Don't worry if you can't practice. You will be exposed to more powerful power next. The mere spirit transformation technique and the impure world reincarnation are not worth mentioning. The spirit transformation technique has the weakness of the flesh. Without teammates, it is suicide. Kato Dan died on this point. It is not as suitable for the route as the mind-transforming puppet seal technique of the Yamanaka clan. Well, I have to choose a time to go to the Yamanaka clan to inject the will of the route. The strength of the ninja reborn by the impure world reincarnation is too weakened, and it can't exert much power at all. The impure world reincarnation without Orochimaru's improvement is like chicken ribs, tasteless to eat, and a pity to throw away. I am looking forward to the powerful power that the teacher said. I will go down first. Shiai Aburame followed Ryoma Aburame to the training ground of the route. This is a separate training ground, specially prepared for Shiai Aburame. Teacher Danzo is generous with his own power, but it is also true that strengthening power and planning for Hokage is the action goal of Teacher Danzo's life. Shiai Aburame secretly sighed that Teacher Danzo was so careful and so good to his disciple. I must inherit Teacher Danzo's will and the route in the future. Why do I often have tears in my eyes? Because I love the route deeply. I took over the scrolls of the spiritualization technique and the impure world reincarnation from Ryoma Aburame, and finally got you. Then I'll trouble you, Senior Aburame Ryoma. Master Shiai, call me if you have anything to say. Aburame Ryoma answered respectfully and left to give Shiai some private space. He was very respectful to Shiai. On the one hand, as a member of the Aburame clan, he knew Aburame Shiai has great potential, and may ask for Aburame Shiai's bugs in the future to enhance his strength and better serve Danzo. On the other hand, Aburame Shiai became Shimura Danzo's disciple and their future master, so respect is inevitable. When Aburame Shiai saw Aburame Ryoma leave, he couldn't wait to open the scroll, and a lot of text appeared in front of him. Aburame Shiai began to watch and learn quickly. Aburame Shiai has always been very eager for knowledge that can help him become a god. Now, once he gets what he wants, he will naturally not rush. The art of spiritualization is not difficult, but it is very risky. If the soul leaves the body, the soul will be destroyed if it is not good. Aburame Shiai learned the art of spiritualization, and the chakra in his body flowed according to the records on the scroll. The essence of ninjutsu in the ninja world is the use of chakra. Aburame Shiai did not have a soul leaving the body. Safety first. Aburame Shiai said silently in his heart. He would not gamble on the success rate of soul leaving the body. There was no other way, he could only use his supreme wisdom to solve this matter. Aburame Shiai and the original Gu were two sides of the same coin, and the original Gu recorded the chakra flow information in Aburame Shiai's body. The original Gu records it for me. The original Gu in the dark received the information and knew that this was a key step. It also tried its best to record it, and used all the parts that could be used. When the original Gu finished recording, it fell into a state of calm, and this time it overdrew its soul power. For a period of time in the future, it may be difficult for Aburame Shiai to use the original Gu in such a deep level. However, Aburame Shiai did not regret it. The spirit transformation technique could help him perfect the soul parasite, and it was also the key to planning the Pure Land. Aburame Shiai put away the scroll of the spirit transformation technique with satisfaction, and opened the scroll of the impure world rebirth. The impure world rebirth is very easy, at least there is no danger in using it. As long as the impure world rebirth does not produce a strong man like Uchiha Madara, the safety is guaranteed. After learning, Aburame Shiai couldn't help but sigh at the ability of the second-generation Hokage Senju Tobirama. The spirit transformation technique and the impure world reincarnation have been learned, and the next step is Hashirama cells. This is not difficult. He can just take a little Hashirama cells from the Hashirama cell test subject. With the reproduction and phagocytosis ability of Hashirama cells, it is easy to cultivate as long as a little nutrition is given. The real difficulty is how to transplant safely. This is not a problem for him, because he has not yet reached the time to transplant Hashirama cells. It only needs to transplant Hashirama cells to parasitic insects, and use the phosphorus bugs on the parasitic insects to suppress Hashirama cells and put them into a dormant state. In this way, the phosphorus bugs can give up suppressing Hashirama cells when necessary. Aburame Shiai's bugs will enter a violent state, and their power will become very terrifying. Another point is that the violent poison technique he researched finally has a place to use. The original violent poison technique is indeed powerful, but it is difficult to form a poisonous fog full of phosphorus bugs and explosive bugs that can cover the battlefield. The number of insects needed is not a small number. With Hashirama's cells, it's different. The poison explosion caused by the violent poison technique has a larger range, and fewer insects are needed. The range of use of the violent poison technique of Aburame Shiai has been greatly increased. I need to apply for a laboratory at the root base with teacher Danzo. But now I have to go back to the family, and the family's training facilities cannot be underestimated. With a full harvest, Aburame Shiai patted his butt and asked Shimura Danzo for a laboratory. You want a private laboratory? Shimura Danzo frowned. A laboratory costs a lot, and there are not many laboratories in the route. Okay, I can give you one. Learn the knowledge of human experiments well. I need you to complete an experiment soon. You will meet Orochimaru. If you can, study hard and try to complete it alone without relying on Orochimaru. Lord Orochimaru? Okay, I know, I will learn it well. Aburame Shiai is very interested in Orochimaru and can have some exchanges. Dear readers, if you have a recommendation ticket, please vote for it. Oh no. Chapter 34 Soul Parasitic Insect Spirit, Violent Poison Technique completed. When Aburame Shiai returned to the clan, before he even got home, he was greeted by the elders of the Aburame and asked about his well-being. Now Aburame Shiai is simply the hope of the entire clan. When the elders of the Aburame knew that Aburame Shiai became a disciple of Shimura Danzo, they were very excited. This. What's wrong with Shimura Danzo? Is it because he fleeced the Aburame clan and felt guilty? Of course he thought so, and everyone knew the reason. Shimura Danzo must have set his sights on Aburame Shiai's talent. However, becoming Shimura Danzo's disciple is not an insult to Aburame Shiai. Shimura Danzo is the disciple of the second Hokage, the assistant of the third Hokage, and the leader of the root. Becoming his disciple will naturally enter the power center of Konoha and become one of the people driving the carriage of Konoha. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Didn't you see that the Uchiha clan has been working hard but has not yet entered the power center of Konoha? I didn't expect that the Aburame clan would one day enter the highest decision-making level of Konoha. Okay, I will take care of myself. Aburame Ziyi also patiently echoed the Aburame elder. They asked about his well-being. I'm sorry, elders. Teacher Danzo said that the root's affairs must not be disclosed. The Aburame elders were not surprised. Even if Aburame Shiai didn't say anything, they wouldn't ask about the root. It doesn't matter. You're doing a very good thing. Since you've become Danzo's disciple, you should do as Danzo asks. The Aburame clan won't make things difficult for you. The Aburame elders also know their limits and won't do anything unwise. If Aburame Shiai and Shimura Danzo develop dislike for each other, it will be more trouble than gain. What we need to do now is to make Aburame Shiai meet all of Danzo's requirements. When Danzo dies of old age, it will be the day for the Aburame clan to turn the tables. The root, the Aburame clan becoming the leader of the root, is really unthinkable. The Aburame elders assured Aburame Zi, the Aburame clan will do its best to provide you with resources. Zi, all you need to do is grow. Elder, I need to use the seal cultivation facilities in the clan center. Aburame Zi said a little embarrassedly. No problem, tell us when you need it, so we can arrange the time in advance. The Aburame elders happily agreed to Aburame Zi's request to borrow it. They knew that the only thing they could do now was to provide Aburame Zi with everything they could. Aburame Zi looked at the Aburame elders who left and thought. There are still normal families in the ninja world, not that ninja genius dares to exterminate the family. Aburame Zi returned home and walked to the basement. This is where he did some experiments. This place is not confidential, and Aburame Zi didn't want to hide it. After each experiment, Aburame Zi would clean up the place, leaving only some ordinary bugs. Aburame Shiai opened the sealed scroll, and a large number of experimental equipment that came out from the root were displayed. Atmosphere. This teacher has to be said to be very generous and has a big picture. However, he seemed to have forgotten to tell Danzo that he took the experimental equipment away. But these are all trivial matters. Aburame Shiai put a parasitic insect on the experimental equipment. Looking at the parasitic insect, Aburame Shiai showed an obsessed expression on his face. The rest depends on you. As long as it succeeds, the parasitic insect will come to the Pure Land through the impure world reincarnation and absorb soul energy to strengthen his soul. He will have enough soul energy to use the original goo. Instead of being like now, the soul is not strong enough, and the original goo is like a vegetable. The existence assimilated by the original goo will become a part of the original goo. Aburame Shiai and the original goo are two sides of the same coin, so the insect assimilated by the original goo can also be regarded as a part of Aburame Shiai. Aburame Shiai injected the chakra information of the spirit transformation technique recorded by the original goo into the parasitic insect. The soul parasitic insect froze, then fell directly to the ground and died. This was the physical death caused by the failure of the soul to leave the body. Aburame Zi was not surprised, and he did not expect to succeed in one try. Through the original shares, Aburame Zi felt the feeling of the soul parasitic insect leaving the body. He had some insights, but one time was not enough, and he had to continue the experiment. Aburame Zi continued to use the soul parasitic insect to experiment, and the soul leaving again and again accumulated valuable experience for Aburame Zi. The death of a large number of soul parasitic insects brought Aburame Zi to continue to move forward towards success. Finally, under Aburame Zi's fine-tuning, the soul parasitic insect did not die for the first time using the spirit transformation technique. A soul parasitic insect spirit appeared in front of Aburame Zi. Aburame Zi could not see the soul parasitic insect spirit, but could see himself through the soul parasitic insect spirit. Aburame Zi immediately used the original goo to record the information. Well, this is the dual perspective, it's quite strange. The spirit of the soul parasitic insect controlled by Aburame Shiai approaches another parasitic insect. Let the soul parasitic insect spirit touch the soul of the parasitic insect, and then start to absorb the soul energy. Two feelings, one is the feeling of absorbing soul energy, and the other is the feeling of being absorbed by soul energy. These two feelings make Aburame Shiai have a higher understanding of the soul. After doing all this, Aburame Shiai disconnected the body and soul of the soul parasitic insect. Want to see if the soul parasitic insect can rely solely on the spirit to move? The soul parasitic insect spirit lives in the parasitic insect, and there is no obvious reaction. Yes, the spirit transformation technique can separate the body and soul of a person. If the soul cannot return to the body for a long time, it will lead to death. But if the soul can find an environment where the soul can survive, it can continue to survive. For example, the Pure Land of the Six Paths Sage, there are many souls. For example, the soul parasitic insect spirit, living in the soul of the parasitic insect is also a place to stay. The soul parasites are more perfect. The next thing to do is to continue to cultivate and screen, select the best soul parasites, and then find an opportunity to send them to the Pure Land. The experiment on the soul parasites has come to an end for the time being, and the next step is the experiment of the violent poison technique. Aburame put the experimental equipment in the basement into the sealed volume one by one, and then cleaned the basement. Aburame injected Hashirama cells into a parasite, and then let the parasite inject Hashirama cells into other parasites. Perform split injection. Aburame walked out of the house and came to the center of the clan land, the elder's experimental site, embarrassed to speak. "Elder, I need this sealing site to test a new technique. Is it a new technique developed? I want to take a look." The Aburame elders became interested and wanted to see what kind of ninjutsu this promising junior would develop. Aburame didn't want to hide it, and there was nothing to hide in this technique. Aburame put the parasitic insects into the sealed field and let these parasitic insects attack each other to see the effect. Then silently chanted rage. The phosphorus gave up suppressing the pillar cells, and instead began to stimulate it, allowing it to reproduce rapidly. The parasitic insect instantly became violent, as if it had opened 8 gates of armor, and its speed, strength, defense, and recovery ability all became a little outrageous. Aburame looked at the performance of the parasite and nodded slightly. As expected of Hashirama's cells, they are amazing. My bugs improved several levels at once, but it's a pity that it didn't last long. The parasite's rage continued for a period of time, and then it was backvoted by Hashirama's cells and swelled. Next is the art of violent poison. The swollen parasite exploded instantly, and a large cloud of purple smoke filled the air, covering the entire sealed place. If it weren't for the seal, I'm afraid it would continue to spread outside. When Elder Aburame saw this scene, she was also stunned. No matter the insect in front became violent, its strength soared. Or the bug exploded before it died, and the poisonous mist filled with phosphorus bugs and blasting bugs filled the air, which surprised the old people like them. So powerful! It's a pity that Ziyi can only use it himself. Yes, I don't know how long it will take to have another clan member who combines the phosphorus and parasitic insects. Parasitic worms and phosphorus worms are not good, but what about phosphorus worms and blasting worms? This, you can give it a try. As they talked, inspiration came to the elders and they started experimenting directly. When Aburame saw this scene, she didn't bother him, she said her goodbyes softly and left. The poison technique met Aburame requirements, and the next step was to constantly adjust Hashirama's cells and parasites. One day, the parasites and Hashirama cells will perfectly combine, and the violent state will become the norm. Aburame firmly believes that she can succeed. Chapter 35 Meeting Orochimaru for the first time. Aburame has been staying at Gen's base these days. This is Shimura Danzo's request, because he is in contact with Orochimaru, and Orochimaru will come to the roots recently. Orochimaru is coming? Great, I have been friends with the god Orochimaru for a long time. Aburame was very interested in the Fuzo reincarnation and the 8 tails horn in Orochimaru's hands. Prepare to spend a lot of gold coins, Lao Deng. Aburame is very self-aware of himself, and he is confident that he can succeed even without the original GU. But Aburame also knows her own shortcomings. That is because his understanding and accumulation of ninjutsu is insufficient. He still lacks too much knowledge. After all, he has not been in the ninja world for a long time. He cannot compare with ninjas who have been in the ninja world for 10 or decades, especially Orochimaru. This is a lack of accumulation. The development of the violent poison technique relies on parasites and Hashirama cells. Otherwise, the violent poison technique alone is not enough, and its power will be far from what it is now. But now there is a chance to make up for this shortcoming. I believe Orochimaru will be happy to train him, or Orochimaru is quite happy to train his juniors. The premise is that you have the potential to impress Orochimaru. Sure enough, I made the right decision to become the disciple of Danzo. The platform provided by Danzo is really great. This meeting with Orochimaru is an opportunity. When Shiitsu Aburame was cultivating the soul-residing insects, Danzo Shimura walked in. Watching Aburame Zi cultivate insects with precious instruments, he didn't react much and said calmly, "Orochimaru is here, come with me to meet Orochimaru." "That's great. I have admired Lord Orochimaru for a long time." Danzo Shimura glanced at his disciple. "It's true that you talk nonsense when you see people, and you talk nonsense when you see ghosts. You said you admired yourself at first, and now you say you admire Orochimaru. I don't know who you will admire in the future. Let's go." Danzo Shimura took Shiai Aburame deep into the root. "Orochimaru, how is this wood release experimental subject? Can the wood release transplantation experiment be successful?" Danzo snorted with a calm face. Orochimaru stopped the experimental tools in his hands and shook his head gently. "Although Hashirama's cells have fallen into a dormant state, this can only mean that the experimental subject is temporarily safe, not that the experiment is successful. If you want to use phosphorus to achieve the effect you want, I'm afraid you will be disappointed." Orochimaru glanced at Shiitsu Aburame, who was following Danzo Shimura. Aburame Zi smiled back at Orochimaru. "Interesting, you are Aburame Zi. You are able to control the phosphorus worms to suppress Hashirama's cells without doing other things. You are really a powerful talent. Lord Orochimaru is ridiculous. Compared to Lord Orochimaru, I still have a lot to learn." "Oh." Orochimaru keenly heard the hidden meaning in Aburame Zi's words. This is because he wants to learn from himself, but he can also train nano-level assistants. He is also very interested. Shimura Danzo was not interested in what Orochimaru and Aburame Shiitsu said, so he directly interrupted and said, "Can the phosphate bug make the wood release transplantation experiment successful? Use phosphorus to suppress the intercolumn cells. This is indeed an idea. But the cells of the first-generation eyes have vitality that is different from ordinary people, which symbolizes the extremely terrifying yang escape of the first-generation eyes. It is no longer easy to use phosphorus worms to suppress Hashirama cells into a dormant state. If you want to use wood escape well, the best way is to use its equivalent yin escape. The phosphorus can only be said to be reluctant." Danzo Shimura had a look of thought on his face. "If you want to transplant Hashirama cells, you still need Sharingan." Hearing this, Aburame Zi immediately said, "Teacher Danzo and Lord Orochimaru, using phosphorus to suppress Hashirama cells is indeed an expedient strategy, but this does not mean that it is worthless." Aburame Zi felt that he needed to show his worth. "Oh, what do you think, Mr. Zi?" There was a hint of inquiry in Orochimaru's words. Of course he knew the value of completely controlling the nanoscale bugs. Nanoscale bugs are simply the best experimental assistants, able to force the success of some experiments. Even Hashirama's cell backphagy can be suppressed, let alone other human experiments. Danzo Shimura also looked at his disciple, waiting for an explanation. "Teacher Danzo, Lord Orochimaru, your research direction is to perfectly transplant Hashirama cells and recreate the wood release." Shimura Danzo and Orochimaru nodded. Their research direction is of course this, and if successful, it will be used on them. In other words, in order to successfully transplant Hashirama's cells, they used Mudun, which led to the Mudun transplantation experiment. Since it is difficult to succeed in this direction, it is better to change the direction and stop the loss in time. Keep talking. Shimura Danzo listened to his disciple's words and felt that it made sense. After such a long investment, only one Tenzo succeeded. His performance in wood release simply did not meet Danzo Shimura's standards. Is this called wood escape? Is this worthy of being called Mu-dun? Where is the wooden dragon and where is the wooden man? My phosphorus can suppress Hashirama cells and greatly improve the success rate of Hashirama cell transplantation experiments. It can increase the success rate, but once the Hashirama cells in their bodies backfire, the ones that should fail will still fail. You just prolong their failure time. The important thing is that they succeeded in transplanting the wood release. It was a success no matter what. There is still a long time to control it. Just like this. Aburame released some parasitic insects and let them attack each other. This is the normal state, then, use Hashirama cells. The parasitic insects became violent instantly, and the fighting became extremely brutal. Orochimaru looked at this scene with interest. Zeikun means to give up on perfect transplantation and instead pursue a one-time explosion. Lord Orochimaru is very keen. It is difficult to succeed in the wood escape transplantation experiment without the corresponding yin escape. It is better to increase the strength first. Aburame said, disposable wooden escape weapons, as long as we plan and arrange them carefully, I believe they can exert considerable power before they die. You want to use them as disposable weapons, this is one direction. Shimura Danzo fell into deep thought. He still wanted to perfectly transplant Hashirama cells. Even if he could not reach the level of the first generation, he would recognize Utenzo's level. But now the ninja world is not peaceful. The intelligence from spies lurking in other ninja villages makes him, a ninja world soaked in darkness, very uneasy. Try it first, and if it goes well, you can continue, but the focus is still on the perfect transplantation of Hashirama cells. Shimura Danzo agreed to Aburame Shiitsu's suggestion, but he was still a little unwilling to accept Hashirama cell. Next, we need Mr. Ze's cooperation. Don't worry, Orochimaru-sama, I will work hard. Chapter 36 Danzo's disposable wooden escape weapon. Experiments do not succeed overnight. Even if Orochimaru and Aburame had records of previous wood escape transplant experiments, it still took a lot of time. This one-time wooden escape weapon experiment was successful, at least the subject did not die. No matter how many times I watch it, I will always be shocked by the terrifying vitality of the Shodame-sama's cells. This kind of vitality may make the Shodame-sama immortal forever. Aburame couldn't help but sigh every time she saw Hashirama's cells. Even though Senju Hashirama is dead, his body cells are still active and can even continue to multiply and divide. Yes, Hashirama cells are indeed terrifying. I'm afraid there are only a few people who can withstand Hashirama cells. It's hard to imagine how powerful the original target was while alive. However, I'm afraid it still doesn't meet the standard of immortality, because the first generation is already dead. Aburame's words aroused Orochimaru's interest. Orochimaru has always been very concerned about immortality. Compared with the village and the will of fire, Orochimaru's main energy and interest are in scientific research, especially in the pursuit of immortality. Is Mr. Z also interested in eternal life? Ah, this. I am naturally interested. After all, no one would think that they live too long. However, it is still too difficult to achieve immortality. Although I have some ideas, I am still immature, but that doesn't matter. I am still very young now. Aburame pretended to be relaxed and said, revealing that she also had some thoughts about eternal life. Orochimaru became more and more interested. Although he could see that Aburame was deliberately attracting him, he didn't care. As long as the idea of Aburame's immortality can inspire him, he doesn't mind dealing with Aburame. The collision of different ideas of immortality can always give birth to some incredible miracles. Besides, dealing with a young, thoughtful junior is like dealing with Shimura Danzo, who has a sullen face every day. Although Shimura Danzo has always been Orochimaru's biggest financial backer and supporter. By studying Hashirama cells and Sharingan for Shimura Danzo, he collected a lot of funds and resources. Zi Jun. Can you tell me your idea of eternal life? Maybe we can discuss it. Orochimaru stopped what he was doing. In fact, it is not difficult to implement a one-time wooden escape weapon due to Aburame Zi's phosphorus bad bugs, but the process is very cumbersome. Orochimaru is not very interested in disposable wooden escape weapons, because they are not of much help to him and are useless for immortality. Furthermore, the strength of one-time wooden escape weapons is limited, reaching the level of Jounin at most. In other words, the strength of Genin and Chunin are raised to Jounin. As for Jounin being an experimental subject, there is no need for it, because Jounin is very precious, and if a Jounin undergoes experiments, his ability will only improve a little, but there will be no qualitative breakthrough. Since Lord Orochimaru is interested, let me talk about it. This is what I thought when I was cultivating bugs. Aburame Zi also stopped. He didn't care much about the disposable wooden escape weapon. The reason why it is expanded is to increase its own value. If it succeeds, Aburame Shiitsu's status at the root will be improved again. This is not relying on Shimura Danzo, but a real status. Because the phosphorus bugs in the disposable wood escape weapon depend on him, Aburame Zi, and he, Aburame Zi, is the core of the disposable wood escape weapon. Danzo, I am the core. Lord Orochimaru also knows that I am from the Aburame clan, and I have to deal with insects. My idea of immortality is also related to the insect swarm. Insects are very fragile and have a short lifespan. I often think about how to make insects stronger and live longer. There was encouragement in Orochimaru's eyes, and he knew that what Aburame Zi said next was the key point. But I discovered that no matter what I do, insects have their limits. When I gave up in despair, I saw the entire swarm of insects. I feel ashamed to say that although I have studied many varieties of insects, I don't know much about the insect swarm. After I was attracted by the insect swarm, I became deeply fascinated by it. Although a single insect is very fragile, the entire insect swarm is different. The insect swarm can be regarded as immortal in a sense. All insects perform their duties according to the will of the insect swarm, just like the cells of the human body. Even if many of the insects die and are replaced, it is meaningless to the entire insect swarm. They still act according to the will of the insect swarm, and the will of the insect swarm remains unchanged. If we can transform ourselves from a single individual into a group like the will of the swarm, can we achieve immortality? From individuals to groups? It's a good idea, but it's not easy. Orochimaru is very interested in Aburame Zi's idea of immortality, but he doesn't really agree with it. Because it's too difficult. Orochimaru's corpse reincarnation is almost completed, but there are still many problems that have not been resolved, such as the damage to the soul, the fit of the body, etc. It is so difficult for an individual to live forever, let alone the transition from an individual to a group. There are too many technologies that need to be overcome. Of course, Orochimaru does not intend to attack Aburame Zi, if Aburame Zi achieves something on the road to eternal life. Orochimaru will bless him happily and then go to study. Yet, it's too difficult, whether it's an individual body turning into a group, or an individual soul turning into a group. The body is fine, but the soul is difficult. Whether it is split or swallowed, you may lose yourself, so you need an anchor. An anchor to remind myself, to anchor myself to prevent myself from losing myself. Anchor? It seems that Mr. Z already has an idea. My method of immortality is simpler than Mr. Z. Since the body will age, then we must constantly replace the body and extend our life through the reincarnation of the soul. This is my immortal reincarnation. Orochimaru looked at Aburame Zi like a piece of jade. The idea of the anchor gave him inspiration, and he might be able to perfect the immortal reincarnation. You two should finish the experiment first and then we can talk. Shimura Danzo didn't know when he appeared in the laboratory, looking at the two guys chatting expressionlessly. I paid a lot of money to treat you two just to let you two chat. Give me a job, Hunden. Of course, after all, Danzo Shimura didn't blame him too much. He is also very interested in eternal life, otherwise he would not have listened to it for so long. Teacher, the Mudun experimental body has been successful. This is the result. Aburame Shiitsu smiled awkwardly and showed the results of the wooden escape weapon to Danzo Shimura. Oh, let me take a look. This experimental subject is a genin, now injected with Hashirama cells, and suppressed by my phosphorus. Release the suppression, and the experimental subject's strength will increase rapidly. It will be able to use some simple wood escapes, and its overall strength will reach the level of a special jounin. That's enough even for special jounin. Shimura Danzo evaluated it and felt it was okay. In Shimura Danzo's understanding, ninjas themselves are consumables, and war is a reward. If you can use your genin to defeat the enemy's jounin, that's a bloody profit. If the genin test subject doesn't work, then switch to the chunin test subject. Even if you can't defeat the jounin, you can still use the genin experimental bodies to defeat the enemy chunin on a large scale. With these experimental bodies, Shimura Danzo can also play a huge role on the battlefield. He must become the key to turning the war around. As a hero, he must appear on the battlefield where the monkey failed to turn the tide. A little shock to those guys who call him a gutter rat. Chapter 37. I voted for this project, and the Pure Land stealing plan begins. Danzo Shimura took the disposable wooden escape experimental body for testing. He is not a fool. It is impossible for him to believe whatever Aburame Zei and Orochimaru say. Of course, he must witness it himself first. If the strength of the one-time wood escape experimental subject satisfies him, he will continue to invest resources. If it doesn't work, then just study it honestly according to the original idea. Orochimaru watched Shimura Danzo leave quickly without expressing any emotion. Instead, he looked at Aburame Zei with more interest, licked his lips, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Zaya-hun, your idea is good, but there are always difficulties on the road to eternal life. If you encounter any problems, you can come to me and we can discuss it. Orochimaru was looking forward to seeing what kind of flowers Aburame Zei's piece of jade would bloom and what kind of surprise it would bring to him. Orochimaru admires Aburame Shiitsu very much, even though Aburame Shiitsu's idea of immortality is very immature in his eyes. That's great. If I have any questions in the future, I hope Lord Orochimaru can give me some advice. Aburame Zei accomplished her goal, and her meeting with Orochimaru went smoothly this time. You can communicate more with Orochimaru in the future. Aburame Zei is also very interested in the Fuzo reincarnation and the Eight Tails horn in Orochimaru's hands. Although Orochimaru has begun to pursue immortality, he has not yet made up his mind to cut off all the bonds. All security is still guaranteed. Aburame Zei exchanged a few words with Orochimaru, and then started a new experiment. Orochimaru is also very busy. Next, he needs to do the Sharingan transplant experiment, which Danzo has always requested. Aburame Zei was not dissatisfied. She could learn a lot by experimenting with Orochimaru. When the experiment came to an end, Aburame Zei returned to the root laboratory to prepare her own plan to steal the Pure Land. Aburame Zei has filled his own laboratory at the root with parasitic insects, and the publicity is to cultivate powerful insects. It's very dangerous, don't go in if you have nothing to do. Aburame Zei brought the found sacrifice for the reincarnation of the dirty land to the laboratory. The Pure Land stealing plan officially begins. Although the immortals of the Six Paths control the Pure Land, they may not always pay attention to the Pure Land. After all, the appearance of the heretic demon in the ninja world was caused by the reincarnation of his son, so it was impossible not to pay attention to it. Now that the Six Paths sage's focus is not on the Pure Land, Aburame Shii's chances are great. As for whether absorbing the soul energy of the Pure Land will be discovered by the Six Paths immortal. No. Many souls in the Pure Land are absorbing soul energy, and the number of souls is still increasing. Adding an oil girl Z will not cause waves. Even if he is discovered, the worst he can do is seek help from the Immortal of Six Paths, and he might be kind enough to let him go. Of course, Aburame Z would not place her hopes on the kindness of the Six Paths sage. What really makes Aburame Z confident is the ability of the original GOD to be assimilated. Even if it is discovered, there is something wrong with the parasitized soul. At worst, Aburame Shi will let the soul parasiting insect spirit body destroy itself directly with the ninja soul, transforming it into pure soul energy to eliminate evidence. As long as the Immortal of Six Paths didn't discover what Aburame Z was doing at the beginning, Aburame Z would grow up quickly. By the time the Six Paths Immortal discovered it, it must be that Aburame Z had grown to a very high level, and the required soul energy had attracted the Six Paths Immortal's attention. And when Aburame Z absorbs a large amount of soul energy, she can use the original GOD to have more authority. Aburame Z is very difficult to kill. Every being that is assimilated by the original GOD is a part of the original GOD, and they are all Aburame Z. As long as Shiitsu Aburame releases the assimilated existence to all the shinobi world, it will be difficult for him to die unless the world is destroyed. Pure Land. Aburame Z murmured in the darkness of the root base laboratory. In the early stage, the main thing is to be concealed, and there is no need to absorb too much soul energy. And then continue to spread the soul-residing insects within the scope of the Pure Land. Pure Land has accumulated pure soul energy for thousands of years, which Aburame Z coveted. The soul energy Aburame Shiita needs to become a god must be provided by the Pure Land. Since the Pure Land home-stealing plan was conceived by Aburame Z, it has been continuously perfected by Aburame Z. Aburame Z invested a lot of energy and resources in this project. Every effort was made to show value, and Shimura Danzo was his teacher, all for the purpose of serving this project. I voted for this project. Stud. Stud is a kind of wisdom. In fact, Aburame Z is also very interested in the power of Yang and Yin in the hands of the Six Paths Immortal, but unfortunately she cannot plan it. This was prepared by the Immortal of Six Paths for the reincarnation of his two sons. Reincarnation from dirty soil. Aburame Z offered a sacrifice and used the art of reincarnation from dirty soil. A coffin slowly rises, and the oil girl Z is reincarnated. A root jounin of Konoha appeared. What's going on? Am I not dead? Aburame Shi was too lazy to explain to him, and directly used the technique to control the soul of the root jounin of Konoha, making his soul go silent. It's up to you next, soul parasite. Aburame Shi released the soul parasite, and let the soul parasite's spirit contact the soul of this root jounin of Konoha. The soul parasite's spirit contacted the soul of the root ninja who was reborn from the impure world reincarnation, causing a wave of rejection. Soul rejection is more dangerous and mysterious than physical rejection. Aburame Shi was not surprised. Soul rejection is normal, if not rejection is a big problem, unless it is a soul. Aburame Shi silently adjusted the soul parasite's spirit. He kept trying to make the soul parasite fit with the soul of the root ninja as much as possible. This is where the original GOD comes in. The original GOD has a strong ability to assimilate. In the past, it helped Aburame Shi assimilate many bugs, and his strength rose dramatically, making Aburame Shi's name as a genius attract Shimura Danzo. But the original GOD's ability to be assimilated is also very strong. It can be assimilated into other beings to solve the rejection reaction. It was not used before because it was not needed. Now it is very important to lurk in the Pure Land. Aburame Shi waited silently, but his hands did not stop moving. The soul of the root reborn from the impure world reincarnation was less and less repelling the parasitic worm. The parasitic worm spirit became a part of the soul of the root reborn from the impure world reincarnation through the ability to be assimilated. Very good, the plan was successful, the performance of the parasitic worm did not disappoint me, and everything is ready. Aburame Shi couldn't help but grin, licked his lips, and calmed his excited heart and trembling hands. The next step is to send the reincarnated ninja back to the Pure Land. Imperial World Reincarnation, Release. Aburame Shiai released the Impure World Reincarnation technique. And the souls of the Konoha root ninja returned to the Pure Land, as if nothing had happened. But no one knew that the souls of the Konoha root ninja brought a stowaway. Chapter 38 Successfully stowed in the Pure Land, the beacon of the soul, here I come. Ah, this damn sweet air. Aburame Shiai felt the environment of the Pure Land through the soul parasitic insects that stowed in the Pure Land, and sighed. It's really dry and flooded. The soul energy that has basically disappeared in the ninja world is full of the Pure Land. The Pure Land is worthy of being the training ground created by the Six-Path Sage, and the soul environment here is really amazing. The rich soul energy nourishes every soul in the Pure Land. The soul parasitic insects live in the souls of the root ninjas, constantly absorbing the soul energy of the Pure Land and providing it to Aburame Shiai. Aburame Shiai chuckled, feeling very happy. Aburame Shiai now felt that his whole soul was like soaking in a hot spring, and he felt very happy. In one word, cool. Of course, Aburame Shiai did not forget to inquire about the situation in the Pure Land. After all, Aburame Shiai did not know much about the Pure Land. Aburame Shiai's soul parasitic insect was attacked as soon as it arrived in the Pure Land. This situation made Aburame Shiai feel nervous, and he almost thought that he was discovered by the Six-Path Sage. The Pure Land was filled with a force that made the soul parasitic insect fall into a deep sleep as soon as it arrived in the Pure Land. Is this an illusion? Aburame Shiai reacted, and the soul parasitic insect's spirit was still too weak. Even if it was combined with the soul of the root ninja, it could not resist the illusion in the Pure Land. It doesn't matter if the soul parasitic insect can't wake up from the illusion. Aburame Shiai can directly control the soul parasitic insect to absorb the soul energy in the Pure Land. It's the soul parasitic insect that was attacked. What does it have to do with Aburame Shiai? It has to be said that the golden finger is still needed, and the original goo has played a miraculous effect again. The soul parasitic worm is the best way that Aburame Shiai can think of, but if it were not for the help of the original goo, his plan to steal the home in the Pure Land would still not succeed. Aburame Shiai does not think that this illusion is aimed at him, because every soul in the Pure Land is affected by the illusion. Such a powerful illusion, such a large range, the Six-Path Sage is so powerful that it makes people shudder. Aburame Shiai observes the Pure Land through the perspective of the soul parasitic worm. It is found that most of the souls in the Pure Land are in the illusion, and only a small number of souls are wandering, with their eyes changing between clarity and confusion. These wandering souls should have a lot of obsessions or their spirits are relatively strong, so they can struggle occasionally. The Six-Path Sage still hasn't done it. Aburame Shiai certainly knows that the Six-Path Sage's strength can definitely make all the souls that enter the Pure Land fall into a deep sleep. Aburame Shiai observes silently and learns some information about the Pure Land. For example, his current location is at the periphery of the Pure Land. Although the concentration of soul energy here has satisfied Aburame Shiai. But for those souls who are in a deep trance, it is not enough. These confused spirits have no way to actively absorb soul energy, and can only passively accept the nourishment of soul energy. However, even in the Pure Land, the soul is at risk of collapse. Not far from Aburame Shiai, a soul condensed grey matter on its surface, and then fell down. This soul became purer, but Aburame Shiai felt that the soul structure of this soul became fragile. Is this the way the Six-Path Sage trains his troops? The parasite controlled by Aburame Shiai, the soul worm, came to the grey matter, and before it came into contact, it instinctively gave rise to a sense of rejection. Is it the impurities of the soul? Or something else? Aburame Shiai didn't know about the grey matter, and didn't intend to know, because there was no need. But Aburame Shiai had a guess about the method of training with the Six-Path Sage. The Six-Path Sage should try to bring the souls of the dead ninjas to the Pure Land. Then, the grey matter or soul impurities in these ninja souls will be slowly removed from the souls through illusion. Once these grey matter are removed from the soul body will become purer. Of course, the risk is also great. After all, it is through external forces interfering with the soul. For example, the soul that Aburame just saw. The soul has become more condensed, but the soul structure has become more fragile. Aburame feels that a slight attack from him may cause the collapse of the opponent's entire soul. The six-path sage has been using illusions to repel the grey matter in the Pure Land soul. Part of the soul in the Pure Land will become purer and stronger. The other part will collapse into pure soul energy due to the unstable soul structure, providing soul energy for the Pure Land. Therefore, the souls in the Pure Land are divided into two categories. One is qualified to transform into qualified soldiers, and the other is consumables that cannot providing soul energy for the Pure Land. Aburame looked at the soul in front of him, and there was no reaction whether the soul body became pure or the structure became more fragile. Instead, he seemed to fall into a beautiful dream, with a smile on his lips. Aburame looked at this scene, with a gleam in his eyes, and suddenly remembered the infinite Tsukuyomi plan. Eliminate the struggle and give everyone a dream. What the six-path sage is doing now is the same as the infinite Tsukuyomi. It's just that the six-path sage has a little more kindness in his heart. He didn't attack the living, but let the dead fall into a beautiful dream. After death, even if people can't be reborn, if they can enjoy bliss in the Pure Land, it is not unacceptable. The six-path sage still has good intentions. The Pure Land is the training ground of the six-path sage. If these souls are allowed to stay awake and fight and devour each other, it will be more efficient. Coupled with the soul energy supply accumulated by the six-path sage for thousands of years, I am afraid that a group of strong people will be born quickly. Instead of the current lukewarm state of the Pure Land. This situation is the best for people like Aburame. What Aburame covets is the soul energy of the Pure Land. If there is a safe environment to absorb soul energy, Aburame will be very happy. The souls wandering in the Pure Land rely on the instinct of the soul to walk towards the center of the Pure Land. The entire Pure Land is very large, and Aburame also controls the soul parasites to walk towards the center of the Pure Land. The closer to the center of the Pure Land, the greater the impact of the illusion, and of course the higher the soul concentration. When Aburame arrived not far from the center of the Pure Land, it was visible to the naked eye that the soul energy concentration in the center of the Pure Land was much higher than other places. Safety first. After all, Aburame did not control the soul parasitic worms to walk into the center of the Pure Land, because the center of the Pure Land is full of strong people. These strong people are qualified soldiers considered by the six-path sage. Tricks like grey matter have no effect on the souls of these strong people. The souls of these strong people have reached a certain realm. If Aburame controls the soul parasitic worms to walk into the center of the Pure Land, it may attract attention. How did you get here when you are so weak? The six-path sage will not pay too much attention to the Pure Land, but the premise is not to jump around in front of the six-path sage. The concentration here is already very high, so let's stay here. Aburame gave up the control of the soul parasitic worms, and the souls of the root ninjas became the same as the soul bodies next to them, confused. But the soul energy that the soul parasitic worms should absorb was not reduced at all. Aburame looked at the soul parasitic worms that had successfully smuggled into the Pure Land, and he had a bottom line in his heart. Pure Land, the lighthouse of the soul, here I come. Aburame used impure world reincarnation to summon a large number of ninjas. Then he released a large number of parasitic insects, which were assimilated into the souls of the impure world reincarnation ninjas. Looking at these parasitic insects, Aburame was very satisfied. Brothers, it's up to you now. Target, the lighthouse of the soul, Pure Land, Olige. Imperial world reincarnation, release. In this way, batches of parasitic insects were sent to the Pure Land by Aburame. Their mission is to send the soul energy of the Pure Land back to the hands of Aburame Shiai in the ninja world. Chapter 39 I am the porter of the Pure Land. The parasitic insects were continuously sent to the Pure Land by Aburame Shiai. Like a mighty army, they successfully smuggled into the Pure Land through the impure world reincarnation. Aburame Shiai carefully controlled the parasitic insects, so that they did not do other unnecessary things, except to absorb soul energy and sleep honestly. Although Aburame Shiai sent a lot of parasitic insects to the Pure Land, the speed of absorbing soul energy satisfied Aburame Shiai. But for the Pure Land, it was not even a drop in the bucket. According to Aburame Shiai's calculations, it would take at least 100 years for the souls of the upper ninja level in the Pure Land to collapse into pure soul energy. Therefore, Aburame Shiai, as long as NVZE successfully sends the soul-sending insect into the Pure Land, it will be a victory. Not to mention 100 years, 10 years are enough for Aburame Ze to grow into a true top powerhouse. Ze Aburame was very happy as she felt the soul energy that the soul-hosting insects continuously drew from the Pure Land. Even the dark environment of the root base laboratory became brighter in the eyes of Aburame Ze. It's finally completed. The Pure Land stealing plan has been initially successful. Next, you can lie down and absorb the soul energy. Similarly, the original goo is also constantly absorbing the soul energy of the Pure Land, nourishing the soul bit by bit, and growing silently, in the hope of getting rid of the vegetative state. Although these soul energies are not very precious in the Pure Land, they are priceless outside. It is possible to collect some soul energy as capital for trading. After all, soul energy itself is very rare in the ninja world. It can be said to be something that can be encountered but not sought. What's more, the soul energy in the Pure Land is very pure. On this point, Aburame Ze's real name authentication. I believe Lord Orochimaru will be interested. After all, Orochimaru-sama is fully aware of the shortcomings of corpse reincarnation, and he must have thought about how to make up for his soul. Soul energy is the best way to nourish the soul. The Sage of Six Paths will not sell soul energy in the ninja world. What is your level is my level. Therefore, NVZE is the only one in this family, and there is no other semicolon. When the time comes, we can trade with Orochimaru. I'm very interested in Orochimaru's Fuso reincarnation, the Eight Tails horns, and Yugo. Aburame Ze is very interested in Yugo absorbing natural energy. After the natural energy and physical energy and mental ability are mixed to achieve a balance, it can become Senjutsu Chakra. The magic used by the magic chakra cannot be invalidated by the Taoist jade. It is an indispensable means to face Otsutsuki. If it can be successfully researched and utilized, it might be possible for Aburame Shiitsu to go one step further. Aburame Ze's bugs are themselves a part of nature, and are much more closely connected than humans and nature. You can give it a try. Based on Orochimaru's temperament, if there is a way to make up for his immortal reincarnation and allow him to go further on the road to immortality, he will do it at any cost. So he needs to give a reasonable explanation for the source of soul energy, otherwise Orochimaru may attack him directly. Regardless of the current relationship between Aburame Ze and Orochimaru, they seem to be very good. He is a gentle senior and a junior who is willing to learn. But once Aburame Ze exposes her soul energy and cannot give an explanation, Orochimaru will inevitably covet her. A full meal, Orochimaru's distribution is very clear. Danzo Shimura's disciples couldn't stop Orochimaru, who was becoming more and more indifferent. He didn't know when Orochimaru would come up with a cruel trick for him. As for the source of soul energy, it can be said to be the soul-hosting insect. Right. He, Aburame Ze, absorbs other people's soul energy through soul-hosting insects, and then stores it. It's just that it was learned in the Pure Land rather than in the ninja world. I don't produce soul energy. I'm just a porter of the Pure Land. I move, and I can't finish moving. Of course, this is not important, so there is no need to explain it. If possible, Aburame Zi will hand over the soul-dwelling insect to Orochimaru. It can be said that Aburame Zi and the soul-dwelling insect are one and the same, and Orochimaru has absolutely no way to cut off this connection. At that time, Aburame Zi will be able to know what results Orochimaru has achieved through the soul-sending insect. Come to steal, come to cheat, come to sneak attack. Think about it, Orochimaru transformed, evolved, and laid back tricks for his soul parallel insect, and then at the critical moment, he was severely stabbed in the back by the soul parasite insect. Aburame Zi's soul-inhabiting insect said in front of Orochimaru, "I'm sorry, Orochimaru-sama, I am an undercover." Orochimaru's expression must be very exciting. Next, how to store soul energy is also a problem. Compared with other energies, soul energy is more special and difficult to be affected by the material level. Therefore, the sealing technique is needed to store soul energy. Fortunately, I was not lazy when learning the sealing technique before, but it would be better to learn the ghoul seal. The zombie seal can even seal the soul. Among them, the knowledge about sealing the soul will not disappoint Aburame Zi. I believe that sealing the soul energy is not a problem. Next, he applied to Danzo Shimura to learn the ghoul seal. I believe that teacher Danzo will not disappoint him. Dear Danzo-sensei, your most obedient disciple needs your help. Finally, a container is needed to seal the soul energy. Well, let's use the insect pot from the Aburame clan, it's more in line with our identity. At that time, you can directly give the insect pot containing soul energy to Orochimaru. In this way, we have the capital to trade with Orochimaru. Of course, soul energy is just a bait, although you can use this bait to trade something with Orochimaru. But more importantly, you can give the soul-residing insects to Orochimaru to cultivate. You can always trust Orochimaru and let Orochimaru help him cultivate the soul-residing insects. You can believe that Orochimaru can bring him a surprise. Although Aburame Zi believed that he could perfect the soul-hosting insect, human energy was still limited, and he had more important things to do. All major tasks of perfecting the soul-hosting insect should be outsourced to Orochimaru. Very beautiful. Spirit soul energy comes from the Pure Land. It was Orochimaru who studied the soul parasitic insects. Aburame Zi did nothing. Aburame Zi couldn't help curling his lips and showing a smile. I got it for free with my own ability. According to the speed at which the soul parasitic insects absorb soul energy in the Pure Land, it will take about a month to initially revive the original goo. Original goo. The gold finger designed by Aburame Zi at the beginning was just because Aburame Zi's will was not enough to use the original goo, which was the essence of heaven and earth. This caused the original goo to remain in a vegetative state. But all this will change soon. Thanks to the 6 Paths Sage for the reward. The boss is generous. Chapter 41 Month, White Fang arrives. For a month, Aburame Zi did not show any abnormality and stayed in the base of the root to do experiments. Now, time stands with Aburame Zi. The longer the time, the greater the advantage Aburame Zi has. The soul energy continuously supplied to Aburame Zi from the Pure Land cannot be faked. Every day, Aburame Zi can feel his soul growing stronger. The original goo sent waves of throbbing, indicating that the Pure Land stealing plan was effective. Aburame Zi also applied to Shimura Danzo for the Shiki seal and the 9-faced Subaha. Aburame Zi clearly remembered the strange look in Shimura Danzo's eyes when he applied for the Shiki seal. Aburame Zi could only hold his face tight and did not explain, because he could not explain it clearly. The Shiki seal is a life-for-life ninjutsu. Even the 9 tails was sealed by the Shiki seal. Its power should not be underestimated. Danzo nodded slightly. Learning the Shiki seal is not bad. You are worthy of being my disciple. You already have 3 points of my style. As for the 9-faced Subaha, it is just a byproduct. After all, Shimura Danzo is also a ruthless person who dares to carve the inner and 4-elephant seal on his body. Is it a problem for my apprentice to learn a ninjutsu that kills the enemy by committing suicide? No problem. After obtaining the Shiki seal, Aburame Shii studied the soul sealing part seriously, which Aburame Shii considered the most precious knowledge in the Shiki seal. You can try to make a bug pot that can hold soul energy. This is not difficult. The knowledge and technology are ready. You just need to modify it. Then he learned the nine-faced Subaha. After the training, Aburame Shii rested in the laboratory of the root base, while Danzo had been waiting in the shadows for a long time. This man with a cane seemed to be carrying the endless darkness of the root. Hitaki Sakumo should be here soon. You have a good relationship with his son Kakashi. Go and receive him. Is Lord Hitaki Sakumo coming? That's good. The power of the root has become stronger again. Aburame Shii nodded, expressing his recognition of the root in his tone. Humph, Hiruzen, that weak guy, can't bring out the ability of Hitaki Sakumo at all. Hitaki Sakumo can only maximize his value in the root led by me. Danzo nodded with satisfaction. Hitaki Sakumo is a good sword. Both Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo agree with this. In addition, the hidden dangers of Hitaki Sakumo's sword have been eliminated and it has fallen into the hands of Shimura Danzo, so Danzo is naturally in high spirits. With the sword in hand, follow me. Hitaki Sakumo joined the root, and the root has one more high-end combat force, and many tasks can be completed quickly. Okay, Danzo teacher. But how does Lord Hitaki Sakumo arrange it? It is impossible to let Hitaki Sakumo completely integrate into the root. Hitaki Sakumo dared to commit suicide and defend the will of fire, which fully demonstrated his quality and that he was not the same as the root. Danzo said calmly, Hitaki Sakumo is a good swordsman, but he is also a fool who has been brainwashed by the will of fire. There is no need for him to understand the root in depth. He just needs to carry out the mission. Danzo also knew that Hitaki Sakumo would never be assimilated by the root. But Danzo was reluctant to let this high-end combat force slip away from his hands. Danzo meant to make Hitaki Sakumo a peripheral member of the root. Of course, he was definitely not an ordinary peripheral, but a powerful fighter who did not involve the secrets of the root. This is a good idea. Aburame Shii praised and gave a thumbs up to Danzo's wit. How are you learning from Orochimaru? Danzo glanced at his disciple and asked. Lord Orochimaru is knowledgeable, but I have also learned a lot. The experiment of the wood release weapon can be completed by myself. Danzo nodded, indicating that he recognized the progress of his disciple's learning. The one-time wood release weapon experiment is good enough now. There is no need to waste energy to improve it. Let's put it aside for now. You and Orochimaru have more important tasks. Shimura Danzo paused and continued, do you know Uchiha's Sharingan? Aburame Shii said, of course I know. Uchiha can be said to be the first ninja clan in Konoha. Uchiha's Sharingan is very powerful. It has powerful abilities such as observation, copying, and hypnosis. It also has extraordinary insight. It can observe the flow of chakra, can cast and see through illusions, and copy physical skills and non-bloodline limit ninjutsu. It can be said to be a very powerful and almighty bloodline limit. Danzo teacher said this. Are you interested in Uchiha's Sharingan? Shimura Danzo did not deny it. Thinking of the man who stood side by side with the first Hokage, a chill came to my heart. The power of wood release and Sharingan was deeply engraved into his soul, making him desperate for other powers. Can it be stronger than wood release and Manjikyu? I could have endured other people's powers if I hadn't seen wood release and kaleidoscope. Now Shimura Danzo has unswervingly walked on this path and achieved good results. With the Yamato achievement of wood release, there is also a one-time wood release weapon. As for the Sharingan, he also had news about Izanagi. I need you and Orochimaru to do a Sharingan transplant experiment to reduce Sharingan rejection as much as possible. Sharingan? This can be studied. You need to keep an eye on Orochimaru and don't let him be lazy, move funds, or do other things. Although Danzo Shimura didn't know much about these experiments, he could vaguely feel that Orochimaru embezzled a large amount of funds when conducting experiments, which he hated deeply. All the funds I embezzled from Hiruzen were embezzled by you. Soon after Aburame Shiitsu communicated with Danzo, she went to receive Sakumo Kiyota, who came to the root. Lord Hitaki Sakumo, welcome to the roots. Let me take you to get familiar with the roots. I'm afraid you will have to stay here for a long time in the future. Zi-jun, thank you for saving me. Hitaki Sakumo expressed his gratitude. He did not regret committing suicide to defend the will of fire, but he could not let go of Kakashi. However, the current situation is the best. Lord Hokage realized the importance of the will of fire, apologized to him personally, and suppressed the conflict between the will of fire and the ninja mission guidelines. He can also stay with Kakashi. Lord Hitaki Sakumo, I'm afraid you won't be able to appear in public in the future, at least not for a while. Hitaki Sakumo smiled freely, it's okay. I'm lucky to be able to save my life and spend more time with Kakashi. Since Hitaki Sakumo was discharged from the hospital, everyone has intentionally or unintentionally avoided the topic of Hitaki Sakumo. Sakumo Hitaki joined the roots without making any waves. Chapter 41 Transformation, Resurgence of Original GU. The land of the Aburame clan. A tightly wrapped black figure came into the forest covertly. The black figure stood for a while, sensing whether there were ninjas nearby through the insects in the forest. After making sure that no one was nearby, the black figure came to the secret base he carefully built. The black figure is Aburame Zi. This is the base carefully built by Aburame Shiitsu. It is surrounded by Aburame Shiitsu's bugs. If anything happens, Aburame Shiitsu will be alerted immediately. There is nothing important here. It is just a simple secret base. Concealment is the first element. Aburame Zi came here to revive the original GU. The original GU is the deepest secret in Aburame Zi's heart. Naturally, Aburame Zi must be careful about everything about the original GU. The secret base arranged in advance was used. Sure enough, everything should be prepared in advance. After a month of continuous supply of soul energy, the throbbing of the original GU became more and more intense, reaching a certain point. Aburame Zi had a clear understanding in her heart and knew that the original GU was about to revive, so she secretly came to this secret base. Aburame Zi sat cross-legged, and soon her consciousness began to approach the original GU through contact. This time, Aburame Zi successfully approached the original GU. Sure enough, I have tried so many times before and it was very difficult. This time it went so well because the soul energy nourished and strengthened my soul. I am now getting closer to the original GU in all directions. As Aburame Zi gets closer and closer, the throbbing of the primitive GU becomes more intense, as if Aburame Zi's approach stimulates the primitive GU. Aburame Zi had a premonition that the original GU was about to break through that level of restriction. Resume, my love. Aburame Zi's eyes were deep, and after planning so much, it finally paid off. Aburame Zi carefully sensed the original GU. Even though the original GU fell into a deep sleep, there were still waves of shuddering pressure, as if he was facing a world directly. Aburame Zi was not afraid, but more excited. The stronger the original GU, the better, which meant that his future limit was higher. The throbbing of the primitive GU became more and more intense, and after reaching a limit, it calmed down. Succeeded. Aburame Zi felt something in her heart. The connection between Aburame Zi and the original GU is closer, and she can do more things. In the past, the primitive GU could only be passive and use instinct to do things. With the strength of Aburame Zi's soul back then, she could not control the primitive GU at all. But now, Aburame Zi can barely use the power of the original GU. Even though most of the original GU was still in a deep sleep, he could already control a little bit. This is a huge progress, from passive to active progress, even a little bit can do a lot of things. In reality, Aburame Zi was slowly opening her eyes, her eyes looking extremely bright. Aburame did not move, he was silently sensing the power that the original goo brought to him after its initial recovery. The resurrection of the original goo brought Aburame an improvement in the ability of the original goo. The ability of primitive goo to assimilate has been strengthened a lot. Originally, it could only be passively assimilated through the breath of primitive goo, but this can be resisted by some powerful beings. But now, Aburame can pass by providing chakra, the original goo can actively assimilate. As long as Aburame keeps providing chakra, the original goo can continue to assimilate until it succeeds. More importantly, Aburame does not need to assimilate personally, but can assimilate through those assimilated beings. The flexibility is greatly increased. The ability of the original goo to be assimilated has also been greatly enhanced. The parasitic soul worms in the Pure Land have completely merged with the parasitic souls, and there is no longer any distinction between enemies and friends. The most important thing is that my life is guaranteed. For Aburame, the most important gain from the resurrection of the original goo is the resurrection of the original goo itself. The original goo and the beings assimilated by the original goo are all Aburame. If the original goo of Aburame dies, there is still the existence of the original goo in the dark. The dimension of the original goo's existence is higher than the dimension of the soul's existence. In the ninja world, it is basically not discovered by anyone. In this way, the original goo can reproject the existence of Aburame on the assimilated beings. Aburame is resurrected. Aburame didn't do this before, not because he didn't want to, but because he couldn't do it. In the past, the original goo itself fell into a deep sleep, and it was difficult for Aburame to control it. Once Aburame, the main body, died, the original goo would be in a deep sleep and could not pass on the existence of Aburame to the assimilated body, and Aburame could not be resurrected. So once Aburame died in the past, it was a logical dead loop. If you want to be resurrected, you need the original goo to pass on the existence of Aburame to other assimilated beings, and if the original goo wants to pass on the existence of Aburame, you need Aburame to be alive and find a way to revive the original goo. Those beings assimilated by the original goo are also Aburame, but unless Aburame takes the initiative to control them. Otherwise, those assimilated beings will be the same as before. Perhaps in the future, both the original goo and the beings assimilated by the original goo will become Aburame. But now, Aburame's realm is not enough for him to support this step, and there is no way to make every assimilated being become Aburame. Of course, Aburame didn't care. Now that the original goo has revived, even if it's just a little bit, his life is guaranteed. Except for the last infinite moon reading, the advent of the Otsutsuki, etc., which may pose a threat to him. Now Aburame's vitality is stronger than Orochimaru. In terms of survival ability alone, Orochimaru has to be called Little Shiai in front of Aburame. Next, some insects can be released to the entire ninja world. These insects don't need to have any powerful abilities, they just need to be able to spread to the entire ninja world, and it's best to become a part of this nature. Whether it's researching or using natural energy, they can be used as a medium. Aburame left his secret base, and I left quietly, just as I came quietly. When he arrived home, Aburame took out his insect pot and performed the technique of sealing soul energy on the insect pot. Looking at the insect pot engraved with the sealing technique, Aburame smiled, which was his bargaining chip for trading. Then, Aburame injected the pure soul energy from the Pure Land into the insect pot, and stopped when the insect pot was full. This is the soul energy I generated by absorbing the souls of mysterious beasts in the forest by chance through the soul parasitic insect. Then he showed it to Orochimaru, and then reluctantly handed the soul parasitic insect to Orochimaru, taking advantage of Orochimaru's research results for free. Thinking about it, Aburame couldn't suppress the curl at the corner of his mouth. Chapter 42 Deal with Orochimaru, Reincarnation of the Eight Tails. Root Base. Shimura Danzo poked the ground hard with his cane, making a banging sound, to express his inner anger. Aburame Shiai and Orochimaru looked away, as if they didn't see it. You two have consumed the Sharingan that I collected with great difficulty, but there is no result at all. Danzo, you can't blame us for this. The experiment itself requires consumption, and we have also worked hard for the Sharingan transplantation experiment. Orochimaru defended, but seeing Shimura Danzo's angry look, he was still ready to give something. Although the Sharingan has been consumed, we are not completely without results. What results? When Shimura Danzo heard that there were results, he barely suppressed his anger and prepared to listen. If he couldn't satisfy Danzo, he would still get angry. The Sharingan needs the blood of Uchiha to fully exert its power. Once it is transplanted to other bloods, it will consume a lot of chakra, and it can't be closed. There are only two ways to transplant the Sharingan. First, find a way to have the blood of Uchiha. I will never accept the blood of Uchiha. Shimura Danzo said firmly. He believed that he had inherited the will of the second Hokage to suppress the Uchiha, so it was impossible for him to become an Uchiha. Of course, if it was a last resort, Danzo could still give up some honor. But isn't there a second way? First, say the harsh words to show your attitude. Orochimaru was not surprised and continued, the second way is to provide more chakra for the Sharingan, which means a more energetic body. Orochimaru paused, I already have an idea. We can try to cultivate an arm containing Hashirama cells, and some Sharingans can be transplanted on the arm. In this way, the Sharingan and Hashirama cells will inhibit each other, achieve a state of equilibrium. Shimura Danzo listened to Orochimaru's words, and Orochimaru's idea barely met his requirements. You refine your idea first, and I will collect the materials as soon as possible. After all, Danzo Shimura is the one in demand. Facing someone like Orochimaru who has mastered the core technology, he can only accept it. After saying that, he left in a hurry. It seemed that Shimura Danzo didn't want to see these two guys ruin the Sharingan he had worked so hard to steal. Lord Orochimaru, we are consuming the immortal eye a little too quickly. We have used up all the Sharingan stored by Danzo-sensei so quickly. If I had known, I would have left some behind and studied it slowly. Aburame Zi watched Shimura Danzo leave angrily, and couldn't help but blame him. There's no way around it, Zi-kun. If you want to understand the true secret of the Sharingan, how can it be possible that you don't need a lot of consumptive experiments? Orochimaru didn't care about this, because he knew that as long as he could complete Shimura Danzo's requirements, Shimura Danzo would continue to provide him with materials. But be careful of being bitten by Shimura Danzo. In fact, if Orochimaru and Aburame Zi were researching Sharingan transplantation, they would not consume it so quickly. But who asked them not only to study the Sharingan transplantation, but also to study the secret of the Sharingan itself? In this way, the Sharingan will naturally be consumed faster. Aburame Zi found out, but didn't say anything. Orochimaru also knew that Aburame Zi found out but didn't say anything. This is the tacit understanding between researchers. A tacit understanding to embezzle funds together. I wonder if Lord Orochimaru has done any research on soul energy. Soul energy? I have researched it, but unfortunately it is too rare and I have to give it up. There was regret in Orochimaru's tone. Soul energy had many functions and could make up for his immortal reincarnation. He coveted it very much. It's a pity that it's been so long and I can't find it at all. I've only seen descriptions of soul energy in some ancient books. Zi-jun suddenly mentioned soul energy. Did you discover something? Orochimaru suddenly became interested. If there were clues to soul energy, Orochimaru was willing to pay a lot of money to obtain it. Aburame Zi silently took down the insect pot from behind and showed it to Orochimaru. Oh, this is the insect pot of the Aburame clan. When Orochimaru saw the insect pot displayed by Aburame Zi, he was also very curious and turned on his perception. This is soul energy. How did you obtain it? Orochimaru's eyes were full of passion, his tongue was licking his lips unconsciously, his greed was not concealed. At the same time, the murderous intent in his eyes was also building up, and he seemed to want to kill someone and seize the treasure. Soul energy is of great importance, even if he falls out with Danzo Shimura. Seeing Orochimaru's killing intent and greed, Aburame secretly said, "You have a way to kill him." Aburame waited silently, without speaking, just watching Orochimaru's reaction. With great perseverance, Orochimaru put down his greed and murderous intention towards Aburame Shiitsu. Because there is no need. If it can be traded, there is no need for force. He knew that Aburame dared to show him the soul energy of this insect pot, so he was naturally willing to trade with Orochimaru. Otherwise, Aburame would hide this precious soul energy secretly and would not show it to the outside world at all. Orochimaru restrained himself from looking at the worm pot full of soul energy. "Jun, you really brought me a big surprise." Orochimaru laughed, the greed in his laughter unmistakable. "Jun Zi, when I first saw you, I felt that we were the same kind of people. Now that you have taken out this thing, what price do I need to pay in exchange for it?" Aburame did not beat around the bush, but said straightforwardly. "I am very interested in Orochimaru-sama's immortal reincarnation. This will be my path to eternal life. Isn't it possible to reincarnate as a corpse?" "That's possible. However, I also want to know how Jun obtains these soul energies. You know, I have also collected soul energy, but unfortunately there has been no progress for many years. Come on, Orochimaru-sama, don't blame me for tricking you, you asked this yourself. It's an accident that I can collect soul energy. Lord Orochimaru knows that with my ability, it's basically impossible to collect soul energy. But during an experiment, I came across a way to collect soul energy, so I tried it, but I didn't expect it to work." As he spoke, Aburame sighed and released the soul-residing insect. "This is a kind of bug I cultivated. It was weak and useless at the beginning. But as I cultivated it from generation to generation, this insect evolved the ability to absorb soul energy. I called it the soul-hosting insect. Soul-sending worm? What a good name!" Orochimaru stared at the soul-sending worm without moving. "My soul energy is collected by them." Aburame's words were very certain. "Because these are all true, but they are not complete." Orochimaru stared at the soul-dwelling insect with fascination in his eyes, as if he was staring at some treasure. Absorbing soul energy can make up for his immortal reincarnation and allow him to go further on the road to immortality. Orochimaru breathed deeply. He took a breath and said, "Zi-kun, I am very grateful that you did not hide these things, but took them out to trade with me. I believe that we can benefit each other and go further on the road to immortality." Orochimaru opened his mouth and spit out the scroll. "This contains the information of the reincarnation of the living body, and some of my ideas about the soul. I hope to help Zi-kun." Aburame took the scroll handed over by Orochimaru and opened it. It was indeed the information of the reincarnation of the living body. Aburame did not hesitate and handed the soul energy and soul parasite to Orochimaru very readily. "Lord Orochimaru, do you have any research information on the tailed beasts? I am also very interested in the tailed beasts." "Tailed beasts?" Orochimaru frowned. He had just gotten a great deal from Aburame and wanted to make up for it, which would be good for the next transaction. So, he did not want to refuse Aburame's request. "I have been to the Kumagami village and created the Eight Tails Rampage incident. I got some fragments of the Eight Tails horns. I have been cultivating them for many years, and they should be of a certain size. If Zi-kun is interested, I can give you a part of it. Then I'll trouble you, Lord Orochimaru." Aburame and Orochimaru both gained a lot and smiled at each other. Chapter 43 Chakra Coat. Aburame is now in the base of the root, learning the reincarnation of the dead. And the reincarnation of the dead is the basis for Orochimaru's path to eternal life. It can be said that it is very valuable. Especially the methods of suppressing and devouring souls in the reincarnation of the dead, which made Aburame gain a lot. You can try to add these methods in the reincarnation of the dead to the soul parasite. Aburame looked at the information about the reincarnation of the dead and thought. In this way, the efficiency of the parasites in absorbing soul energy in the Pure Land will be higher. At this time, Shimura Danzo came in and saw that Aburame was not doing experiments, but was learning the rebirth of the living body. He was very angry and hit the ground with his cane. After emphasizing it again and again, he dared to be lazy. "You are making things difficult for me, fat tiger." Aburame was not panicked when he saw it. He slowly put away the rebirth of the living body scroll and said with a smile, "Teacher Danzo, I have Orochimaru's rebirth of the living body here. It can give you eternal life. Do you want to learn it?" Shimura Danzo smiled faintly, indicating that the evil disciple still wanted to mess with my mind. It seems that Shimura Danzo refused. This surprised Aburame a little. Is Shimura Danzo interested in eternal life? Of course he is interested, otherwise he would not listen to the discussion between Orochimaru and Aburame. But he knew clearly that he could not use the rebirth of the living body. Because his power comes from the identity of Shimura Danzo, he is the disciple of the second generation Hokage. This is the most important. Without this identity, he is nothing. Of course, if he is reincarnated into someone else, he may be able to hide for a while, but he can only hide in the dark in the future. What if he becomes the Hokage? It is impossible for the Hokage to hide his identity all the time. This is a big thunder. Once he is discovered and used by others, it will be a disaster. Who are you? Where is the Hokage? I am the Hokage. What? You killed the Hokage? Brothers, come, someone is rebelling. So, as long as Shimura Danzo's dream of becoming the Hokage is not over, he will not give up his identity. It is more reliable to transplant Hashirama's cells to prolong his life. What is Orochimaru doing? Have you focused on the transplantation of the Sharingan experiment? Shimura Danzo skipped the fact that Aburame was lazy and asked about Orochimaru's situation. Aburame sensed through the soul parasitic bugs that Orochimaru was cultivating soul parasitic bugs, and various precious materials were invested for free, which touched Aburame very much. At the same time, Aburame simultaneously obtained the success of Orochimaru's research. Lord Orochimaru is really doing experiments, and he has inspiration. I believe there will be results soon. Aburame struggled between the experiments of transplanting Sharingan and cultivating soul parasitic bugs. Finally, he chose to let Orochimaru complete the experiment of cultivating soul parasitic bugs with peace of mind. Shimura Danzo frowned and stretched it a little, and said coldly, "Tell Orochimaru that my patience is limited, don't challenge my bottom line." I will warn Orochimaru seriously. Aburame was very serious. Shimura Danzo needs Orochimaru now, and so many resources cannot be wasted, so he can only make some harsh words. Humph! Shimura Danzo snorted coldly and left the laboratory. Orochimaru is very efficient. The next day, the horn of the 8 tails was delivered to Aburame. Aburame did not hesitate to get the horn of the 8 tails and chose to assimilate it directly. The horn of the 8 tails faced the continuous assimilation of the original goo and eventually could not resist. Perhaps it was because the main consciousness of the 8 tails was not here and did not resist. But the result was good. I am looking forward to what kind of surprise the structure of the tailed beast can bring me. What is the standard configuration of the strong in Naruto? Of course it is to drive a Gundam. Aburame has gained a lot in recent times and his strength has increased rapidly. But he still lacks the means to face Susanoo and the Wooden Man. It's always, can we let the parasite attack? Isn't this like Danzo poking Susanoo with a kunao? It's really a master-disciple inheritance. So, I need a large bug that can rival Susanoo and the Wooden Man. About large bugs, Aburame Shiai already has an idea, and he has spread a lot of bugs to find the Island of Oblivion. The ultimate summoning beast on the Island of Oblivion is very good, and I believe that a powerful large bug will be obtained based on this. The problem is that even if there are large bugs, they may not be able to rival powerful ninjutsu such as Susanoo and the Wooden Man. So, a thick layer of armor is needed for large bugs. The tailed beast coat is very good. Let me see. Aburame Shiai covered the horn of the 8 tails with one hand and closed his eyes. Inch by inch, he sensed the chakra structure of the horn of the 8 tails. Then, through contact, the chakra of the 8 tails was transferred to Aburame Shiai. A faint dark red chakra coat appeared on Aburame Shiai's body. This is the tailed beast coat. Aburame Shiai carefully felt it and understood the operation mode of the tailed beast coat. The next moment, Aburame Shiai let the horn of the 8 tails transport more chakra. A large amount of 8 tails chakra appeared on Aburame Shiai's body, densely covering his whole body. The 8 tails chakra completely covered Aburame Shiai, leaving only a dark red humanoid monster. Yes, in this way, the defense of large insects will be guaranteed. After Aburame Shiai finished speaking, the tailed beast coat immediately dissipated. The true face of Aburame Shiai was revealed. The tailed beast coat was again. Aburame Shiai roughly understood the operation mode of the tailed beast coat and could try to imitate it. More importantly, Aburame Shiai understood the chakra structure of the 8 tails. The tailed beast is a chakra life form. Now, through the horn of the 8 tails, Aburame Shiai has also initially touched upon the realm of chakra life. This is very beneficial to Aburame Shiai's future development. Chakra life is the scope of yin-yang escape, which Aburame Shiai cannot touch at all now. Perhaps, through chakra life, we can peek into the mystery. We can also try to cultivate some chakra life through the original goo. Aburame Shiai simulated the operation mode of the tailed beast coat that he felt. The tailed beast coat is formed by the Jinkra ki through the tailed beast chakra in his body. Aburame Shiai should be able to absorb the insect chakra he spread in Konoha through the original goo. A stream of chakra covered the surface of Aburame Shiai's body, a thin layer, as if it would collapse at any time. So, the point is not the tailed beast coat, but the chakra of the tailed beast. Aburame Shiai concluded. Without the chakra of the tailed beasts, the tailed beast coat does not have the various abilities in the original work. We still have to promote the bug diffusion plan and strive to make every part of the ninja world full of my bugs. In this way, Aburame Shiai will be able to naturally contact natural energy. Because by that time, Aburame Shiai's bugs will be an inseparable part of nature. I believe that the natural energy coat will not disappoint Aburame Shiai. Chapter 44 Nine-Faced Insect Clone, Understand Nature, Become Nature. During this period of time, Orochimaru was madly experimenting on the soul parasitic insects. It was not easy to get it, which could make up for the opportunity of reincarnation and pave the way to eternal life. Orochimaru did not want to be distracted at all, and he devoted himself to the research of soul parasitic insects. As for Danzo's Sharingan transplantation experiment, it had long been thrown aside. How could Danzo's requirements compare to his own needs? Orochimaru is indeed a scientist in the ninja world. His attitude towards scientific research is worth learning. Aburame Shiai looked at Orochimaru's hard work and showed a kind look on his face. It was like seeing the leeks growing well at home. With Orochimaru's unreserved support, the parasitic worms have improved greatly. This made Aburame Shiai very satisfied. Although many parasitic worms died suddenly under Orochimaru's research, Aburame Shiai didn't care. He knew that this was a method used by Orochimaru to eliminate possible problems with the parasitic worms through a large number of updates and iterations of parasitic worms. Unfortunately, Orochimaru did not succeed. Aburame Shiai's control over the parasitic worms exceeded Orochimaru's imagination. Orochimaru studies the parasitic worms. It seems that he wants to strengthen the parasitic worm's ability to suppress souls and devour souls. This is to make the reincarnation of corpses smoother. It's normal. Thinking of this, Aburame Shiai's expression changed slightly. But what surprised me is that the ability of the soul-controlling insects to control the body has also improved. Is this so that after reincarnation, you can get through the weak period faster and recover your strength? Aburame Shiai was very satisfied with Orochimaru's ability to improve the soul-controlling insects in a short period of time. At the same time, he synchronized the results of Orochimaru's experiments to some of his own soul-controlling insects. Keep working hard, Orochimaru. Aburame Shiai no longer paid attention to Orochimaru, who could not escape his palm at present. The spread of the insects is still too slow now. Perhaps we can artificially release them to various places in the ninja world to bloom in multiple places. I need the insect clones to do something now. There are many things that Aburame Shiai wants to do, but he can't leave Konoha casually, which is very troublesome. So he needs some clones, not short-term clones like shadow clones, but permanent clones. This is not a big problem. As long as Aburame Shiai is willing to devote some energy, he can control the insect clones and do things from a distance. The insect clones of ordinary Aburame people naturally can't do it, because once they are too far away from the main body or can't receive the main body's orders, the insects that make up the heavy clones will be disordered, and the heavy clones will naturally disintegrate. And Aburame Shiai is due to the original GU, the control of insects is far beyond people's imagination, allowing him to control the insect clones from a distance. This gave Aburame Shiai a great convenience, allowing Aburame Shiai to cast his eyes from Konoha to the entire ninja world. So Aburame Shiai cast his eyes to the edge of Konoha. This is not within Konoha's barrier, but a forest. The insects nearby suddenly gathered together to form an insect clone. Of course, this insect clone is not Aburame Shiai, but the whole person is wrapped in a black robe, and a mask covers the face. It works. The black robe made a low voice. This is the insect clone formed by the insect clone and the improved nine-faced Subaha's first blue. Next, go to the direction of the other 4 major ninja villages, and leave your own insects on the road to speed up the spread of insects throughout the ninja world. Complete the goal of binding the entire natural environment. And find the materials for the impure world reincarnation, and the island of oblivion. At the same time, 3 more black-robed masked men appeared beside the black-robed man, and they looked very mysterious. They were white, red, and black. The 4 black-robed men moved from the edge of Konoha to the 4 major ninja villages. At the same time, they kept leaving some insects to join the ecosystem, becoming part of the food chain, or assimilating some creatures on the original food chain. Aburame Shiai frowned slightly at the base of the root and rubbed his head. It's a little uncomfortable to divide my thoughts into multiple parts. The 4 clones have given such a heavy burden. As for the other positions of the 9-faced Subaha, they are temporarily vacant. Aburame Shiai felt that part of his thoughts were left in the insect clone. If he recovered them, it would cause the collapse of the heavy clone. So far, all the assimilated existences are Aburame Shiai himself. But Aburame Shiai's realm at this time is not enough. He can only control it by keeping his thoughts on the assimilated self. Otherwise, the assimilated existence will maintain its original habits. But fortunately, there is the Pure Land that continuously provides soul energy, which gives Aburame Shiai confidence. As long as Aburame Shiai's part of his thoughts in the insect clone is not recovered, the insect clone can continue. Coupled with the blessing of the 9-faced Subaha, the insect clone is still very powerful. It can also be reorganized into a new insect clone after death. The point is not the insect clone, but the thoughts allocated by Aburame Shiai. The insect clone is just a carrier. The insect clone did not go far before it saw many ecosystems. Chakra has brought many miraculous things to this planet. But most of the planet is still composed of ordinary life. Aburame Shiai couldn't help but sigh. In nature, there are indeed some strong lives with chakra, but these are a minority. After all, not all places are like the three holy places, nourished by natural energy. Ordinary lives still dominate the ninja world. They are not eye-catching, because compared with the lives with chakra, they appear very weak. People tend to only pay attention to those strong lives and ignore them. But this does not mean that they are not important, they are the main body of nature. What Aburame Shiai has to do now is to send his insects into nature and become a part of nature. It is best to become a link in the food chain. And then slowly and gradually erode the entire nature. Question nature, understand nature, and become nature. At that point, Aburame Shiai will enter a terrifying realm. The so-called supernatural power comes naturally without cultivation. Moreover, there are many benefits to doing this, such as collecting intelligence. Humans cannot live without nature, or in other words, all life cannot live without nature. As long as Aburame Shiai becomes a part of nature, then the information of ninjas cannot escape Aburame Shiai's eyes. By that time, Aburame Shiai's ability to collect information will be stronger than White Zetsu, just like seeing the whole map. Moreover, wherever there are Aburame Shiai's insects, Aburame Shiai can appear. All insects can be aggregated into insect clones, and Aburame Shiai will appear anytime and anywhere where there are his insects. This is more convenient than Flying Thunder God. And Aburame Shiai also noticed that with the revival of the original stock, the importance of the body to Aburame Shiai continued to decline. For example, this time's insect clone. Aburame Shiai felt that as long as he transferred all his thoughts to one of the insect clones, then this insect clone could replace Aburame Shiai to complete most of the work. As long as the thoughts are not transferred, the insect clone is the main body. Chapter 45 Namikaze Minato. Aburame Clan Forest. Aburame Shiai was resting under the shade of a tree, and taking stock of his tasks. The soul-hosting insect has Orochimaru's help in researching it, so it can be put aside temporarily. Seeing how Orochimaru was about to die suddenly due to his efforts, Aburame Zei could hardly bear it. Soul energy is continuously transported from the Pure Land to nourish his soul. At the same time, it also provides food for the primitive goo and accelerates the recovery of the primitive goo. The clones of Aburame Shiitsu Blue-White Zhuxian are constantly spreading bugs in the ninja world and assimilating bugs. Everything is going on in an orderly manner. Aburame Zei found that everything was going on in an orderly manner, so she decided to take a day off. You have worked hard for so long, why don't you take a break? It's very tiring after planning so much, okay? Aburame Zei was resting lazily under the shade of a tree, sensing the surrounding environment. The breeze blew through the grass, the leaves rustled, everything was so beautiful. At this time, two people walked towards Aburame Zei's direction. Well, it's Aburame Shiwei-sama, and next to her is Minato Namikaze. Aburame Zei recognized Namikaze Minato's bright blonde hair when he saw it. This is normal. Aburame Zei and Namikaze Minato are teammates. It is not strange to get together occasionally. Seeing this, Aburame Zei stopped sleeping. He stood up and waited for the arrival of Aburame Shiwei and Namikaze Minato. Zei, this is my teammate, Minato Namikaze, he is a very reliable ninja. Aburame Shiwei introduces Minato Namikaze to Aburame Shiitsu. Hello Minato Senpai, I'm Shiitsu Aburame. I've heard that senior, the ninja school teacher talked about the power of Golden Flash. My classmates and I admire you very much. Your Flying Thunder God technique is really amazing. Namikaze Minato felt a little embarrassed when he heard Aburame Zei say this. Shiwei often praises Zei in my ears. It's not easy for someone as picky as Shiwei to praise you like this. It's so full of energy. Minato sighed with emotion. In fact, Namikaze Minato and Aburame Shiwei both vaguely felt that the current Aburame Shiwei's chakra strength was not weak. Zei, your ability is better than I thought. You have grown up. Aburame's highway pushed up his glasses slightly, satisfied that he could speak. He didn't expect Aburame's highway to make such rapid progress. Thanks to Danzo-sensei for his cultivation. I am very happy to be able to show my value by serving the village. Aburame Ziyi explained. I have been training at the root level for the past few months, and I have only returned to the clan once, so I want to take a break. Namikaze Minato nodded in approval. Indeed, training requires seriousness, but it also requires a balance between work and rest. Taking a break once in a while is also great. Namikaze Minato's tone was full of recognition, which could easily arouse people's good feelings. Minato is right, there is no need to tighten yourself too much. Aburame's highway agreed. He mentioned Aburame Ziyi many times around Minato just to get to know each other. This time I brought Minato to the place where Aburame Shiitsu was staying, just to create an opportunity to meet. Namikaze Minato wants to win over Aburame Shiitsu, and the Aburame clan is also happy to see this happen. Aburame Shiitsu is different now. She is not an ordinary Aburame clansman, but a disciple of Shinobi's Dark Danzo and the next leader of the root organization. This identity is worthy of many people spending resources to win over. When it comes to wooing Aburame Shiitsu, Namikaze Minato has a natural advantage. Because his teammate is Aburame Shimai, the Aburame clan also invested a lot of resources in Namikaze Minato. Aburame's highway is the appointed leader of the Aburame clan, and has a very good relationship with Aburame Ziyi. It is a natural bridge. Senior Minato, I heard that your flying thunder god can kill enemies in an instant. Aburame Ziyi asked curiously. It's not that easy. Namikaze Minato smiled bitterly. Using the flying thunder god, Namikaze Minato's speed is very fast. However, it still has some shortcomings when facing a truly powerful opponent. This shortcoming is not about the flying thunder god, but Namikaze Minato himself. Namikaze Minato knew his own business. Although it was faster to use the flying thunder god, he did not have the ninjutsu to match the flying thunder god, and his attack power could not keep up. He was at a disadvantage when facing some physically powerful enemies. Namikaze Minato could avoid being caught when using the flying thunder god, but the moment Minato wielded the kunao to attack, the enemy might react. Namikaze Minato's movement method is to move through the flying thunder god's space, but his attack method is kunao. If the enemy cannot be killed after attacking, then Bo Feng Shuman will have to face the enemy's desperate fight, which is very dangerous. Therefore, the safest way for Namikaze Minato is to use the flying thunder god, constantly looking for flaws and opportunities to kill with one strike. Therefore, Namikaze Minato has always wanted to develop a ninjutsu that could match the flying thunder god, but it has never been completed. Minato-senpai is already very strong. In the ninja school, my classmates and I all hope to become like Minato-senpai. Hearing Aburame Ziyi's words, Namikaze Minato smiled again. Then let's work hard together. Namikaze Minato's goal is to become Hokage, not only for himself, but also for his girlfriend Kushina. Becoming Hokage has always been Namikaze Minato's dream, and he has been moving in this direction. And Kushina is the nine-tailed Jinhyuriki, so she is subject to many restrictions. It can be said that he is basically restricted to a certain area. And the people he can contact will also be strictly regulated. If Minato Namikaze is not Jiraiya's disciple, he may not be qualified to be Kushina's lover. If Minato Namikaze becomes Hokage, Kushina can be freer. Thinking of his red-haired lover, Minato Namikaze smiled happily, and his determination became stronger. I want to be Hokage. To become Hokage, you need followers and supporters. Root heirs like Aburame Shii, even if they cannot become like-minded partners, they must build good relationships. Minato Namikaze has already taken action. For example, Fugaku of the Uchiha clan has a good relationship with him. Aburame Shii and Minato Namikaze had a good chat. I have to admit that Minato Namikaze is a very charming person. Always able to give others confidence, unconsciously influenced by him, like the sun. By the way, I had a meal of Minato Namikaze's barbecue and had a great time. Aburame Shiai has a good impression of Minato Namikaze. A powerful man who is a friend of your elders and cares about you, it is natural for him to have a good impression. Maybe Minato Namikaze does have some other thoughts, but this does not mean that he is not gentle and kind. And if the position of Hokage is really replaced by a naive person, the whole village will suffer. Chapter 46 The Third Ninja World War. Aburame Shiai came to the root base. Seeing that Orochimaru had broken out of the state of studying the soul parasite. Lord Orochimaru, you finally came out. Teacher Danzo has been looking for you. There is no way. If you don't come out, Danzo will break down my door. There is helplessness in Orochimaru's tone. He really doesn't want to stop the research on the soul parasite. During this period, Orochimaru has invested a lot of precious resources in the soul parasite and has also achieved some good results. For example, the enhancement of parasitic ability, the enhancement of soul absorption ability, and even the enhancement of the body. The potential of the soul parasite is indeed great. The ability to draw soul energy from the soul is very useful to me. However, the problem of consumables gave Orochimaru a headache. A soul that has not been nourished by chakra is worthless, and the number of ninja souls he can get is limited, which is very uncomfortable. Danzo came over at this time, his expression was very solemn, he took out a scroll from his hand, and narrowed his eyes slightly. Something happened. The third generation Kazekage of Sand Village has been confirmed missing. The third generation Kazekage is missing. Orochimaru's expression became weird. He really didn't expect this news to be true. When he heard the news, he thought that Sand Village was going to make trouble again. Or it was an internal political struggle. But the Kazekage is the shadow of a village after all, the face of Sand Village, how could he disappear inexplicably? The Shadow Guard is the elite of each village. It's troublesome. The situation in the ninja world is not good. There have been many conflicts in the 5 major ninja villages, and the situation in the Sand Village. Get ready. Hiruzen has called a Jonin meeting to discuss and decide the next strategy. Shimura Danzo paused and looked at the obedient Aburame Shiai next to him. You should come with me to get familiar with it in advance. Danzo's voice was straightforward without any emotional ups and downs. That's great. This will be the first time that Aburame Shiai will appear in public as a disciple of Danzo and the successor of the root organization. It is very political. Aburame Shiai followed Danzo Orochimaru to the Jonin meeting hall. Originally, he was not qualified to attend. However, his identity as a disciple of Danzo made him eligible for an exception. Shiai, you are here too. It's Senior Minato. Namikaze Minato, who was waiting at the door of the Konoha meeting hall, greeted Aburame Shiai gently. Senior Minato, thank you for your hard work. It's okay, as long as I can help everyone, go in quickly. Minato Namikaze didn't think he was that hard, but thought it was a good opportunity to meet Konoha's high-level officials and clan leaders. As soon as Aburame Shiai entered the conference room, he attracted a lot of attention. After all, among these people, only Aburame Shiai didn't wear a green Jonin vest, which made him look out of place. Aburame Shiai didn't explain, but sat directly next to Shimura Danzo, and all the attention disappeared immediately. It's safe to be with the teacher. At this time, the door opened again, and Minato Namikaze followed the third Hokage in. Seeing the third Hokage come in, the Jonins all became serious. The third Hokage walked to the front desk and looked at the many Jonins who had been summoned. A rough count showed that there were hundreds of them, all of whom were elites of the Konoha ninja clan and civilians. So he coughed lightly and said, We have received reliable news that the third Kazekage of Sand Village in Wind Country has indeed disappeared, and the Kazekage guard has also disappeared. The faces of the Jonin who have not received the news suddenly changed. Why is there something wrong with this situation? The shadow of war looms in their hearts. They are not afraid of sacrifice, but that does not mean they want to go to the battlefield. The battlefield has always been cruel. Who wants to die if they can live? Aburame Shiyi sat beside Danzo. His heart was calm. He was so calm when he had cheats. Originally, the whole ninja world could be regarded as orderly in chaos. Although the frictions between the 5 major ninja villages were increasing, they were all within the controllable range. The disappearance of the 3rd generation Wind Shadow of Sand village would become a weight to break the balance. Among the 5 major ninja villages, although Konoha is the strongest, it is also under the greatest pressure. Once the 3rd Ninja World War breaks out, it is possible to repeat the situation of the 2nd Ninja World War. The 4 major ninja villages will join forces to attack Konoha. Now, the 2 villages of Sandrock have been continuously sending troops to the border of the Rain Country, and the Cloud Village is also ready to move, constantly provoking border frictions. The Water Country is unusually quiet, and I don't know what conspiracy there is. The 5 major countries do not border each other, and there are some small countries between them as buffers. Small countries are usually squeezed by big countries, and when wars are launched, they will be used as battlefields, and the end is very miserable. The so-called border friction is the friction between the 5 major ninja villages on the borders of small countries. The situation is very bad now, and war is inevitable. At this time, Shimura Danzo said, "It has come to this point, we need to strike first." The 3rd Kazekage disappeared, and the Kazekage guard disappeared. It is the time when the Sand Village is weak. We can concentrate our strength to defeat the Sand Village at once. As long as we succeed, even if there are 3 other ninja villages, our pressure will be reduced a lot. Danzo is worthy of being Danzo, and he is an eagle as soon as he opens his mouth. Of course, the success of the wood release weapon experiment also gave him confidence. The 3rd Hokage glanced at Danzo and did not speak. Konoha itself is the most powerful of the 5 major villages. It can defeat the Sand Village by gathering all its strength. But what happens next? The 5 major ninja villages are full of contradictions, and there are countless blood debts among them. It is basically impossible to unite. In other words, even if the other 4 major ninja villages join forces to attack Konoha, they will fight each other. If Konoha takes the initiative to attack and defeats the Sand Village, it will cause the 3 villages of Iwaku, Kuriko and Misty to join forces, which will be a big trouble. The 3rd Hokage shook his head, and the chain reaction made him very worried. The situation is very clear. We need to send more troops to the border and never allow the war to reach the territory of the Land of Fire. I'll leave it to you all. The 3rd Hokage bowed deeply. Seeing this, the Jonins stood up one after another. For Konoha. They said so, but they all had their own thoughts. The Uchiha clan was thinking about how to show the power of the Uchiha clan, and wanted to gain a higher status, or even compete for the position of Hokage. The Hyuga clan wanted to retain their strength and let the branch family complete the task. Nara, Yamanaka, and Akimichi looked at each other and were not communicating. Aburame Shiwei stood beside Namikaze Minato. Danzo took a deep look at Hiruzen. After all, he was old and didn't have the courage to cover his teacher. Orochimaru's golden snake eyes were full of greed. War. A great opportunity to obtain consumables. On the high platform, the 3rd Hokage silently looked at the Jonins below, thinking about how to send troops. Chapter 47 Reinforcement of the Border. Hokage Building. Bang! Shimura Danzo slammed a piece of material on the Hokage's desk. He pulled out a chair and sat in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen without any hesitation. Hiruzen, we can't wait any longer. My spy sent a message that the Sand Village is preparing to attack us. Danzo, I have sent Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade to the Land of Rain. With the addition of the original elite ninjas at the border, there will be no problem for the time being. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep breath and slowly exhaled the smoke. We need support now. I will negotiate with the ninja clan and win their support. The Sand Village has lost the Kazekage and the Kazekage Guard. Even if it appears tough, it cannot cover up its weakness. Order the attack. Shimura Danzo said very seriously. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook the pipe in his hand and said, "There are still demigods in the Rain Country. You know who it is. He was once ambitious and must be guarded against." Shimura Danzo's eyes moved slightly when he heard Sarutobi Hiruzen mention Hanzo. Sarutobi Hiruzen took out another scroll, which contained the request of the Uchiha clan. They hoped to go to the battlefield and were willing to support Konoha with the whole clan. Shimura Danzo's face changed and he said directly, "Impossible. The security department and the Hokage need to stay in Konoha to comfort people, maintain order, and prevent sabotage by enemy spies." Feeling that he could not express the seriousness of the matter by saying this, Shimura Danzo continued to speak. Once the Uchiha clan goes to the battlefield, their strength will grow rapidly. War is the catalyst for the Uchiha clan. If the Uchiha clan breaks the taboo, our years of hard work will be wasted. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Shimura Danzo and said, "Don't do other things. Now is not the time to do them. Make way for war. What about the Uchiha clan? Don't forget the Uchiha's ambitions. They are not trustworthy." Sarutobi Hiruzen tilted his head and looked at Shimura Danzo, with a slight warning in his tone, "Danzo, don't say anything that is not conducive to unity. Konoha is a big collective, and Uchiha is also a part of Konoha, our companion." "I spoke out of turn." Danzo confirmed Sarutobi Hiruzen's attitude. In the upcoming Third Ninja World War, the Hokage needs the Uchiha clan. Strength. Just admit your mistake directly. Then let Uchiha go to the East Front. Kirigakure village needs someone to guard against it. Moreover, the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan can effectively counterbalance the silent killing technique of the Kirigakure. Dan Shimura continued to suggest. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Danzo Shimura, but he still didn't want to give up. In addition to the Sharingan, the Uchiha clan is most famous for its fire escape. It just so happens that the main ninjutsu in Kirigakure village is water escape. Using fire escape to defeat water escape is a fool's errand. However, this time the third Hokage did not refuse, but added, "Let the Hyuga clan follow us." The two Ijutsu families in Konoha believe they can resist the Kirigakure village. Danzo Shimura got what he wanted and nodded with satisfaction. Since Uchiha cannot be suppressed, let Uchiha bleed more on the battlefield. Moreover, it is not necessarily all bad for Uchiha to go to the battlefield. He does not have much Sharingan left. Sarutobi Hiruzen invited all the representatives of each ninja clan over and held a small meeting. Sarutobi Hiruzen, wearing Hokage robes, walked in, followed by 3 advisors. When the ninja representatives saw the third Hokage coming in, they immediately became solemn. Danzo Shimura looked at Hiruzen Sarutobi's high spirits, and the jealousy and unwillingness in his heart became stronger. "It's so late, I'd like to trouble you all to make a trip. Thank you for your hard work." Sarutobi Hiruzen walked to the upper seat and sat down. Then spoke gently, with a hint of apology in his tone. "Hokage-sama, what is the theme of this meeting?" The Uchiha representative looked a little excited. The Uchiha clan has always been suppressed intentionally or unintentionally in Konoha. This war is an opportunity. If the Uchiha clan can gain enough military exploits, I believe they can enter Konoha's management in an honest and fair manner, rather than being stuck in the security department all the time. Sarutobi Hiruzen squeezed the pipe in his hand, looked at everyone gently, and said, "I believe everyone understands that the situation in the ninja world is not stable recently. I hope everyone can support some ninjas." After Sarutobi Hiruzen finished speaking, the meeting fell into silence. Everyone knows that they cannot refuse Sarutobi Hiruzen, because Sarutobi Hiruzen is the Hokage. However, this does not mean that they do not fight for the interests of their families. "How much is some?" Sarutobi Hiruzen had to explain the problem clearly. Sarutobi Hiruzen was not surprised when he saw this situation, but turned his attention to the Hyuga clan leader. The three advisors also followed the Hokage's gaze and focused on the Hyuga clan leader. The head of the Hyuga clan felt numb, but after all, he did not bear the pressure and spoke. The Hyuga clan is willing to support 50 ninjas and ninja supplies. The Hyuga clan leader was not strong against the Hokage, because those they sent were from the Hyuga branch. In the eyes of the clan, the branch families are all their slaves, and there is no problem in sacrificing the interests of the branch family to protect the clan family. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded with satisfaction. It's good to have a beginning. As long as you start, the rest will be easy. At the same time, he was also satisfied with his prestige. He didn't say anything and made the Hyuga clan give in with just one look. The Uchiha representative also said, "The Uchiha clan is willing to use all the strength of the clan to support Konoha, and I hope that Lord Hokage will do it." After the Uchiha and Hyuga tribes expressed their stance, the Ino, Deer, and Butterfly tribes also expressed their stance one after another. The remaining ninjas could only sigh and honestly expressed their willingness to support their clan members. Sarutobi Hiruzen saw all the ninjas in Konoha obeying his orders. He couldn't help but feel very satisfied and said with emotion, "Everyone, Konoha is lucky to have you. But there is no need to worry. This time, ninjas from each ninja clan will be divided into a team. The captain will be a ninja from the ninja clan. In addition to obeying the orders of the commander-in-chief, the captain will also command. And the positions in this war will not be abolished. If they are to be abolished, they will be transferred horizontally." After saying that, Hiruzen Sarutobi bowed deeply to them with a serious face and said in a sincerely grateful tone, "I would like to thank you on behalf of the villagers of Konoha." Seeing this, the ninja representatives in the conference room froze for a moment, feeling slightly touched in their hearts, and their resentment dissipated a little. Of course, there are also the benefits promised by the Hokage. Serving Konoha is what we should do. Hokage-sama, you don't have to be like this, we do it voluntarily. Konoha will definitely win. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt relieved when he saw that his retreat had achieved good results and that the resentment of the ninja clan had dissipated somewhat. Danzo looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen's performance with disdain. Hiruzen is still too weak. If it were me, I would ask these ninjas to gather all their strength and take the lead in attacking the 4 major ninja villages. Danzo Shimura thought of the power of the first and second generation Hokage, and saw Hiruzen's weakness towards the ninja clan, and he made up his mind. If it were me, I could definitely do better. Make Konoha great again. Chapter 48 Conflict intensifies. Shiitsu Aburame was dragged to the meeting by Danzo Shimura again. This is a war mobilization meeting. Hosted by Hiruzen Sarutobi, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, Tsunade, Minato Namikaze, Danzo and 2 Hokage advisors were all present. The standards were very high. All jounin in Konoha who could participate participated, and a large number of villagers were watching. Aburame Shiitsu, as the political successor of Shimura Danzo Chengren also joined in. But because Aburame Ziyi is not well known and prestige is not enough, she can only listen to lectures and is not qualified to speak. So he stayed quietly in the corner, listening to the speeches of these big shots. The mobilization meeting began. The first item was Sarutobi Hiruzen's speech, which talked about inheriting the will of fire, protecting Konoha, protecting the country of fire, resisting invasion, etc. During his time as Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen gave many speeches, which has become standard for major events. It doesn't take much effort, but it can win over people's hearts and inspire them, so why not? It can also give confidence to Konoha's ninjas, letting them know that Konoha's rules are not broken yet and Konoha is safe. After Hiruzen Sarutobi finished his speech, he waved his hand. Next is the key point. Hiruzen Sarutobi announced the position of the ninja army. Then, it's up to you, Orochimaru. As the Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen needs to sit in Konoha and appease people's hearts. Naturally, he cannot rush to the front lines at will. Among the remaining candidates, Jiraiya is used to being undisciplined, Tsunade has hemophobia, Minato is strong enough, but his prestige is much lower, White Fang is not good at commanding, and he is not suitable to appear in front of others. Therefore, the experienced and calm Orochimaru is the most suitable candidate to become the commander-in-chief. Under everyone's gaze, Orochimaru walked up slowly. His golden pupils looked extremely bright in the sunlight, and his cold temperament was very reassuring. Next came Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Namikaze Minato. If Orochimaru's status is the commander-in-chief, then Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Namikaze Minato are the deputy commanders-in-chief. The status is determined at this moment. Seeing the Konoha Sunin and the Golden Flash, the atmosphere below became enthusiastic, and they were full of confidence that Konoha could win. Today's Konoha is indeed very strong. Although Konoha ninjas have some worries about the war, most of them firmly believe that Konoha can achieve final victory. When Sarutobi Hiruzen saw this scene, he nodded with satisfaction. The people's morale can be used, and the military's morale can be used. The army set off, calming down some impetuous Konoha. But Konoha sent reinforcements to the border, which made the atmosphere in the ninja world even more tense. Perhaps the increase in troops from Konoha has stimulated the 4 major ninja villages, or the 4 major ninja villages have long made up their minds to take a bite out of Konoha, and the border friction has become increasingly intense. Tsunagakure village has clearly declared war, placing the responsibility for the disappearance of the 3rd Kazekage on Konoha, claiming that Konoha's conspiracy caused the disappearance of the Kazekage, and an explanation must be given. Iwagakure village was scheming and cooperated with Tsunagakure village, but they did not send troops. Instead, they gathered troops on Konoha's side and put pressure on them, pulling back a considerable part of Konoha's troops. Union Village even dispatched a small group of troops to break through the junction of the Kingdom of Fire and the Kingdom of Tang. However, these were all blocked under Orochimaru's calm command. Orochimaru had participated in the Second Ninja War and was very good at commanding, and did not give the enemy a chance. In the early stages of the war, when no village had invested any real strength, if they wanted to defeat Orochimaru, they would be underestimating him. Jiraiya showed his power and improved Konoha's morale. Tsunade sat in the rear and treated the ninjas, calming people's hearts. Namikaze Minato detected the surprise attack, making the opponent miserable. But everyone knows that this is only temporary, and the pressure will increase in the future, whether it is Konoha or the other 4 major ninja villages. The war has begun and will not stop until enough lives have been consumed. Each major ninja village will send more troops until a huge decisive battle is fought, or they will continue to send troops into the meat grinder until they can no longer hold on. When Danzo returned to his roots, he found Aburame Ziyi and asked directly, "Can you make a wooden escape weapon by yourself?" "Yes, it is not difficult to transplant the wood escape. The important thing is to use the phosphorus worm to suppress the pillar cells." Shimura Danzo was very satisfied with Aburame Ziyi's decisive words. "Did Danzo-sensei want me to make a wooden escape weapon?" Danzo Shimura nodded slightly. "From now on, you must continue to make wood escape weapons." Danzo Shimura paused, then spoke seriously. "Maybe it will be tomorrow, maybe it will be the next second, a tragic war may break out at any time, it depends on who can't hold it in anymore. Although Hiruzen is weak and has given up a lot of benefits, he has an advantage in seeking support from the ninja clan. Konoha now needs a large amount of available combat power, as well as elite ninjas from each ninja clan." Aburame Ziyi nodded and said, "Indeed, the 3rd Hokage at the mobilization meeting is indeed very charming, and various ninja clans have sent many ninjas. That's because Hiruzen promised a lot of benefits, allowing them to retain their positions during the war or be transferred horizontally. But these are not enough. We also need strength. Wood escape weapons are the best choice. For the sake of Konoha, I hope you will put your strength into this and don't be lazy. Aburame said with some hesitation, there is no problem in making wooden weapons, but there is a lack of experimental subjects, and can wooden weapons really see light? You must know that once the wooden escape weapon is activated, the final outcome is death. This is not in line with the Hokage's will and may cause riots. Shimura Danzo said nonchalantly, just because we are in a state of war now, we should let the wooden escape weapons work. As long as the wooden escape weapons can play their maximum role, Hiruzen will have nothing to say. As for the experimental subjects, don't worry, I still have some. If there are not enough genin, then go recruit. There are many civilian genin who are willing to serve Konoha. They are likely to die on the battlefield and can't do anything. In that case, why not become wood release test subjects and contribute to Konoha? Instead of letting genin become cannon fodder and die inexplicably on the battlefield, it is better to give them a chance and let them become heroes. I will finish it as soon as possible. Shimura Danzo left after giving instructions. The Ninja World War broke out and he was very busy. He needed to organize and analyze the information gathered from various places in the ninja world and then send it to the third Hokage. And communicate and trade with other people, give them a lot of benefits, and tempt ninjas to betray the ninja village and sell out information. He also had to collude with Hanzo and find a way to get Hanzo close to Konoha and provide convenience for Konoha. The most important thing is that he had to pay attention to the Uchiha clan to prevent the Uchiha clan from getting out of control, and also find a way to collect Sharingan. In short, Danzo was very busy. Chapter 49 Leading the Wood Release Weapon. Shimura Danzo returned to the route from the Hokage's office with a bad look on his face. He was very busy, gathering intelligence on the battlefield, assassinating key figures, and colluding with people with two hearts, but he was dragged to a meeting by two Hokage advisors. It would be fine if it happened once or twice, but he was dragged to a meeting every day. Do you think everyone has nothing to do like you two? Two old guys who are looking for a sense of existence, talking nonsense every day at high-level meetings to show their authority. They often inadvertently highlight the contribution of Yuta and Koharu to saving Hitaki Sakumo, and criticize him by the way. He, in this way, showed that the two advisors were not afraid of power. Sometimes, Danzo wanted to smash their heads. Hitaki Sakumo involved the conflict between the Will of Fire and the Ninja Mission Code. Didn't they know? What was the purpose of transferring Hitaki Sakumo to the route? It was to dilute the influence. How can the influence be diluted if these two old guys keep mentioning it? They keep mentioning Hitaki Sakumo, they really don't have any idea. What made Shimura Danzo's mentality collapse was that Sarutobi Hiruzen was reminded by these two guys and remembered Hitaki Sakumo and the route. Sarutobi Hiruzen said affectionately, Azo. It gave Danzo a shock. It felt like these two old guys were going to do something bad. Sure enough, after Sarutobi Hiruzen said this is for Konoha, I don't want to, I'm sorry for putting you in trouble, he put Hitaki Sakumo under his personal charge and would return it after the war was over. The two consultants also agreed very much, saying that they would have a share of Hitaki Sakumo's credit on the battlefield in the future. Everyone was very satisfied. Except Shimura Danzo. At that time, he saw the two consultants smiling and nodding to him, as if they were praising him and you should be grateful. Danzo wanted to kill someone. Good guy, they used the means to deal with Uchiha on him. When I become Hokage? Shimura Danzo's eyes became deep. Teacher, what happened? Aburame I was a little surprised to see that Shimura Danzo looked very unhappy. How is the experiment of the wood release weapon going? Can it be put into use on the battlefield now? Yes, basically all the ninjas that can be transplanted have been transplanted. If we want to conduct the wood release weapon experiment, we need new test subjects. But the wood release test subjects have not been truly tested, and the specific power is still unclear. As long as they can go to the battlefield, the others can be tested on the battlefield. What happened, teacher? Why are you in such a hurry? Shimura Danzo took a deep breath. He was also helpless. It was true that Sarutobi Hiruzen was his tolerance, but he was also Sarutobi Hiruzen's all-round affirmation. As long as Sarutobi Hiruzen decided to do something, he would complete it without thinking, without any discount. Therefore, facing Sarutobi Hiruzen's request, he could only complete it. Hiruzen was led astray by two consultants with problems in their brains, and asked the root to support the battlefield as well. So, this time you need to carry out the mission to shut up the two old guys. War is cruel, but it is also a stage for you to display your talents. Should I go on the mission? No problem, teacher, I won't let you down. Aburame Shiai didn't care. He didn't refuse to go to the battlefield if his life was guaranteed. Where should I go? There are many battlefields in Konoha now. Eastern Front. Shimura Danzo said decisively, very satisfied with his disciple's performance. This fearless look was very much like his youth. Although Danzo was asked by Sarutobi Hiruzen to contribute the power of the root, but he still had a lot of autonomy, at least he could choose where to go for support. Eastern Front? If I remember correctly, it was Uchiha and Hyuga who were supporting it. Yes, it was Uchiha. Shimura Danzo nodded slightly, automatically ignoring Hyuga. The battlefield was full of Hyuga branches, and the caged bird made Danzo have no idea. Your mission this time is to lead a team of wood-release experimental subjects to the Eastern Front to test the power of wood-release weapons, so as to determine whether to expand the range of experimental subjects. Most importantly, monitor the Uchiha and report to me any Uchiha geniuses who have performed outstandingly in this war. Anyone who threatens Konoha, the roots will eradicate them, not giving them any chance to threaten Konoha. Danzo Shimura knocked the ground hard, coughed, and continued. Also, you should pay more attention to the ninjas who died in the Uchiha battle, and find a way to make the bodies of the ninjas who died in the Uchiha battle disappear. On the battlefield, no one will pay attention to some missing corpses. You have to find a way to secretly collect the Sharingan, but don't leave any traces. Aburame Zi looked at her teacher and lamented that he was really old and still had a long-lasting heart, and he still couldn't forget the Sharingan. Aburame Zi nodded repeatedly with a solemn face, indicating that she would strictly implement the teacher's orders. No problem, I will find a way to collect as many Sharingan as possible. The Uchiha on the Eastern Front are fighting against the Mist Ninja. The situation is not good. There are many opportunities to collect Sharingan. Danzo Shimura certainly knew that the Uchiha situation on the Eastern Front was not very good, because this was partly due to him. Well, you are indeed my disciple. The Uchiha clan has sinful blood flowing from birth to death. Even my master, the second Hokage, is full of disgust towards them. So don't have any psychological burden, and you must be ruthless when you need to strike. I have promoted you to a special jounin. You will lead the team to fight the fog ninjas on the Eastern Front. I will assign you a team of wooden escape weapons. Also, Aburame Ryoma will go with you this time. As soon as he finished speaking, Aburame Ryoma knelt down on one knee. Don't worry, teacher, I won't embarrass you this time, and Ryoma-senpai, please give me some advice. Aburame Zi looked at Aburame Ryoma who was kneeling on one knee in front of him. Lord Zi, I will completely obey your orders. Aburame Ryoma stated directly that the order he received was to protect Aburame Shiai at all costs. The wood escape experiment also requires Aburame Zi, and the importance of value is clearly revealed at this moment. When Aburame Zi walked out of the root base, 12 wooden escape weapons followed behind her. Every Mudun experimental subject is filled with a chilling chill. These people can be said to be death warriors. Aburame Zi can issue any order, including murder and suicide. Shimura Danzo watched Aburame Shiatoji leave without any worries. 12 trained and qualified root ninja would release experimental subjects, as well as Aburame Ryoma, all died like this, which only shows that Aburame Shiatoji is nothing more than that. Sharingan. I hope I can bring more back. The wood release and Sharingan have an unimaginable weight in Danzo's heart. That is the power of God. Even though Danzo has been suppressed by Hiruzen Sarutobi for almost his entire life, he has half a foot in the coffin. But he still refused to give in and was still struggling hard, even though his eyes and arms were having problems one after another. It can be said that the body is disabled but the mind is strong. Hokage. Shimura Danzo murmured, thinking of Uchiha's technique that could change fate. Hiruzen. I haven't lost yet. Chapter 50, The Island of Oblivion, the Ultimate Psychic Beast. Aburame looked at the 12 wooden escape experimental subjects. They all wore uniform ninja uniforms and masks, and both men and women exuded an aura that kept strangers away. Danzo still cares about him, or is very concerned about the first test of the Mudun experimental body, and has placed a certain amount of hope on it. Therefore, the people sent to him are not cannon fodder, but elites who cannot improve their strength for some reasons and have exhausted their potential. All 14 of us are here, let's set off. Our goal is to clean up the enemy ninjas that we encounter on the way, and finally reach the Eastern Front to support Uchiha. The Mudun experimental subjects nodded silently, indicating that there was no problem, and Aburame was not surprised either. These Mudun experimental subjects are qualified root ninjas who have obliterated their own emotions and become tool men. Just follow the orders. Swish, swish, swish. Aburame left first, followed by the other 13 people, who moved quickly in the dense forest. The 14 elites sent by the roots to support the Uchiha in the confrontation with the Mist Ninja have attracted some secret attention. This allowed Danzo to explain to the third Hokage that the 14 root elites were already a powerful force. I don't know if Madara Uchiha has controlled the Mizukage in the Mist Ninja village at this time. I don't want to confront Madara Uchiha directly. There is also White Zetsu. We have to find a way to get 1 or 2 White Zetsu to study. You can start with Obito. As an important chess piece of Uchiha Madara, Obito must be monitored by White Zetsu around. After presenting the materials, Aburame Shiitsu's team left Konoha village and headed towards the battlefield of Yuno country. Aburame led the team to move quickly in the land of fire until they encountered a team of mist ninjas who came to cause destruction in the forest near the country of Yu. The screams suddenly came to mind and ended suddenly. Under Aburame's body was the lifeless Kiri ninja. We have encountered an enemy team and have entered the battlefield's range of influence. Everyone should be careful. Others agreed with Aburame's words. A team of mist ninjas were directly killed by Aburame's parasites, leaving them no chance at all. Keep moving forward. It seems that Uchiha is not in good condition. Rush to support Uchiha as soon as possible. Along the way, Aburame's team met other mist ninja teams, and they were all killed successfully. The mist ninjas didn't cause any waves. Sometimes, there is no need for Yeonzi to take action. 12 Mudunchi the Experiencer spread out and began to hunt the mist ninjas that had quietly gathered around them. The Mudun experimental subjects were very calm. For them, it was the same whether they were fighting the mist ninjas infiltration team or fighting on the battlefield. Their final outcome is sacrifice, and they have accepted it. However, this level of mist ninja alone is not worth sacrificing their lives to unleash the power of Mudun. They are not weak in the first place, otherwise they would not be able to stay at the root after their potential is exhausted. Danzo Shimura is not a nostalgic person, and it cannot bring him benefits. Even the disciple Shiitsu Aburame can be abandoned. After conducting the wood escape weapon experiment, although Hashirama's cells were suppressed, the benefits of being passive also improved their strength a lot. Let's go to the front line. Aburame looked at the corpses of the fog ninjas and gave orders. The entire team speeded up instantly in silence and headed straight to the front line. On the way to the front line, Shiitsu Aburame received information about bugs spreading to the ninja world. Found a place that matches keywords such as islands, large psychic beasts, and volcanoes. Will it be the island of Oblivion this time? I hope you won't disappoint me. Aburame Ziyi's expression remained unchanged. She continued to maintain the forward speed and transferred her energy to the discovered island. On the island, some bugs suddenly gathered together and instantly formed a person wearing a black robe and a mask. It was Ching. After Ziyi appeared on the island, he looked around. Right next to Ching, a huge spider had just finished hunting. The huge spider was very afraid of the sudden appearance of Ching. It kept waving its forelimbs and making warning roars. A spider of this size can be considered a ninja beast, but it is still a bit weak. Ziyi watched silently as the giant spider slowly backed away with food in its mouth until it disappeared. Chirp! At this moment, a majestic and heroic giant eagle flew over and let out a loud cry. It's very good. We may find a big one this time. Ziyi closed his eyes and sensed the situation on the island through the insects on the island. I found many large spiders, centipedes, and big snakes. They divided their territories into territories and did not disturb each other. There are many psychic beasts on this island, and they all have certain intelligence. There is also a volcano in the center of the island. Island of Oblivion, I finally found you. The ninja beasts on the island of Oblivion were all researched and developed by a group of mysterious people. It is unknown which country they belong to. At that time, they just wanted to create the most powerful psychic beast by themselves, sign a contract with it, and achieve promotion. The strength of one's own country. Like many villain organizations, as expected, they overturned during the experiment. The most powerful psychic beast they created suddenly went berserk during an experiment, killed everyone, and then fell into a deep sleep. Ziyi tried hard to recall the performance of this ultimate psychic beast in the original work. The ultimate psychic beast can not only convert the abilities of the ninja beasts it eats into itself, but can also change its own form, and can even use illusions and ninjutsu. If it can grow up, its strength should not be weak. The ability is very good and it is of great help to me, but the appearance is a bit ugly. But, it doesn't matter. After obtaining the ultimate psychic beast, my bugs will evolve at an accelerated pace, and using this as a template, the imaginary technique that can rival Susanoo can be realized. On the way to the center of the island, Ziyi met a red-haired woman with a ribbon wrapped around her waist. The Uzumaki clan. When Ziyi saw red hair, he immediately thought of the Uzumaki clan, because the Uzumaki clan's red hair was too obvious. When the red-haired woman saw King Hao, she immediately turned around and ran away. The remaining thoughts. Ziyi thought in his mind that when the mysterious people were studying the ultimate psychic beast, the people in charge of sealing and suppressing it were the people of the Uzumaki clan. It was a pity that she was caught off guard after the ultra-psychic beast went berserk, and she was not strong enough to seal the explosive ultra-psychic beast. This is leading me to find the ultimate psychic beast. Do you want to destroy it? Ziyi silently followed the red-haired woman to the crater in the middle of the island. The red-haired woman jumped over the hot lava in the volcano and arrived at a hidden cave. The entrance to the research institute is really hidden. If there is no one to guide you, I'm afraid it will take a while to find it. Ziyi did not hesitate and followed directly. Entering the cave, he came to a square. Ziyi looked at the various arrangements in the square. You know that this is the Research Institute for Psychic Beasts, and in the center of the institute is a huge training pool. There is a giant cocoon in the shape of a human face lying in the culture tank. Bang! Bang! A strong heartbeat came from the giant cocoon. This is the ultimate psychic beast. Ziyi smiled, the little cutie finally found you. Chapter 51 The Ultimate Creature Ching.